Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the second Super Weekend that we're at, and in that, this is about to get started with match number 4. But alongside all of this, it is a huge and a big thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host, Brother. Let's move on to our analyst and find out what do they think when it comes to this map that is going to be Sanhok. And along with which, what do you guys expect?
Well, I mean, expectations are sort of tricky right now because we have to manage and be realistic, right? Because, I mean, the momentum that the teams had, the teams that were performing, specifically Venom Legends, that momentum has taken a break now. And it's again the same conversation, can the team recover? But they were doing really well. They are inside of the top 10 right now, and I do expect the climb to keep on going. But on the other side of things, Ocean, DRS.
Yeah, I mean, DRS is at a really good position for themselves, but that also comes down to, how many games they've had good and bad. I mean, we'll look at that in the overall ranking right now. As you can see, they have had 5 chicken dinners, 250 points. But hey, catching Zeus today in these 2 matches might be a chance, might not be a chance. I mean, it depends on how consistent you can be. But A1 Esports made 217, StalwartFlex 217, Deadeyes 217. After this match, this might not be the same as every team wants to just, move up forward. But talking about the teams that are playing, Seal 9 with 2 chicken dinners. Now they are looking comfortable, but again, that Skylight Gaming bridge that they have to just, catch up with. It's a huge bridge out there.
Absolutely, Ocean. Another 2 teams to talk about certainly would be 1952 and INES. I mean, they certainly have started playing really phenomenal, of course, but at the same point of time, they are at a loss when it comes to the number of matches played. And that, of course, is an implication based on the points because they need to really step up for now.
Exactly. I mean, but if you're going to talk about the conversation of number of matches, I mean, C9 is the perfect example, right?
Exactly.
Consistency can get you up even though you are like lacking the number of matches.
Yes.
Right? And C9, I mean, as Ocean mentioned, yeah, the difference between them and Skylight Gaming, it's definitely going to be there, and it's going to be a huge challenge for them to stand up to. But if they can accomplish that, then I think anything is going to be possible.
In this one, Seal9 is a perfect example of one thing, and that is they carried forward the league place momentum, the ones that in which they were having back-to-back good chicken dinners and good games. They carried forward that to the league, to the Super Weekend, and in this also they got 2 chicken dinners. I mean, at the point when it matters. For INES, for the other teams, it has been a thing, right? They did try to go for good games, but they could not carry forward that into a chicken dinner game as what we were, just hoping and discussing about. But then they've had like top 3 games for themselves, which kind of is good.
Exactly. But I want to talk about another team, that's the only team in the Super Weekend, in the second Super Weekend from Pakistan, that is StalwartFlex.
Oh yes.
StalwartFlex, I mean, the shakiness is there, but it works out just because like their good games are really good and their bad games are like sort of like decent. They do go out of with couple of kills. We've hardly seen any games from them where they are like sitting on 0 points. They do manage to get those 3-4 points every single time. So that way the team does make up for those bad performances.
Absolutely does, and the consistency certainly is working in their favor. Now, talking about consistency itself, we do need to see that coming in from INES as well as 1952. But alongside this, let's have a look at the schedule where this time around we're going to be moving on into, like we just discussed, the map of Sanhok, and these 16 teams that are part of the lobby are all going to get aggressive right off the bat.
I mean, I wish we could see the matches happening on that very day. I mean, had it happened, because now it's a different timeline, right? The teams got a break for themselves, and now I want to see which team carries forward that momentum, because the thing is, on that day, the teams from Bangladesh were doing really good. I mean, Venom Legends, obviously, they just had a chicken dinner, and after that, A1 Esports, we were hoping for 1 chicken dinner, and we were saying like till the final game, they can have a chicken dinner. So I would love to see how these teams just plan themselves. Or maybe, just maybe, because talking about Sanhok, I still remember like Mongolian teams are really good on this map.
Always. I mean, because again, whenever you talk about Mongolian teams, the aggression point is always coming in from those teams, and that certainly does imply when it comes to, of course, the stats. And talking about the stats, let's have a look at the map chance itself, which is of course going to bring up a stat that is, again, based on the domination that these teams have showcased on the map of Sanhok as of now.
Exactly. As Ocean mentioned, we do Z3D Esports lads from Mongolia right there, but Seal Esports and Z3D Esports are not playing. They did not qualify for the Super Weekend matches. On the other side, DE is one of those teams that have gotten aggressive over time. Specifically, when I say over time, I mean the Super Weekend 2. That is when we saw DE Deadeyes get into the form that they were known for and start performing again. So I think they are going to have a good chance on this one. Venom Legends, well, they are getting aggressive, so they might have the opportunity. But yes, Z3us Esports, it's really hard to take them down.
I mean, this is what a thing, right? Because every team kind of knows if it go for a reality check, today you cannot take over Z3us Esports. Because if you are getting a good game, maybe if you're getting a chicken dinner, they might just go to second, third, fourth. They are getting their own points for themselves, so you cannot just, rely on one thing that, you'll surpass use. But what you can do is, you can try and limit that gap as much as you can for today, and then come back in the next week as well, because you know what's at stake right now. Obviously, it's the points, it's the markers. Plus, right now, if you get a chicken dinner, again, $1,000, and we were hoping and we were loving it. The teams that did not have a chicken dinner, they were enjoying it at the last day.
Exactly. Another thing I want to talk about is that we are going to see happen is in the next two games, how far is C they come back. That is also going to be a question, because like from the first position to sitting on the 11th to happen, but I mean, can they recover once they come back? That is also going to be a question, because like from the first position to sitting on the 11th, 12th position, just missing out on
because they know
definitely does set the team back, but
in a few hours they will be back just for the competition for themselves. And I would love to see because they know what they are losing right now just sitting out, but I want to see what they learn, because you lose something bad in the games, but what you learn is what you implement after you just make your entry once again in those group stages, in those league stages. So that's going to be one thing that I would love to see how Seal plays with it, and again Future Station as well, because they are not playing right now, but that conversation will be just straightforward once we'll be talking about those things. But right now these teams, they all have 2 more chances to get $1,000 for themselves. Anyone can get it, obviously.
Exactly, because again, every single time when you bring up a conversation like that, it is going to be based on the momentum that these teams are going to be starting off with. And today being another day, separate to the Super Weekend itself, even though it is a continued Super Weekend, which team is going to be able to, find that steady ground for themselves is the conversation. With that, it is time to get busy with this game number 4 on Sanhok. That's implying let's move on to our commentators and casters, who are the duo that we all know. It is XP joined in with Live once again.
So much love, so much love. You gotta love these guys, XP. And we're gonna be jumping straight into game number 1. It's gonna be a long day. It's not gonna be usual 5 maps in the day. It's gonna be the 2 remaining matches from the Super Weekend, which is gonna be played here today. But XP, you know what that means? More games equals...
Well, more games equals more screen time for us. That is
I was thinking of more fun, but yeah, we can go with that as well.
I like the thing that we are going to kick things off in Sanhok, so we're going to go to the tropical island right at the beginning, and no better way to start the day. All you watching at home right now, this is going to be the Super Weekend, which is going to be continued. We are going to have matches 4 and 5
of the final day.
And after that, the regular program shall continue. But again, I'm excited to play, and I am ready.
I'm ready as well, right? 2 games where the points do matter for the final placings when it comes to the playoffs. Obviously, that is going to be what we're going to be mainly talking about when it comes to the first 2 games. Later on, though, out of the first 2 games, as I just mentioned, we also have the league stage coming in, where it's going to be brutal here. It is the league stage for the final Super Weekend. It's do or die time.
I have a question for you. Are you going to expect Seal Esports to play like they played last week, or are they just going to come and rip everyone to shreds?
I honestly don't know, but you know what? Luckily, I don't have to answer that question. We're going to be jumping straight on in. It's going to be going straight up. The heavens will part, and we're going to be dropping once more into Sanhok. It is going to be, of course, fast and furious action here. We did talk about how these Mongolian teams especially have looked incredible when it comes to the map of Sanhok. Z3us Esports right now leading with 294 points, a 44-point lead compared to the second team, over the second team, that's DRS 250, and we are going to be starting off all the way straight up north and ending
distance, and in proper Sanhok fashion,
it is going to be way more towards the northwestern side, but considering the size of the map, teams can still...
Everyone is close. Again, all the drop spots are going to be pretty much in jumping distance, and in proper... Have to wait for a little while, and you did mention Zeus. See skirmishes early on, which is quite rare for a map of this size, because, everyone is closer to... The circle is going to form, because that is going to right off the bat, but we are going to have to wait for a little while, and you did mention Z3us Esports. They are going to be heading towards the quarry, as they usually do. And again, I mean, I just want to see with the circle. You get some information. I'm just kidding. Of course, his...
It's easy. It's just forward docs. Let's go.
We do have the circle with the quarry pretty much in the center. Of course, Z3us Esports are going to be happy about that. A1 Esports are heading to Paradise Resort as usual. I want to see some action over there once again.
That would be interesting, right? As you pointed out, Sanhok has uncharacteristically been kind of like the quietest start so far. I still want to watch a little bit of, what were the 2 teams again? It was Blood Legion and Deadeyes Guys. And I do believe...
rivalry.
last time these two teams faced off, you know, in a 4v4 scenario, it was Deadeyes Guys who wiped them clean and also got a couple of, you know, fistcuffs involved, you know, finishing them off with a little bit of emotes, a little bit of BM. I love that. I love that sort of storyline.
And it kind of makes it exciting as well, of course. Lesson learned, do not pan anyone from Deadeyes Guys, otherwise these guys are going to hunt you down and come for you with everything that they've got. But right now, Venom Legends have had a good week too, if I talk about the Super Weekend, because they have been playing really consistent, getting those high frag games, and well, let's see if they can continue the momentum today, because of course we did take a little bit of a break that might just, you know, put a little kink in all the plans that the teams already have.
Indeed. And one team I will definitely be going to be keeping an eye out for are the team on the screens right now. Seal9, right? This is their first Super Weekend they're playing. Didn't play the first one. They unfortunately couldn't qualify. And right now, they're in the 14th place on 121 points. That obviously being that they've only played the second Super Weekend. So these last two games they have here today are going to be their opportunity to try and close the distance from them to Skylight Gaming. Because Skylight Gaming, even though they're in 13th position, they have a lead being that they've only played the second Super Weekend. So these last two games they have here today are going to be their opportunity to try and close the distance from them to Skylight Gaming. Because Skylight Gaming, even though they're in 13th position, they have a lead of 61 points. That is a gargantuan lead.
That is mammoth indeed. And again, the thing is, yeah, these two games are going to be important for this team. However, they've got to make sure...
Teams, there are 4 teams who are not mentioned there. We obviously are going to be some of the teams who haven't even qualified. Like, we don't have Future Station. They are, I believe, 18th position right now. We don't have Seal, which is a big shocker, but they are there still in the top 10, which is mind-boggling.
You did just mention Future Station. Now, here's the sad part. They still haven't played a single Super Weekend. So it is going to be a monumental task ahead for them if they want to make it to the top 16. Again, 15 games in one Super Weekend, right? They can still technically do it, but they have to be playing their hearts out.
Another team who needs to really pull up the pants in 1952, right? They have 2 more games remaining here in the Super Weekend, and they're still not in the top 16. They're a team who didn't play the previous Super Weekend, but neither did Seal9. Seal9 are 121 points. 1952 aren't even there in the top 16 right now, as Mimo is going to be spotting out Blood Legion, and he will unleash a hail of bullets, and he's going to blow it up. That's great spray control there, and Leo barely alive behind that husk of his vehicle, which is up in flames. Now, Leo's in a bit of a pickle here. All 4 members of 7Cs have eyes on him. Backup can arrive. He's going to heal himself. The question is, how is he going to extricate himself from this position? Because it's pretty much... there's no cover apart from a couple of trees.
There is absolutely no cover. Now, this is when Gyro needs to basically give a little bit of suppressive fire on 7C's position so that his teammate can pretty much go out. Now, of course, expect a few smoke grenades to be deployed to conceal their moment, but Leo looks like he could be in trouble, and if you spot even a pixel of his leg, arm, or whatever, it could be problematic. But there you have it. Gyro does spot the enemy, and that's what I was talking about. They need to suppress 7Cs if Leo wants to make it out of it alive.
Well, Gyro... oh, well, no. Well... too many angles for Leo. And although, yes, there was a bit of suppressing fire from Gyro, one's got to wonder where the other members of Blood Legion are. I can see Dominic in the distance. It ran as far away towards the dock, so it's possible for Gyro to provide that bit of cover, but with the knock coming in, how is he going to traverse this open plains?
If I'm not wrong, I do believe Rayan is going to be coming in a vehicle as 7C are moving out. Of course, they want to make sure they position themselves a bit better. They might even be going for a big rotation on the left, making sure they get that flanking.
This one looks like it's a lost cause, though. You know, particularly for Leo, he will unfortunately, I believe, even Jaro's called it a day. He's like, I'm sorry, but like, I have to sit this one out. I really can't take the fight, and with that, I do believe Blood Legion are going to be losing their first member. A drop coming in, a Groza with a 4x. Again, on a map like Sanhok, it can be quite deadly indeed, and you called it. Mimo coming in all the way from behind, and will deliver his last rites.
Well, Leo has been knocked out, so First Blood is going to come in really quickly. However, they need to move right now because Carnage Esports are going to be coming up behind them from the south. Of course, all this action is taking place just west or north, actually, at the cave, to be honest with you. Now, the thing is, you did kind of mention that, you know, Blood Legion, they need to cut their losses and they need to move out ahead. Now, the thing is, if they do stay for a fight, there you have a look. You see, Carnage Esports is coming in. Yep. It could be a 3-way over here pretty soon.
Menage a trois of death, as Carnage will be sneaking in. they do have the advantage Carnage have is the fact that there's no one behind them, right? But again, like you said, are they aware of the exact positions of Blood Legion? Because Blood Legion have fled, and Carnage, they might unleash onto 7C, but as you pointed out, Blood Legion could have an angle on them.
Absolutely, and the fact that Carnage Esports are already lying in the grass, pretty much trying to sneak up on their opponents, is something that, they were ready for a fight, but looks like Blood Legion have made the right call, and they are moving away from harm. But the thing is, I see your name up ahead, and that name is Z3us. Now, Z3us Esports are, of course, going to be scattered all over the place. If you have a look at the map right now, most of the teams are going to be inside the circle, barring a couple on the left. Of course, INES still at Sami, and High Voltage are coming down south from Camp Alpha. Now, if you do have a look at the replay, this was a perfect knock over here. The Memo's angle was just sublime, and it basically got the job done. And the moment I saw that buggy getting up to, basically getting ready to move out, I knew that the flank is coming in. Of course, smart play right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning, and the Blood Legion have actually moved in further into the interiors of the play zone, so that the three-way might not really take place. However, Carnage, the question is, do they really want to push ahead, right? Because the play zone's still very much favoring them. They don't really need to go for any rotation right now, so might see a bit of lull in the action. INES, as usual, outside of the circle towards Sami. They're going to be slowly sneaking in down from the south, maybe from Bantai or thereabouts. But right now, everyone just waiting for the next play zone.
Also, mind you, Carnage Esports haven't fired a single shot. Now, the thing is, are 7C aware of their position? Because, like you mentioned, the circle is still on both these teams, and they do not need to move as of right now. But now, Jiggle over here, see, he is keeping an eye on them, but they're not firing shots until they can get at least 2-3 knocks, and then they'll go in for the kill.
Patience, obviously, something we know Jiggle is very, very, very good at. The guy is something special when it comes to his trigger discipline. A top 3 player of the tournament, one might even say, but Jiggle, yep, he's providing that, his eyes. High Voltage still out in the west. They're going to be taking a boat. That's an interesting maneuver. They're going to be heading on down south.
That is interesting.
Towards Kampong?
Towards Kampong, yeah. They might even come at the docks because, they are coming in by a boat now. But INES, if they spot them out, it could spell trouble. And of course, if you remember the last Sanhok that we did witness, we had some action out in the waters finally after a long, long time. And we just might see something similar again. But now, as the circle is going to be moving in, Deadeyes Guys are going to be coming inside the zone as well, as yet another airdrop is falling to the ground.
What do you think it is?
It's an AWM because the gods of PUBG are going to mock us.
What?
Oh my goodness.
What?
Well,
you're cheating.
And we have an 8-time scope as well.
Well, all right. I mean, you called it with conviction, XV. I'm impressed.
Nobody can see my face, but my jaw is literally touching the ground right now. That was a complete guess, but I'm glad I am right, as Seal9's Roy is trying to spot the enemy. Have a look at High Voltage. It is a very risky move play.
I don't think INES are going to be looking in that direction, though, and that is something which should go their way, but I agree with you. This is a risky maneuver, and they are going to be heading all the way down south. Now, where are they going to land? Where are they going to be heading towards? Looking at a circle, if you're going to be risking this particular approach, might as well go all the way towards Kampong, or maybe even further up north. But we're going to be finding out where the next zone is going to be in the next few seconds, and that might even dictate where High Voltage are going to be making landfall. And Kampong is still very much a very viable option for them. Or they could sneak in from behind towards Carnage, but that could be a mistake.
Well, the 4 gentlemen are in a boat on a nice little scenic drive out on the waters. Of course, you want to do that when you're in a paradise island, isn't it? You want to make sure you get the best of both worlds. I mean, there are going to be bullets flying sooner or later, but they're having a good time.
Yeah, I like to get on a boat like this on, an island like Sanhok with my buds. Just sitting there, grabbing a beer, just driving around in a boat. Not a fan of someone getting shot at, though, but yeah, apart from that. It looks like, I'm trying to keep an eye on the map here, but yeah, they are probably heading towards the docks. The question is, are they going to go further up north towards Kampong? Because Kampong is free real estate. There's no one there, and they're not going to be facing any problems whatsoever.
Kampong is definitely the right call for that team right now because, well, A, there is no team in the vicinity. B, you can still loot up some more. You still have buildings for cover just in case, things don't really go your way. But INES, look at what Salute Whitey has in his backpack, ladies and gentlemen. 22 first aid kits.
This guy's a walking ambulance at this point. He's the designated med kit guy. He's a med guy. He's a medic.
Also,
a medic.
He's the insurance policy for his team. I'm pretty sure they're just going to leave him behind at some point.
Listen, if there's gonna be like a heal battle at the end, this guy's not gonna die. This guy's gonna heal himself into the next day.
Talking about high voltage real quick, you see right at the bottom of your screens right now, you see those green dots, that is where high voltage is. They in fact decided to beach their boats south of the docks, which could be problematic because they don't know that Carnage Esports is probably lying in wait ahead.
There's no way Carnage is expecting this.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way they're going to be expecting a team coming in behind them this late.
Because remember, they were still holding their trigger discipline as far as 7C Esports go. So, you know, they expect that they have their backs to a wall. Oh my goodness, we could see some knives being stuck in some backs right now as high voltage are moving a bit further up north and expect some shots to be fired really soon.
Yeah, so far, we just had the one casualty, which was, of course, Leo getting taken down. StalwartFlex, unfortunately, right now in the server, they only have 3 players. I do believe one of the players was on, well, he dropped out of the server, which is just unfortunate. But apart from the one casualty, yeah, no one's yet hit the ground yet.
Which is quite the opposite from what Sanhok used to be earlier.
It's
interesting.
It's interesting. It's interesting how the meta has evolved when it comes to Sanhok, and how Miramar is a map where action just breaks out early on. Another AWM. Although, you know what would be cool? If you could actually wield the arm, and especially in a map like Sanhok, and just yeet it at someone, just throw it at someone.
Use it like a sledgehammer or something, maybe?
Listen, this thing could kill a person. It is a massive weapon.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, of course, it can kill a person with a bullet, but I'm just saying as a physical, like a club, right? It can club someone to death. Taking a look at the map, though, everyone has entered the play zone. We even have INES coming in from Camp Charlie. We have high voltage, as you pointed out, XP. They have arrived at the docks. The Carnage have moved on further ahead. But I envision a world where Carnage are going to be shot from behind, and they will not be expecting it at all. This could very well happen.
However, the thing is, since the circle is going to be shrinking in on itself sooner or later, they are going to expect some teams to come from Camp Charlie's side, like INES. They are going to be making their way across the bridge, and I'm pretty sure 7C Esports have spotted them out. We could see a little bit of a skirmish breaking out sooner or later, but again, all eyes are going to be on the circle as to where the next zone is going to go. Of course, everyone is going to be still holed up in their little safe spots, and it looks like T2K's Jane steps out Jiggle.
Jiggle, well, this time he's not going to be able to jiggle his way out of that spot. And he's kind of like the sacrificial lamb for this team, isn't he? He's the guy who goes in way ahead of everyone else, kind of scoping things out. And unfortunately, this time around, he will be spotted out. But with his death, they at least have an idea that T2K are in the vicinity. And Jane, getting that kill on Jiggle, is very well aware of where Carnage are. Now, here's where things can get very interesting. Carnage are going to be focused, hyper-focused, tunnel vision onto T2K, allowing High Voltage the opportunity, XP, to sneak in from behind and stab them in the back.
Absolutely. High Voltage could be in a devastating position right now as far as Carnage Esports go, but you got to keep one thing in mind. They did know that 7C's Esports are going to be nearby, so I do kind of expect 360 Vigil coming in from Carnage Esports. So I'm not really sure High Voltage are in the mood right now to actually take the fight, because of course you want to get warmed up, you want to make sure you get those position points as well, and well, 7C Esports, they do have all 4 members alive, and again, they have a city to themselves, they have the cave system to themselves, and it looks like someone's coming in. It's PN Crew.
PN Crew throwing caution to the winds, just driving straight on out. The bullet's not really finding its mark. If you can take a very quick look at the circle, the next play zone is going to be on our screens the next couple of minutes or so. But right now, the play zone, it is still favoring the majority of the teams. No one really having to go up against each other. But as I said, you can see down A1ES pushing up from up north. We have Venom Legends and 1952. And Joker is still all the way on the western side of that zone, as the bullets will finally ring out, and it's going to be Tata laying into PN Crew, but Legend, he just needs a couple of shots to drop him. And the push coming in, the PN Crew taking fight with multiple teams. Manish opting not to stick on around. He's all by his lonesome. They are down 1 member as well, but this nade could be deadly. Sandesh, I thought that nade would find him, but Manish was standing right outside of that compound. Now he's going to push on in. He's looking to take the fight here, and his teammates have arrived as well. PN Crew, though, they're being very, very careful about it. Another nade will be tossed on in, and all these footsteps are being heard by Ayush. Nade sailed in, Manish again able to avoid it, and PN Crew are playing a dangerous game here, XP. They're playing in a pair of 2 teams. That means Ayush and Sandesh are basically in a 2v3 scenario, while their other 2 teammates, Legend and Killer, are exchanging blows with 7Cs.
Absolutely, it is going to be a little chaotic right now, but Sandesh is going to be burning, and he is definitely going to take the brunt of that Molotov. I do believe it was thrown over by Snipe, as now they are trying to make a little bit of a move. They are going to deploy smokes and back out just a little bit to make sure Manish comes in, and expect a little bit of a flank coming in from the right, because like you did mention, 7C Esports could be in a position to basically mop up the survivors over here.
Oh, here we go. Here they come. As backup, the cavalry comes charging in on 4 wheels. And it is going to be Ayush. And, well, never mind. Blood Legion have joined the fray. Now, P and Crew are having to take a fight with 3 teams simultaneously. Sunday will be finished off. And the man advantage P and Crew had has been, well, it's been nullified here. Snipe also on his knees. Praveen and Manish, they are trying to do what they can to keep P and Crew at bay. Ayush and Manish. And Manish has a lot of work to do while the res is coming in for his team. Manish is going to get the knock. Can he get the finish is a question as the replay comes on in as well. But I want to keep an eye on the bottom right corner as to what is happening there. And that is, of course, the res coming on in. But doesn't matter as Manish will be finished off. So the res comes in, but they lose a player. Now Praveen pushing up Legend. He's got that AK-47. He is taking a lot of damage. And P and Crew, they just might be out of here. But Praveen will be dropped. But doesn't matter. The trade is good. And Carnage Esports, they survived to fight another day. P and Crew, they look like they were in such a good spot, XP, but maybe they overextended themselves a little too much.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind, that they didn't really have any other options, because as you did mention, we had, I do believe, 7C shooting at them.
Blood
Legion came in, so they had to make a move. So I will not blame them over there. It was a wonderful effort, but looks like INES are now going to be pushing up on 7C.
And INES, well, coming in late to the party, and they are going to get the knock and the finish onto Memo. Torta knocked down as well, Turulov and Sphere. The 2 members still standing for the side of 7C. Smokes being deployed by INES because they know they are downhill. They need to deploy the smokes to push on up. In the meantime, the 2 Mongolians are going up against each other. Inky's going to finish off Abel from Z3us Esports. We'll talk about that in a bit, because right now 7C facing, rather INES facing an uphill battle here. Even though they've got the kill, they still need to head on up.
They could potentially be just pinched in over there. Have a look at Carnage Esports. They are making their way to the circle, of course. And funny thing is, they are heading out in the wrong direction, trying to basically traverse all the way around. It looks like High Voltage just might fire a few shots on that vehicle, as Prabeen and Snipe Whitey are trying their best to circle around from the right.
When all that is breaking out, this battle, 7C and INES still continuing. Turulov taking a bit of damage. And it's going to try and go for the finish, which is a smart play from him, ensuring Clutch doesn't get res. Newt trying to go for the rightmost flank. The problem here is none of these teams are in the play zone.
None of them on the play zone, and 7C is in trouble because in comes Skylight Gaming. Play, that is what I was just anticipating right now.
You called it, and it's over. 7C, they're done for. They didn't see that coming in, and like a tactical nuke, Skylight Gaming come in and is sweep the 7Cs out of the server. INES out in the blue. Gazor will be dropped. It's Heaven just standing in the blue, taking the chip damage while ensuring he's going to get the kill. Meanwhile, A1 now going up against 1952. 1952 have way more to lose than A1 does. Jax taking a solo fight right now. Down in the open. They're taking a lot of damage. It's a dangerous game from 1952. Z-Minor will be dropped. The 1 player is shot behind the tree, but the blue coming on in, he needs to heal himself right now. And I don't think it's going to happen. The nade is going to sail on in, and it's not going to find Sharp though, but he will push on, push up, trying to take the fight here. But Ajax is doing a fantastic job keeping him at bay. He's taking multiple fights, but finally he will be finished off his entry. He's going to get a knock on his Sinister and a finish on the Jax. And now 9boy having everything to do. He's now in a 1v2, and Entry's going to finish both of them up. They don't know where 9boy is. 9boy now is going to unleash. He's going to find one, going to get the finish. Now it's a 1v1. 1952 facing off here against the final standing member of A1. It's a 1v1 because Magnet is bleeding on out an Entry. He's just going to be going in for the kill. He wants to finish this one off. They're both still taking chip damage. He's trying to wrap around from behind. They're just playing ring around the rosies. An Entry. He is going to end A1 Esports. A battle of attrition. But in the end, 1952, they will hold on.
And just a few meters away, we have another battle breaking out between Seal9 and DRS. As Mafia Ninja does have an angle on Inky. He does get Inky. Spooky is going to be coming in from the smoke, and in the blink of an eye, another one bites the dust as Seal9 have been eliminated.
Another one bites the dust, indeed. Oh man, it was such a quiet start, but once the fight started breaking out, XP, not a moment of respite for anyone. Blood Legion, oh, from the distance, Jaro will be spotted out by the godless man himself. And Ryan pushing on in to get the res, and he's been spotted out by blah blah blah, and they're going to be shot at from multiple angles, and Blood Legion surviving by the skin of the teeth for the time being, but they're pinned down inside the house. And Zeus, with those shots ringing out, they're aware. Zol gets knocked by blah 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 from the distance. I seen Godless still very much alive and kicking though. Godless lying prone behind that bush, and he is very fortunate. Blah 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 has not spotted him out yet.
Not spotted out yet, but it is going to be problematic as Jane gets a knock on Leon as High Voltage Extreme is of course going to patch himself up. Mind you, if you remember, INES are still in the game, Salu is still alive, and he's the gentleman with 22 first aid kits. But anyway, Ryan does get spotted out. Blah 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 is on a little bit of a warpath, knocking people left, right and center.
Well, speaking of knocking people out left, right and center, the team we can almost rely to do that is Zeus, but they will be finished off, blah blah blah, finishing off Z3us Esports as they will be eliminated as well, joining their Mongolian counterparts in the form of CL9. 5 teams have already bit the dust. INES, Blood Legion, 1952, Skylight Gaming down to a one-man squad, Carnage, Venom Legends and High Voltage as well down to a two-man squad. This is a very, very precarious position for a lot of these teams. Nate sailing all in, Gyalzen's trying to avoid them, but he's going to be done for because he's going to be out in the blue and it's going to be taking a lot of damage indeed. And Mafia Ninja though, he's going to ensure even though Gyalzen might fall, he's going to make life miserable. Pure misery indeed for Skylight Gaming. 2 down already. He's going in for the finish. He spots out the final member. He's going for the jumping shots. Mafia Ninja just trying to dunk on the guy, but Uzum is going to deny him for now. But for how long? That's the question.
A little bit of a mistake over here. Mafia Ninja does get knocked down, and I do believe Gyalzen has been lost as well. The revive should have come in because they had StalwartFlex pinched behind that wall, and of course one good grenade can basically end it all. Molotovs are going to be thrown in as well, and looks like Uzum and Johnny are in a world of trouble.
There we go. The final nade comes in. It is Molotov rather, and it's fresh fried bodies next to that building. Deadeyes Guys. Suyok spotted out in the smoke. Jane rattling up bullets, and look at Suyok just jigging and zagging, and he will indeed find some cover for now. As Shifu Sir, however, gets knocked out at the same time. T2K look like they're in a pretty good spot as look at Frypan coming on in. He's looking to steal away all these kills. He's going to find one with the Vector, but Suyok now, he's healed up. He's got his crosses trained onto Frypan's position. And Frypan smartly is not going to push any further.
Smart play coming in. Of course, I always say this, by hook or by crook, 1 kill equals 1 point. Doesn't matter how you get it, as INES, surprisingly, are going to be eliminated. Looks like those 22 first aids didn't come in handy, Blair.
Yeah, you know, you got to be alive to heal yourself. If you're dead, you're dead, right? T2K, all 4 players still very much alive, but still a pretty solid outing coming out from INES and Venom Legends here. Down to the final 4 teams, though, and 8 alive with T2K.
All 4.
Having all 4 members alive. That's a 4v2, v1, v1. Deadeyes Guys with the 2 members alive. Suyo gets spotted out in the open, and the knock will take place.
The knock does come in, and Snipe's position is... I'm not going to be complaining right now because he is the last man standing for his team, as you did mention, but I still want to go back to the DRS kerfuffle. A few mistakes were definitely made. Maybe Mafia Ninja could have still been alive, and one good grenade over here can basically spell trouble for those 2 gentlemen hiding in that little shack. However, the reverse could also be true.
The reverse could indeed be true. And one thing I'm not going to count out is even though it might be 1v4, I'm never going to count out any of these players. They are so clutch.
Now the thing is, Snipe is going to be in a position, wait a second, Jane gets spotted out. Of course, wasn't expecting AJ to be lying prone in the grass, but now his thing has been given away. And of course, Varusha is going to come in and get the job done. He just stole that kill.
AJ at least equalizing things a little bit for the remaining members in the server. Right now, they are down to 3 members. Deadeyes Guys. Wadusa gets spotted out. Wadusa gets finished off. Now it's a 3v1v1, and just like that, it is going to be T2K winning that one pretty convincingly overall, keeping almost all the members alive at the end.
I mean, they made it look easy, I'll be super honest with you right now. The way they were playing was just phenomenal, getting the job done in Sanhok early on, but oh my goodness, let me tell you one thing. It isn't just luck, right? They held their ground, and blah 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 was the guy who was knocking people far, far, far away, and it was just unexpected. That's what I love about this. It was just unexpected.
Yeah, it was a slow start, as we're kind of used to seeing on Sanhok, but then once the action started, there was no abating, and on that note, T2K winning another chicken dinner.
It's like someone flicked one of the dominoes, and everybody just keeps falling one after the other. Of course, that is Sanhok fashion, but trained to kill. Are trained to kill because they just won game number 4 in Sanhok. Of course, this is still Super Weekend Week 2. Now, with that out of the way, we have one more map remaining as far as the Super Weekend goes. But before that, we're going to take a quick little breather. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the second Super Weekend is where we're at, and the story continues, the aggression continues. We just witnessed the aggressive perfect match coming in on Sanhok, and that was just a wonderful gala to be a part of, along with which, of course, as I just said, that was game number 4. Game number 4 of the second Super Weekend. We've got one more game remaining, but before we head towards all of that, let's move on to our analysts and find out what do they think about this dominating play coming in from T2K.
I mean, that's how it just started, right? We were talking about the query side circle as when the zone just began, and then the circle started showing its own shifts and curveballs, and that's where T2K was really good and blah blah blah. 4 kills, 573 damage, 24 minutes of survival time, and only 14 healing done. What?
I mean, he was putting a lot of pressure on his opponents. I mean, just prone down constantly, just taking those shots and those sprays coming in. T2K just having the man advantage in that last situation was something that did help them in getting that check.
Healing done? What?
I mean, he was putting a lot of pressure on his opponents. I mean, just prone down constantly, just taking those shots and those sprays coming in. T2K just having the man advantage in that last situation was something that did help them in getting that chicken dinner. But it was an interesting game of Sanhok, I have to say, because like usually when Sanhok happens, you expect the aggression to be in the game, to be present in the game right from the start of it, right from the start of the match, right? This time it did not happen like that. Things did not go down the same road. This time, well, like first 15 minutes of the game, you hardly see any fights.
Exactly. That's true. But talking about his contribution, look at the kill percentage that he has. I mean, that's the highest in this one. For the other things, relatively, assists is 18.2, survival's 18.2. So, well, he did survive in this one. His team did survive in this one as well. So that's a really good thing. But right now, the kills is what they have in a maximum chunk for themselves.
Talk about surviving. INES just handing those 22 first aids to Sallu IT already. I mean, how do you find 22 first aids that early in the game?
This
that is my question.
This has been the thing. Like since we have seen like in PMWL when Ryzen used to have 24 first aids for himself, and talking about right now as the meta has been moving up forward, Sanhok has been a game like if you want to play it in your own style, you go for the first aids. And there were scrims going on, and in scrims also we saw so many teams just using first aids for their assistance, and you get points somehow. Like 3 players go forward, and you know like the last player wants to be there. He stays there.
Most certainly. Because again, I mean, when you talk about the meta itself of different maps, it does keep on changing from game to game. But this time around, of course, we're seeing that perfect turner who wins coming in from, well, so many of these players coming in towards top players, blah, 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 has to be the one to bring up first things first. Because he was not, I mean, he was just stopping teams in tracks from Zeus to so many teams in this lobby.
And after the game ended, we see the players, well, other players of T2K celebrate, and I think Jane was counting down how many kills he missed out on.
Yeah, he was like, okay, so that's 1 kill, that's 2 kills. So we have this much kills in total, guys. We have this much points. I mean, that's the thing that obviously they will be discussing on for themselves, because you know there's always that one guy who wants to be still in the zone of the game because he has to be ready for the next things, and that's what Jane always has in his mentality.
I mean, we call him GI Jane, right? Has to have those confirmed kills in his favor, and that does help the team out as well.
Most certainly does. But with that, let's have a look at the match summary coming in from this game of Sanhok. And in that, we've got once again, of course, blah blah blah, with the highest kills, 4 kills coming in from this lad. But Deadeyes also were performing really well.
So in these kind of maps, right, when you know that the fights are supposed to happen, you see for the first time I'm seeing the single number in most utilities used, right, 9. So you get to understand that obviously the game was kind of open, so you could use smokes, but what's happening is there are some fights that are happening from a higher ground to a lower ground, so the players obviously are trying to just go down as fast as they can to get those covers, because there were some huts as well, so you could get the covers of that. You don't need to waste your utility. So those are the things that kind of just were going out in this game.
Absolutely, and in that, I mean, we were talking about few teams that we wanted to see really good performances from. Yes, 1952 were able to walk away with decent amount of kills, thus bringing them, well, 4 points coming in for this. But eventually, again, I mean, you talk about consistency. Venom is right there, looking comfortable. Of course, Train to Kill got that chicken dinner with 24 comfortable points.
Exactly. Train to Kill, I mean, they had an exceptional performance, but I want to talk about DRS Gaming. I mean, they also had sort of an interesting game, just catching a lot of teams off guard. Utility usage was on point from this team as well. Venom Legends, I did not expect them to get taken out, I mean, the way it happened, but the team was in a tough situation, and especially, I mean, making that final, the final circle, talking about that for a minute, I mean, it was sort of in a weird place as well.
Right.
And I think just the initial shift as well was one of the things that dictated the pace of the game as well.
Exactly, and out here, as you can see, obviously there were some teams that could not get the kill points for themselves, but there are most of the teams that got it. And talking about A1 Esports, right? We were still hoping for a really good game from them, but that did not happen in this one. XP Blood Legions as well, as they were caught off guard for their own fight. Seal9 and Zeus. I mean, this kind of just becomes an upside down. I mean, we were talking about it, right? DRS, how many points can you accumulate as compared to the bridge that Zeus Esports has in front of you? So this was a good game for DRS as compared to Zeus.
Exactly. But I want to talk about A1 Esports, the fight that happened. I mean, we're going to take a look at it in a few moments, but that was really interesting. I mean, the way Jack sort of put up an amazing performance. He did not realize that he was getting flanked, but he was so focused in that 1v2, and he did actually pull that off.
Absolutely, and that was, again, I mean, just one of those moments where you talk about gameplay being perfected, you know, bringing it down to perfection, because you know you have the awareness of the entirety of where you're at, and that is so very important coming in from so many of these teams, because again, we saw in this lobby that eventually at the end of it, there were so many teams left with just one player standing, and along with that, we saw StalwartFlex joining the lobby with only a 3-man squad.
Exactly, 3-man squad. Then, I mean, they did try to take up the fight as well, but they were sort of pinned down. I mean, the blue zone is coming in. Your opponents have managed to move towards the circle a little bit. Even though you outnumber them 2-1, you lose down one player. I mean, Uzim tried his level best to keep his team in the match, in the situation, but like, that Molotov from AJ was the game changer.
It was on point most certainly, but along with that, I mean, when you talk about these rotations itself, that is where zonal access is going to be brought on along, and this is where we saw High Voltage bringing in that water rotation for themselves. Sadly, did not work in their favor though.
I mean, it did not, but we saw the lads just, trying out something new that they thought might just be out there. And this is where we were thinking about, right? The circle should just stay in the middle, but then the circle goes to the south, southern side, like Query, Kampong, those areas, and that's where Carnage already were, and they were in the top four, obviously, with their own rotations from one house to the other, just staying in their own covers and taking good fights according to that. But look at this, StalwartFlex, I mean, they did have less number of players as compared to the lobby, but they did try to give up a good fight because they had a good area for the circle in their own hands as well. Seal9, well, DRS did not let them, move past their own areas as the rotations were going on slowly and steadily. But right now, this is where most of the fights started to happen. But Carnage and they had good areas again.
Well, I mean, it was just the fact that the position that they held before the ending of the game, no one was occupying that apart from the players of DE, and well, T2K were the ones who dealt with them towards the end of the game. StalwartFlex, I mean, positioning on point as far as the circle and the map is concerned, but it was the unfortunate situation of DRS heading in that direction while rotating into the circle. So they wanted to rotate, like everyone wants to rotate with safe cover, right? So they thought, all right, we have a cluster of houses, we're going to go there, see what's ahead of us and then move in. But StalwartFlex was there, the fight happens, Stalwart goes down, DRS, well, they survive for a few extra seconds.
Just a few extra seconds. And again, I mean, when you talk about those moments, that was just one specific moment that we're talking about. Another one would be the nade coming in
from Skylight Gaming.
Skylight Gaming against 7 Seas. Let's move on towards those moments and combine all of these wonderful, perfect efforts coming in from these teams.
This is where it all just started initially, right? XP Blood Legions. So this is the thing with XP Blood Legions. I mean, they try to take up good fights, but they always get caught off randomly. We have seen these things happening in Miramar as well, when all of the players chose to go in one vehicle a few days back. We have seen these things out here when everyone decides to go in the open. That's one thing. But Daughter, I mean, he tried, but he did go down in the spray. It's like you have your focus on one direction, but hey, all the other directions are open for you.
I mean, he did the damage though on PN Crew. He put them in a panic situation, and in that panic situation, they ran into a trap. But talk about falling into traps, right? Jax did lay out the situation quite perfectly for his team. It was the flank from the other players from 1952 that created a lot of trouble for A1 Esports, because now 6-9, last player surviving, brings it down to a 1v1, and then it was an absolute 50-50 between these two players when they were just wrapping each other around that rock, trying to find that, trying to get into a position to take the other guy down.
Yeah, exactly. And then Yalzin's grenade was also really good. Like DRS against Seal 9, the way it all just ended. And T2K, well, they were firing up on all areas, and this is where a Molotov will be ending up everything. If you talk about StalwartFlex for themselves, so we could just see, how the utilities were being used to its perfection.
Yeah.
But the thing is, in the final fights, it all comes down to the gunfights, because you have just one area, one covers maybe for yourself, but on the other side, it's going to be gunfights that are going to take you down, if anything. Look at Jane right now, just trying to talk about like, hey, so we have these many kills, and this is what we. So that's how the discussion just moves up forward.
But again, it's a comfortable workflow coming in from the side of course team T2K, because the way this kill department was, it was just perfect in their favor with 9 kills, 1754 damage dealt throughout the lobby. T2K dominating this one.
Exactly. The domination does come in from their side, in terms of the damage, in terms of the kills as well. But again, Skylight Gaming, as Blair had the perfect word for it. The tactical nuke that was thrown on the players of 7 Seas. It was so good. And again, when we talk about getting tunnel vision in a fight, right? You're totally focused on the team in front of you from the back. You are caught off guard. You do not know what hit you, and that would have been an absolute surprise to the entire team right there.
Absolutely, mate. Again, in that conversation, you can very well talk about a different chapter altogether, where High Voltage, of course, making that water rotation, were not able to walk away with even a single point or a single kill. That was just disastrous. But then again, when it comes to the overall ranking, they are looking pretty comfortable, because they were looking without a chicken dinner thus far. Very, very good in terms of their performance. But again, they have the $1,000 coming in from the previous week, so it's okay.
Exactly, but A1 Esports right now, again, the climb should be out there. Last game is what will be ahead of us. Previously, it was like 217 points for themselves, now 220. StalwartFlex 220 and High Voltage 221 points. Z3us Esports still 297, might as well hit the 300 marker for themselves. DRS Gaming, alright, they're trying really good. They have 5 chicken dinners again, but DE right now, this slight jump is going to be a good one for them, 235 points. Making their way in top 5 for themselves, but SW2D3 Esports 197. I want to see where the 11th team is and how much of a chance do they get for the next game, because right now 197 is where SW2D3 Esports is at 10th position.
I think it's going to be 1 or 2 games more. But right off the bat, in the first half of the standings, there are clear divisions. There are differences that need to be covered up, and it's going to take really amazing performances in order to do that. But now on the second page of the standings, Skylight Gaming do manage to bring themselves up to the 11th position with this match. PN Crew, they drop down a little bit, will drop down 1 position, along with 7C Esports dropping down to the 12th position. Seal 9, I want to talk about them, sitting on the 14th right now. There's a massive gap, and well, it's I think if they do not make it to the 3rd Super Weekend, then they are going to be in trouble. But that also depends on the fact that the teams below them make it.
Exactly.
And it's just 7 points difference between, that 7 point is what can make SW2D3 Esports' day good today once they start, or maybe it just breaks there, because right now what's going to happen is, after this, obviously, we're going to go to the league place and things are going to just change in every single way. Every team's going to come out, and this is the so far report card of the teams.
Well, the report card's certainly working in a few teams' favor, but on the other side, when you talk about the teams that are at the bottom, not looking so comfortable as of now, but they still have 1 more game remaining on the 2nd Super Weekend, and that, of course, is going to be on Erangel.
Exactly.
Super Weekend 2, Day 3, last Erangel. Last Erangel for this Super Weekend. So, one final opportunity for, alright, so we're going to talk about it in 2 ways, right? One final opportunity for the teams to actually make a climb, and SW2D3 Esports, one last game that they have to sit through and just watch them drop.
Yep. Maybe for now, but after this, obviously, when they come back, it just comes down to one thing, they have to qualify again just to get the points back for themselves, because now it's going to be a week of redemption for them if they come back.
Absolutely, and in that we have the map chance coming on, and talking about those stats, Zeus again bringing in that domination, but alongside that we've got High Voltage on the 3rd spot as well. They could be, maybe, but again, it is a very tricky affair to predict. Eventually, again, what we've started noticing is Nepali teams genuinely in this lobby have showcased just perfect synergistic plays.
This week was theirs.
Yes.
Definitely. They've had impressive performances again on all the maps, basically.
True.
But apart from them, the teams from Bangladesh have also started to step up.
Yes. Finally, and that's a good thing. That certainly is a good thing, because again, you talk about Venom, that was just the play they needed when it comes to this Super Weekend. They got the chicken dinner as well, looking really comfortable. But along with that, any predictions coming in for this final game of Super Weekend?
No,
none whatsoever at all.
No.
All right, let's move on into this final game with our commentators. The casters that are going to be taking us through this final game are going to be, well, none other than Necro, joined in with Fixes.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshya, once again, as we head along to the final game of Erangel for the Super Weekend number 2. And, well, we've seen the Mongolians rise, we have seen the Nepali teams dominant, even the Bangladeshi teams have been getting their chicken dinners. But this game, I really want the Pakistani teams to step up. I want StalwartFlex to win. What about you, Necro?
StalwartFlex is doing amazing, to be honest. I mean, it's definitely one of the teams which is like most consistent, you know, when you actually make the list of the teams that have been consistent throughout the entire PMPL. But again, also Zeus last game wasn't really theirs, you know, they kind of crumbled down early off, and I did not expect that.
Yeah, me too. But then again, like we have been having this discussion even in the last week, they're still at the tippity top. They can still make a few mistakes and will not really have to deal with the herd. But then again, there are teams like Blood Legion that really need to step up. But StalwartFlex, they still are doing pretty good in the top 8. They are there. They're looking perfect. But the chicken dinner is what all the fans are actually missing out on. So yes, my money for this game is definitely going to be on Stalwart Esports. But what about the circle? Where do you think the circle is going to pan out? Where do you want it though?
To be honest, I mean, you always know where do I want the circle pan out to be fixes. Of course, Military Island. All the time, I'm a person who likes that circle, and everyone pretty much know why I like that, because definitely you see a lot of chaos going on your screens, and a lot of fights will be breaking down on those bridges. But again, I also want to point out about TDK in the last game.
Yeah.
What an amazing performance and a perfect position inside the circle for those late games.
I love those eastern circles, but let's just get back into the game as the flight path trajectory is visible in front of us, heading all the way from Bremos to Vitslipovka. And by the looks of it, maybe Necro, your wishes can be granted. Maybe we might look at a certain circle.
Exactly, I know. You know, whenever we see this kind of plain fly path, usually it is a military-based circle. But again, Zeus this time seems like they are going to be going towards Georgopol and even INES. Now, in the previous time, they have fought against each other. The same exact thing happened, and Zeus came out on top. So, INES, do you really want to challenge the fight again?
That is going to be actually interesting, considering how INES has been playing so far. We've seen 1952 take a plunge so far. I mean, they've been doing decently well in this Super Weekend, their first one, of course. And now, you know, taking a look at the overall standings that we had. So P and crew has not really been having a good time during the Super Weekends. I mean, we've seen them getting chicken dinners. They've got what it takes. They've performed really good on those league days. But once we head on, I mean, something happens. But here we have maybe a potential clash. Zeus going up against INES. But I think they're just going to go their own separate ways.
Well, I am quite disappointed to take a look at Circle Fixes, because it's just like the same old Circle that we've seen a lot of times in the past, favoring Primorsk inside it, and just, you know, half the side of military base inside it as well. But I mean, hey, we can still watch interesting fights building up, as INES might be going up against Zeus, and there's so many colors in between as well. Take a look at the center of the map in those school areas. High Voltage, Carnage, and Deadeyes right next to each other. And P and crew, of course, like to go towards Severity and shooting range, but this plain fly path was a little too far away. So this time, seems like they will have to take those vehicles.
Indeed, and this is an absolute must. You have to go in for those vehicles, and we've seen INES always contesting for those Georgopol containers, and Zeus tends to go towards those Western Georgopol city houses. So we might see an early clash between these two teams. But moving on, you know, with the conversation, we're talking about the circle. So that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile, right? You might have the same circle, but the fights inside of it are always different. And, you know, in those last few zones, you never know, that curveball might just hit in. You still have some amazing areas. I mean, I've been longing for a quarry circle for quite some time, and maybe if we have a certain shift, that is a high possible chance over there to see that.
I mean, yeah, definitely, as you did mention, there's always that surprising factor, always that mystery inside PUBG, anything can happen at any moment, and this is what the PUBG players live for as well. And now, even take a look at Venom Legends this time. Rafath kind of separated out from the pack, but again, he's quite safe. No one is really close to him, so he doesn't really have to worry, he can take his own sweet little time to loot, but they will have to make the rotation inside the circle, and when they will, it's going to be quite a tricky route. Now, of course, if they make the rotation all the way from shelter and try to catch that middle route, then maybe it'll be free, but again, it's quite tough. I feel like they will get spotted while they were trying to make the rotation.
They will, but if you have to take a look at how Venom Legends would want to proceed in this one, either they go really quick or they make things go very slow. They have to let the players of D2K and C9 get in, have a good position, maybe play through the edges, and they know that because in Erangel, if you're dropping on towards the edges, you just cannot try to focus on the center. So I think that pretty much must be their strat coming inside the game. But taking a look at C9, well, I really loved how these guys have been playing in the Super Weekend, the first one, and they've been getting those 2 chicken dinners. They've been doing so well. I think today we'll have to also see if they can just carry it forward as the league day commences.
Exactly, and I also want to point one thing out, Blood Legion is of course a team, which actually waits for, okay, if a team did not qualify inside the Super Weekend, what they do is they take their spot. Future Station used to go towards Nova Rapinoe area, and now they have realized Future Station is not inside the Super Weekend, so they're going to be going for the Nova Rapinoe area. And they did the same thing inside Sanhok as well. They just like to gobble up those spots of the other teams, which are not really qualified inside. And now again, we are seeing C9 quite separate a bit from the rest of the pack. And again, now you need to have your eyes on the map as well. Take a look at TDK players right next to the players of C9, and this might be a casualty happening. But Z3us Icy, again, he does know INES do like to go towards those containers Joljapur area, so he's just going to be having his eyes locked onto them.
The icy gaze. Well, as Icy is just trying to find that perfect angle, by the looks of it, the other teammates, his teammates rather, are on towards the eastern side. So they are trying to form a flank angle. If he manages to get a knock, I think Z3us might want to take this one head on after that. But by the looks of it, they still have to, just get inside the zone, which is not too far. But by the looks of Icy, I mean, he's trying to find different angles.
Well, to be honest, I really feel like he fell accidentally.
Yeah.
To be honest, that was not intentional. I mean, it was more kind of like he wanted to pin them down inside the containers area and not really let them live. But he accidentally fell inside the water, which got him in kind of trouble, Now he's, of course, going to be repositioning himself, trying to find a different angle. But that is going to be buying INES enough time to rotate outside the Georgia pool, and that is exactly what they're doing. Getting those cars for themselves and rotating out.
Blood Legion, we were having a talk about them now. I like that, heading on towards Nova Rapinoe, try to get your loot done. They might actually go for the military base, but I think they do not have enough information for it because A1 Esports is right over the other side, and we still have StalwartFlex making the move over there. We've seen that rivalry happening, of course, and 1952, they might just head on for the bridge camp, and things might happen over there. But High Voltage, being the smarter ones of the lot this time, they have been really consistent, and that one player Assassin has been doing so much for his team. He's been getting all those kills, he's been keeping his team in those top 5, top 6 positions every single time. So yeah, this potential team also might have a chance to get the chicken this time out.
Yeah, definitely they do, High Voltage, of course, a consistent team, has been in the past as well. And they've came a long way, Fixes. They've came an absolute long way inside the PMPL. In PMCO, they were kind of on these struggle phases. But now, of course, they have gotten some new players, new names on their side. Of course, Extreme being the one. I mean, he's not really new, but they signed him in quite recently. And Extreme, I really feel like he's doing incredible inside the team. But now, I also want to point one thing out. Z3us seems like they are not going to let go INES that easily, and they're just going to be chasing out. And this is what exactly I want to see. Z3us, of course, is one of those teams who is kill hungry, and INES is one of those teams who don't really like to challenge fights early on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what Zeus loves to do, right? Pick up the enemies, get that first knock, then just go in, either kill or just get killed. That's their simple mantra, and that has been working out for them. And yeah, as a result of which they are on the top. But today we do see a team Skylight Esports making a comeback after this. So this is going to be really important because last time we did speculate, this gonna still be there in the top 8, but that's not the case over here. They've been toppled off, so they need to redeem themselves. And here we have the big bird in the sky with that sweet drop. What is it going to be? That's the big question as it sort of heads towards the certain islands. I mean, now that might be an indicator. We might get to see a certain circle, maybe.
I mean, yeah, that's quite a good guess, We may be able to. But I mean, again, this kind of circle actually takes really hard shifts. We have seen in the past, and a lot of teams, do kind of get disappointed because they will have to make the rotation all in the open, and that's when they get caught off guard. And a lot of kills do happen while in those rotating phases. But again, take a look at, okay, well, the circle's not really that bad, to be honest, taking a look at this. But again, StalwartFlex will have to cross the bridge, high voltage, and a lot of teams are in those nearby phases. Of course, 1952 being the one, and we've seen these two teams encountering against each other so many times.
Yeah, we have seen that, but what I'm really worried about is where are Blood Legion, or rather, how are they going to rotate as we have Seol finally riddling the players of INES down with those bullets and has done decent amount of damage, but INES will be quick to recover themselves, will get themselves back into cover. But again, it's IC who finds Newt off guard and gets that first knock.
Oh, Cello IT taking quite a bit of damage. And of course, Newty has been taken down. That's the opening they were looking for, and that will be found. But just take a look at the relentless pressure being thrown from the lads of Zeus. Again, Godless, of course, the man who is going to be on that front page. Being too aggressive, we've seen Godless do that, and of course that nade is going to be confirming the kill. What an accuracy, what a precise nade. And take a look at the movement from Godless as well. This man's movement is on another level. He makes the opponent miss, but he doesn't miss.
Indeed does not. And now, INES for what could really be very devastating for them, as they did manage to escape, but Godless, had he just spotted them a few seconds ago, could have taken a player or two down, as we do see the players of T2K going after Venom Legends. Now, Venom Legends did opt for a late rotation, and T2K, considering the fact that they were all set already inside the circle, just had to wait things out. They knew that Venom Legends is going to come from out afar, and they waited for the chance. Once it came, they striked and did manage to find that knock.
I mean, I pointed this thing out in the past as well. Even Venom Legends, when they will be making the rotation, of course they will be caught off guard. And exactly, TDK proving that point, getting one knockdown out of the players of Venom Legends. Now again, there are quite a lot of teams in those nearby phrases, and even TDK would have to watch out. If they're going to be making quite a bit of rumpus, then of course the nearby teams will be alerted. And that's when we might see some third parties going down as well. But again, Venom Legends seems like they do not have any intentions to harm. They just be walking out. But this is how the native Godless caused a lot of destruction in that nearby vicinities, and that's how the grounds of INES kind of gotten shook.
That's where he actually really was precise with that, because initially started off with a low toss and then instantly shifted to a long toss and threw that, and it released, and it sort of tends to go a bit farther, and exactly where he wanted. So yes, definitely this man knows how to pull those nades off, but Memo yielding the Car 98 this time, getting that beautiful knock. But we see the players of Carnage spotting out StalwartFlex. We haven't seen that knock coming out as of now, so it's fine. They are not aware as to which exact team is there. So StalwartFlex, they still might want to make a move from around here, because they find themselves in a very precarious position. Maybe giving away a few shots could just reveal their position, so might want to get some healthy cover for them.
Exactly, healthy cover is always the opting inside fights like this. You will have to opt out for a better cover for yourself than the opponent has. But again, we have seen a lot of fights as well where the opponent has the entire compound for themselves, and the guy who's challenging the fight has just a small amount of trees for the cover. But now take a look at the hard circle shift that is going to be shifting near the Gatka side, of course, covering a little bit of quarry inside it as well. And PN Crew, they are in a fantastic position, including Zeus and Skylight Gaming. But here goes some shots being taken down from Leon. And it doesn't really seem like any of them will be connecting, as Zeus, of course, trying to rotate inside the circle in the middle field. And they will find themselves quite a good compound, at least for now. And of course, Godless being the guardian angel of the compound, the security will be there.
It will be. 100% will be. But, you know, then again, now Zeus sort of has taken the center spot, the epicenter that we all love to call it. But then again, we're seeing a lot of teams making that rotation from the eastern side, a lot of teams from the southwestern side, and Skylight Gaming, they're taking quite some beating over there. And Leon does have that first hit to patch himself up. Not the kind of an armor that you would want to have on you at this point. Level 1. That it basically means he's playing without any armor, and then that is just for a namesake per se. But Prabeen exchanging a few bullets, trying to take the players down for T2K, but hasn't really received any success, but almost knocking down Frankie.
He almost caught him off guard in those open grounds, but again, talking about catching someone off guard in open grounds, ICE not really having the time of his life. The buggy has blown up. His teammates need to be there, and ICE, you are exposed. You need to realize that. And Joker taking him down quite easily, no struggle shown, as the backup will be there from the players of Zeus to get the revive onto him. But again, ICE, quite a questionable move. He threw the smoke quite far away. He thought maybe Joker won't be spotting him, but he was just proning down all in the open, making the way to inside the smoke, and he just got spotted down easily. And that was Joker hitting those precise shots again. A Bill, he might go down. He's making the rotation quite in the open. Almost gets caught off guard, but barely makes back in the position. Now, Skylight Gaming, of course, one of those teams who should not be causing a lot of chaos, because there's two teams right behind them, Venom Legends and C9 being the one. If they get alerted out, and if they are going to be on that aggressive step, then that might be quite a bit of trouble for Skylight Gaming, because Zeus is in those front lines.
Yeah, obviously, you know, a slight misstep can lead to their demise from the server over here. But right now, well, the players of Team Carnage have sort of repositioned themselves, have left the compound. The players of StalwartFlex sort of inviting them over, and then maybe wanting to take them down. But in the meanwhile, Ryan just riddling down the players of A1 Esports with his bullets and managing to take down 6-9 in the process. As we can see, Dominic from the flank angles has managed to find a second knock.
Exactly, and of course, 6-9 boy getting absolutely demolished, as A1 Esports aren't really having the time of his life. But take a look at the aggressive forward rotation coming from Dominic, trying to close down the distance. And of course, Sinister being in those close areas, and we do know what Sinister is capable of. He's going to be denying the entire push from the side of Blood Legion, but Gyro is just going to be ramming the vehicle in, as A1 Esports again are in a world of trouble. Dante being the last man alive, but Blood Legion are doing quite a good job keeping A1 Esports on their knees, and that nade might just do it. That nade might just do it. Is it going to blow off though? Oh no, he missed it.
He certainly did, but now he needs to go in. Blood Legion, they need to recover fast, because if they do not, it's going to spell trouble for them, as A1 Esports are getting their players back online one after the other, as Dante has managed to finish off Ryan. So A1 Esports, they started off really well, but a few mistakes following that is certainly not going to help them in this situation, as StalwartFlex have finally chimed in inside the party, and they might want to get a lot of kills from around here.
Exactly, StalwartFlex being in that third party. As long as these two people are still brawling against each other, StalwartFlex will be the one to eat the rest of the food remaining. But again, now A1 Esports, they aren't really looking that good. They are just locked down inside that literal watchtower they have for themselves, a Blood Legion. StalwartFlex doesn't really seem like they want to capitalize on this entire situation. They have backed off, while Blood Legion is looking quite comfortable in the initial stages they are. Now, Sinister, of course, is quite out in the open. Only time can tell. As soon as the smoke fades away, Sinister's position will be gone as well. And certainly realizing onto that fact, Sinister is going to be smoking himself out, while Jaro is just in those nearby phrases, and the rest of his teammates are in the back lines.
Oh my god. How on earth Blood Legion could mess this one up. You know, A1 Esports getting all their players back online, and they are going to hunt the players of Blood Legion down, as Gyro has fallen off and will of course want to secure that kill. A shroud of smoke sort of protecting Dominic as he makes a run for his life. What a beautiful start to this entire fight, but look how it has finally followed up. You know, it's A1 Esports sort of redeeming themselves, restoring their players back on full HP, all four of them alive, as we have High Voltage going against our PN crew right now.
And exactly, High Voltage, Seems like they aren't really looking that comfortable as PN Crew have all their players alive. Havoc and Assassin. Havoc and Cooney has went down in the process, and of course the last man is going to be there to protect them. But is he going to be able to? But no, it's going to be the answer. Assassin going down as well. Things are all down to Extreme now. He has a lot of pressure on his back. He is proning down right behind that vehicle. But for how long is his position going to be not compromised? How long is he going to be a anonymous?
Well, that we have to see, and time is only gonna give our answers. Well, PN Crew certainly have a slight idea as to where he might be, considering they've spotted that Shaq out. But Extreme, he's not making a lot of noise, but he needs to heal up over here. And, it does not really look good for him as he goes after Ayush, gives away his position. And with that, High Voltage taking an early exit at the 16th spot.
I don't really know if giving away his position away that like that was the way, but again, another fight breaking down. StalwartFlex going up against INES. Two big teams clashing against each other. I really want to see how things will be panning out between these two. INES, of course, in that passive foot, while StalwartFlex are throwing down, barraging down those nades onto the players of INES as Gajar is still in those backlines. Are they going to be expecting him to be there, though? Of course, Gajar's position is quite anonymous up till now. But Salo IT taking a little bit of shots onto him. Gajar has given away his position as well. Salo getting compromised from the backlines. Uzum being the one. And now, again, Gajar taking down Blade as well. Now, these trades are happening initially left and right, but INES are looking quite bad inside the situation. And there comes the third party that they were looking for. Of course, it's going to be Clutch from the backlines doing the work. And wow.
Just the last player surviving, and he still does not want to give up. That is how good Team INES want to play this time around. But they also have to get inside the circle, as we've got Blood Legions. Leo going after A1 Esports all by his lonesome, as Sinister and Jax are the two players surviving over here. Can they do something out of this? Leo, he's going in for the kill. He will get the confirmation. But from the backlines, we do see the players. That is Jax and Sinister making the push. Well, they are forming that flag angle. And Leo, how long is he going to survive? And he won't be is going to be the answer anymore, as A1 Esports have somehow managed to wipe out Blood Legion.
That was so close. That was so close. You're almost so close to clutching it out. But again, another fight panning out. It's going to be 7C going up against PN Crew. PN Crew have already came out of one fight, and now they will have to go inside another fight as well. And take a look at Legend. He's exposing himself, but Totter doesn't really seem like he want to take him down that way. He wants to use that nade, and he even damaged himself using that nade. That was quite a questionable decision. He could have taken down Legend quite easily, but Totter making some questionable decisions inside the game. But take a look at 1952 as well, being just right behind them. And of course, Totter will be taken down by Sharp being the man, and that's going to be Totter completely finished out the game as well. And, well, a lot of questionable decisions made right there by StalwartFlex.
Indeed, it was, but at the same time, 7C, they could have done better. Toto should have rather gone for a low-toss grenade, but it is what it is. But True Love and all the remainder of his players are still alive, and they're playing from the edges. So this is what I was telling you about, right? You get to see those similar circles, but towards the end, you get those curveballs. Now, it's a completely different zone. We have not seen these players really being comfortable over there, as three teams are in the nearby vicinities. PN Crew, 7C, 1952, all going after each other.
And of course, the nasal will opt in from Ayush there, but doesn't really seem like any of those nades will be connecting, as StalwartFlex taking an exit onto the 12th position. Trying to kill, following it up on 11th. So many teams just got eliminated in those small amount of time. Even Deadeyes following the footstep, and that's just going to be so many teams taking an exit right at the same time. But now again, the fight between these three teams continues, as 1952 is going up against PN Crew, and then 7C being in those nearby vicinities. And again, Ayush is quite in a world of trouble. He needs to heal himself before the zone's closing down, but that's going to be 7C Fear taking him down, and PN Crew taking exit onto the 8th position.
But 1952 are in a very capitalizing position to get this fight on in their names, as they will just wipe out the entirety of 7C and playing the waiting game, letting the weaker team come in, and they waited for the right chance. Once they did get it, they striked. And INES surviving with their players over here, 2 being the number, going against Carnage. Now, one of the most consistent teams from Nepal. They've been doing so very well, being the winners from the regional finals, but find themselves in a bit of a pickle, as Gaishar has managed to take down Manish.
Exactly. But now, of course, INES do have their sights locked onto the players of Carnage, but Carnage is, of course, a team which is capable of turning things around, turning the tables anytime they want. INES will have to watch out from them. The raise will be there from the side of Carnage, as they are looking quite good. They have all their players alive. up till this late game situation as well. But A1 Esports doing quite good. Of course, their form was kind of lost, since the week 1. But now it seems like they might be back, as Skylight Gaming as well are still in those late game circles. And 1952 doing phenomenals inside this entire Super Weekend.
They are, and what a way to kick things off. And if they continue this kind of a run, even in the league days, they might also qualify. But Chari, look at him, just proning out, having that ghillie suit, and also a suppressor. So if he plays his cards right, I mean it, Skylight Gaming can win this one out. But now, moving along, we've got Nima. He's making a move for himself, and he's caught off guard. I mean, he's caught out in the open. His position has certainly been compromised, and he falls down at the 6th spot.
Exactly. And now again, Skylight Gaming is actually harassing the players of each and every single team, but INES this time opening things up onto the players of A1 Esports, confirming the kill instantly and kind of in the rotation, exposing his body way too much, because Jar has to pay the price for it, as Chari is going to be the one to make him do that. But now again, as you did mention, Chari, if he's going to be playing his cards right, he would rack up a lot of kills. Skylight Gaming proving that and doing a lot of domination in those late game circles. Now a lot of teams might be unsettled, because the way Skylight Gaming is dominating the entire circle, this is quite a absolute good thing to witness.
It indeed is, and Skylight Gaming might have a chance, but here comes that grenade as Entry with a beautiful knock onto its players, but Joker is going to respond in fashion as Entry is going to lob one more grenade. He does have those level 3 armor and helmet, which is of course going to help his cause over there. But look at Sinister. He is surviving. He is the solo player from his team, but Carnage Esports being in a very tough spot. The moment Sinister just comes out, he can easily spot them out and might just get those 2 kills for free.
Exactly. Now that was just an absolute incredible nade coming in from his side. But again, Sinister, as you did mention, the last player surviving for A1 Esports, all he can do is just wait out and wait for the situations to turn into his favor and wait for the right moment to strike. As the circle has moved away from him, he will have to make the rotation in, and while he makes the rotation, that might be his end, because there's not really a lot of cover in between. He will have to build a smoke wall for himself, but 1952 is in those nearby phrases. Skylight Gaming are in that aggressive step as well, and then again, Chari being in those backlines, having the high ground for himself, and Joker, of course, opening things up onto 1952, taking their main man down. Entry falling down on his knees, and now things are just down to Sharp.
Indeed, and Sharp might be in a whole world of trouble. He needs to survive. He needs to get those position points for his team right now, as Skylight Gaming racking up 11 kills already. This is what we have seen them do in the last PMPL, the champions over here. But Sharp getting a beautiful knock onto its Joker at the right nick of time, lobbing a grenade instantly, but gets taken down right after.
And again, Sinister from the backlines doing work onto the players of 1952. That's going to be them getting absolutely eliminated. Now things are just down to Sinister. Of course, Joker is knocked out, trying to throw down a lot of utilities in the process, but Carnage as well, capitalizing onto the players of Skylight Gaming, as Jiggle and Manish are going to be finding one player down, as Skylight Gaming might be in a heap of trouble. They need to find themselves a better or a comfortable spot, because Sinister is not going to be giving his body away that easily. But take a look at what Carnage is doing. Leon, of course, trying to watch out the back flank area, making sure he's not getting flanked, and his team is quite secure, at least for now. But again, now Skylight Gaming will have to take down Sinister if they don't want to get sandwiched. And of course they will.
Yes, they do, and it comes down to the 2 Nepali teams going off against each other in a 2v3 situation, where we have Carnage, having the high ground advantage for themselves, but at the same time, I love how Joker has positioned. And if a few grenades go right, which they might possibly can, I think they might have a chance at the chicken dinner. But Jiggle and Leon getting very up close and personal, all of them dropping away their backpacks, not trying to reveal their position in such a precarious spot, as Jiggle has been spotted out, but Leon sort of missing out on his mark as Heaven is trying to close in, has spotted out Jiggle, has also reloaded his weapon, does get that one knock. He needs to get another. It's a 1v2. Can Manish clutch it out? Again proning in, but this is where Skylight Gaming are actually making their move. Manish having been spotted, and there comes the beautiful chicken dinner.
Exactly. What a play coming in from the lines of Skylight Gaming, dominating the entire endgame circle as well. It felt like I was watching some pub games. The way these guys had the confidence level all the way on top was just incredible. And again, the way these guys were moving around as well, weren't really scared and didn't really flinch as well, even for a second. That's the confidence level that I want to see from a team like Skylight Gaming inside this tournament.
For a second, I was really scared when Leon sort of messed up that spray. I think But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading out for a short little break because coming right after is the analyst desk to break things down.
Are you keeping it real? Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the second Super Weekend where the awesomeness has, of course, almost reached the end, and in doing so, we've got perfect turn of events when it comes to teams who were not able to dominate well this week, and they were certainly able to do so. Got themselves $1,000, got themselves the chicken dinner, but alongside all of this, it is, of course, a huge thanks to Oppo F9 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, brother. Let's move on to our analysts and ask them what do they think about this final game.
I mean, if you have to talk about this one, you know that the hillsides like that is always contested by Skylight Gaming.
Always.
They had their previous chicken dinner on
Yep,
that as well.
yep.
And talking about Joker, well, 1386 damage, 4 kills, 5 assists. Wow!
I mean, an impressive performance from the lad, but I mean, Skylight Gaming, I want to talk about that final fight, the way they took it.
Yes.
Not just, I mean, up until the moment where they were taking on Sinister, but before that as well when the players of 1952 were surviving. And,
Yeah.
well, kudos to Carnage Esports. Those were some 200 IQ, I don't know, camouflage moments from them. Just like lying on the ground and just waiting.
It became a 200 IQ moment because camouflaging at that area. I mean, everyone was just, talking about their own fights, but talking about his contribution, right? 21 point, almost 22% of kill contribution for himself. Talking about the damage as well. So he has been looking really good. But hey, the final Russians with MK and GP, those
Yep.
turn of events were really good. Plus, they did lose one player in the final moment. But hey, it was worth it because they at the end got the chicken dinner for themselves.
Plus, it made the last fight a little bit more interesting because it was sort of 2v2 for like 2 seconds right there.
Exactly.
But then they take down the initial aggressor from the side of Carnage and this end things with the chicken dinner coming in.
Well, that was just perfect domination coming in from Skylight Gaming, of course. And right here, we've got the top players coming from this game. It's, of course, Joker right there with 4 kills, 1386 damage.
Yeah. But
Talk about this one, 7 kills coming up.
yeah, making sure that the damage that was being done by Joker was converted into something. I mean, Heaven just making sure that his opponents were going to Heaven, followed by Sinister right there with 2 kills, but 827 damage and also the survival time. I mean, bringing his team into the top 3.
So this one, I mean, talking about the survival time, right? Every survival time is post 24 minutes, almost 25-minute marker, as well as you talk about Sinister, so 24, 52, and Jiggle 25, 21. So the match was long, but it kind of just, went with the same intensity once the fights just broke with everything.
Absolutely. Another player that I do want to talk about, or rather mention when it comes to Skylight Gaming's performance, is going to be Chari.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that lad with his perfect ghillie suit was so perfectly placed when it comes to, having that back-end approach from the team. And he was that rock who was just defending every single push coming in, either from Carnage or from far away as well. But yeah, perfect play.
Exactly, perfect play. And as you said about Chari, I mean, definitely a cornerstone for the team. Cornerstone for the team, right? Has been there. Is a veteran of the scene, and well, match summary. Everything is just Skylight Gaming.
It's Joker and Heaven all together.
Yeah.
2 players. Most utilities used, maximum assist, highest skills, longest distance skill,
Everything,
highest
just 2
damage,
lads.
chicken dinner,
$1,000.
$1,000.
Yeah.
It's all part of the process. But yes, in doing so, of course, Skylight Gaming have showcased the lobby when it comes to those sort of circles, when it comes to those sort of, hilly areas. This team is going to be dominating when it comes to Erangel map. But along with that, let's move on to the match summary to summarize all of this perfect approach and perfectly set up aggression. And in that, 29 points is what this team walks away with 14 kills.
That is an impressive number right there. But I mean, look at the top 5 as a whole as well. I mean, they put up amazing performances, and we do see the 3 teams from Bangladesh have good finishes this time. A1 Esports, 1952, and INES.
They did pick up their own paces, but now the thing that comes down is they can carry it forward to the league day, you know, the ones that are going to start really soon. But the thing is, right now, 3rd, 4th, 5th, they had a good position for themselves. DRSP and Crew and T2K on 6th, 7th, and 8th position. But this is where, you know, again, Zeus comes down. We'll look at this one on to the next one, as that's where Zeus is. That's where Seal 9 is. I mean, the Mongolian teams, right? So every team was trying their level best. StalwartFlex right now in 13th, so this will reflect big time on the overall standings.
Well, of course, most certainly it will. But you talk about teams that were performing really well when it comes to the first 3 games that we saw. It was, of course, Venom Legends as well as Seal 9. But now, as we bring it down to an end when it comes to the second Super Weekend, it's a bit of a tricky affair. But
so it's again the same thing. The break that was there between the matches has resulted in the changes that come up with the performance.
And that changes what the teams would want to take it forward with today's day moving forward. After this, obviously, there's one thing that, you know, no $1,000.
Yes.
But still, the games will go on.
They most certainly will. Along with that, of course, let's move on to the rotations that these teams showcased, thus implying the zone analysis is what is, well, again, going to be showcasing a different story when it comes to this one.
Exactly. I mean, and also whenever we have the Western circles, that becomes a little bit easier for the teams in the early stages, since we do have the rotations planned out for that. Because, like, for the last few days, I mean, we've just been seeing those Western circles back to back.
I mean, for Skylight Gaming, they drop down around the areas of Gatka, and then they have to move up down, and they had a good area for themselves. Still, the circle started, so, you know, nothing wrong with their rotation at all. At all. They had a really good chance of moving anywhere in the circle they wanted to.
Exactly, and again, early stages, people have read these rotations, so they have a plan already set. But this time the interesting thing was, as we always talk about it, open area circles in Erangel do become sort of tricky, and they do become sort of challenged because you don't expect them that much, right? Yes. And that is why no matter how good your rotations, how good you think your rotations are, there are chances of getting caught off guard in this map a lot in these open area circles towards the west, towards Gatka areas, and we saw that happen quite often.
Absolutely,
in this match.
You bring up that one fight where XP Blood Legion tried to dominate. I mean, it was a perfect push, but they were not able to convert those into kills. And I mean, just given that few seconds rather, is all they needed. I mean, those were just few moments. Let's combine the different moments that took place throughout this final game and bring up the zone. And, of course, the open moments.
Exactly. I mean, talking about the open moments, right? There were a lot when you talk about the fights. And the fights just started every corner. You could get your chance to get inside the circle. Because, first of all, the fights were for the zone contestation. And, hey, if you find someone, you know, out in the open, you would want to punish them that, you know, why are you there?
I mean, so this is the situation that Blotter was talking about. XP Blood Legion do manage to find A1 Esports off guard. But look at the players of XP Blood Legion on the map. They were quite far away from each other. We saw Dominic be the first person to go down to Sinister right there, and then the rest of the team try to come in and do a 3v4 situation, which should have never happened. When you lose out on one player in a situation like that, just back off.
Yeah, because you might lose out on the fight altogether, right? That's how the things go down. Plus, talking about the circles, as it's 4th, 5th circle, you know, if you're overcommitting outside the circle, the zone's gonna damage you really bad, and you cannot do anything. But this is where, you know, the final moments just started.
But look at the lads of Carnage right here.
Away from everything.
Yeah, they were like, you guys do your thing, we're going to do our thing, we're going to stay down, and we're going to see you in the end of the game.
That's exactly what they did, to perfection, I might add, because again, I mean, so this is where, when you talk about those final fights, right, you need to have all 4 players of your team alive. That is what gives you that edge. When it comes to this game also, Skylight Gaming had that edge based on the fact that, yes, all 4 players were there.
Exactly. But talking about the damage right now, you can see the chaos that this team just, you know, went with out here. 2, 6, 7, 9 damage for this team. 14 kills coming out, and then followed by, we can see Carnage 1874 as well. But there are some other teams onto there. So you can see, right, XP 2 kills, 1235 damage. That's when, you know, they were taking lots of fights, but getting lesser results for themselves.
Exactly, because they did put up an amazing fight. I mean, XP Blood Legion have sort of turned around their pace since week 1, week 2. They look a lot better. I mean, the one thing that we noticed in their performance, if we compare their performance, how they are playing in the PMPL to how they played in the PMCO from where they qualified, is that the level of aggression from this team had gone down. But no, now it is coming back in. The players feel a little bit more confident. I've been saying this for like the entire second week of this tournament, but the team looks good. A few bad games here and there, they are going to happen. You can't avoid them.
You certainly cannot, because
yeah.
Because again, I mean, that is the play. That is how the
Exactly.
game, of course, will move along. Sometimes it's going to favor some team, otherwise it's going to move on towards another aggressive team, and that is where the aggression that has been showcased from the Mongolian teams, of course, I'm talking about Z3us Esports, has racked up some amazing points for themselves. Thus, let's talk about it. Let's bring up the storyboard. Let's have a look at the overall ranking where they have crossed the 300 marker. That is Z3us Esports.
Wow, they have, but Carnage right now just getting on to the second position for themselves with a slight jump, 274 points, 270 for DRS, and then there's a slight gap, not a lot though, but T2K is on 4, DE is out there on 5th, so these are the top 5 teams right now. Then comes A1 Esports, again with a good jump for themselves, but still lacking that chicken dinner. I mean, maybe this week will be theirs when we talk about the super weekends for themselves, because they are the only team without any chicken dinner right now in this top 10 saga.
And still placing themselves on 6th. I mean, that is again consistency showcased to perfection.
They have more kills than Carnage if you talk about the kill numbers, right? Talk about StalwartFlex as well. So these teams are trying their level best, but the team A1 Esports needs just one thing, that is one chicken dinner to start off their rocket journey when they just plan for everything.
Exactly, but once again, it's as the players say. Right now, the objective is to make it to the finals. So maybe in the finals, we're going to see how A1 Esports close out games, because that's the only thing that's missing, right? But on the second page of the standing, ladies and gentlemen, finally the drop has happened. Skylight Esports, they are out of the top 10.
Ouch.
Yeah. That's true. But right now, as you know, we saw this loss by Skylight Esports out of this position, because previously they were topping the first chart, now they are topping the second chart, which is right now the blow that just, they have realized. I would love to see how much forward can they move with everything, because, they will be coming back to play, but they know the damage that has been done. Obviously, the points now will not be counted till they make it to the Super Weekend 3, but they know what's at stake now if they lose on something. Plus, every other team also knows what's at stake, because if 1 week can change everything like this, things might just, happen again.
Exactly, and this is going to be the final league play that will move on towards the final Super Weekend. And again, all of these teams are going to have to bring in that A-class dominating performance during those league play matches, because that is going to be the most important thing to be a part of course, the final Super Weekend, alongside which, of course, $5,000, $1,000 per chicken dinner is also something that so many of these teams are certainly very eager to be a part of. But boy, oh boy, I mean, this has been a fun Super Weekend, because teams that we had not predicted or expected to do so well have just decimated the entire lobby.
Oh, exactly.
And now there's a really big difference between IC and Assassin. I mean, before this day, Assassin was he was keeping things close, right? Now 78 to 68.
Yeah, I mean, IC got 78 kills for his own self. Zol is there with 62. Snipe with 62 as well. So, I mean, Zol and Snipe, they are pretty close. I mean, that's where top 3 might just come in, who wants to move forward. But IC is still topping up the charts.
Boy, oh boy, what perfect turn of events this is for so many of these teams. Again, you move on towards the second page of the kill leaders. This is where we see another player of Z3us Esports that's going to be Cordless with 55 kills. Again, the domination and how close these stats are to each other is what works as well as not works in so many of these lads' favor. But eventually, as this conversation moves on, as of now, this is what we've got when it comes to the matches that these teams have played. They still have league plays to go through. There are few teams who have not been able to participate even once during the Super Weekend. Hopefully, they will be able to, in this league play, make a bit more of a showcase.
Exactly. I mean, we are going to expect that, because now the momentum, not the momentum, I have to say, the pressure is going to build up, right? Final Super Weekend, final opportunity, especially, I mean, for the teams that are sitting in the bottom 5 of the overall leaderboard, because there are teams that have crossed the 100-point marker, right? C9, they have managed to do that. Then the challenge for them is to take on PN Crew, which is going to take a while, but the pressure is going to be on 1952, because the difference between them and R3D, the team right below them, it's not that much. If R3D make it, 1952 are basically going to be out of the tournament.
That's going to be a sad state of affairs. Nobody wants to even discuss that right now. I'm sure no team wants to be able to look on to that. But eventually, that is what the stats says. That is what the story says, and thus that is going to be the carnage that is going to be brought on along when it comes to those league plays, because that is where the entire final teams, the final 16 teams, are going to be selected to move on into, well, final Super Weekend. With that, let's have a look at the kill damage coming in, the total top players coming in with the damage that they've dealt throughout this entire saga. And in that, once again, Z3us Esports is the one leading this chart once again.
What's the total right there, Ocean?
But think about this one, right? I just want to tell you, I mean, Assassin was there at second with the kill numbers, but Z3us is topping up with the catastrophic damage that they have. I mean, talking about this, what, 47, 48, 50,000 almost damage coming up from these three lads. That's an incredible number if you just, you know, want to have it on the board.
I mean, that is incredible. But look at this. So, on the 9th position is Crypto from StalwartFlex, right? And he has been really, really consistent for his team.
Exactly, he has been. I mean, talking about StalwartFlex, right? The team has showcased signs of life for themselves, for the region entirely. We talk about Sandesh, the solo guy who just, you know, loves to go for the chicken dinners, 48 kills and 12,000 damage. So that has been one thing. But Z3us and then Skylight and then DRS, I mean, these are the names that everyone would want to look out for. They have been out there in the top 5 when it comes down to the catastrophic damage that they have been just, you know, putting up onto the game.
Also, right now, Z3us seems to be the only team that have like more than one individual player in the overall leaders by damage, right? This team, I mean, that comes down to the fact as well, like earlier we used to say, all right, they have 2 aggressors, now there's 3 of them. But no one stays behind, like everyone just rushes in. They are like, alright,
they love to do it, they will do it.
There's a fight, we're gonna take it.
Every single time. I mean, since the start actually, since week 1 itself, that is what we've seen Z3us Esports performance been like. They have always wanted to be at the top when it comes to those damage histographs that we always bring up. And that is where they take a miraculous lead compared to the entirety of the lobby. Along with which, let's move on to, of course, the day's summary when it comes to the entire saga that took place in the second Super Weekend. How has this resulted when it comes to the teams? What sort of stats have they brought on board? And in that, we've got Skylight with 2 chicken dinners this time around.
Oh yeah.
Well, they have been good, right? For their own gameplay, 41 kills, that has been maximum for this whole day. If you talk about the day 3 of the Super Weekend too, and knockouts 35 as well. Damage received was good with the Carnage right now. Heals with INES, but overall it has been good for Skylight. If you talk about, and obviously the ending with the chicken dinner, that just showcases how confident you were.
Not just that, I mean, even before the break, I mean, Skylight Gaming, the sort of rise has been there a little bit, because earlier days of the tournament, I mean week 1 specifically, Skylight Gaming, they were doing really well, right?
Yes.
They were doing so well. I mean, we were like, all right, this is a team that we remember. But then we see the fall off come in, and now the recovery is still there. So the inconsistencies are there for the team, and now it's just the final week that we have in front of us. So do you want to go into the finals with you being the best, you sending a message to everyone else, or do you want to go to the finals with people being like, all right, that's someone that we want to take on?
Well, that is of course going to be the story coming in from this team, and in doing so, they have showcased the entire lobby that we are here to dominate and bring in those chicken dinners along with the dollars into their banks, and that is perfect. That is just the way that these teams want to be able to roll. With that, we do reach the end of our second Super Weekend, but of course, this is the day where we move on into the league plays as well. And for that, you're going to have to wait just a few more minutes, because we're going to go on a short little break, after which, of course, we'll move on along with the league plays. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Colosseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is week number 3's league play stages is where we're at. This is going to be the final week. The final week where, of course, there are 2 days, 10 games in total, and these teams, all 20 teams, will have just these 10 games to be able to showcase that domination, to be a part of that final third Super Weekend. With that, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Once again, thanks to Oppo for sponsoring the PMPL events. I'm your host, Blotto. Joining me on the analyst desk today are once again the two amazing personalities that you ought to know by now. They are none other than Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma.
We're back. We are back. And yes, this week it's going to be the goal to be in top 16. Do whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
Just stay there.
Exactly, because final week, one final opportunity for a few names to make sure that they head to the finals. A lot of finals right there.
Exactly. And you know, everything that you do, it has to come down here only.
It is this day. It is today and tomorrow. The only 2 days that these teams are going to have. All 20 teams, of course, are going to be participating in these league plays. And through that, only 16 teams will move on forth into the Super Weekend affair.
Exactly. I mean, 20 teams, it goes down to 16 teams, and then there's a 3-day Super Weekend affair that we just completed. And after that, obviously, you can see the road that still moves on. I mean, this road never ends. There's always something that you have to do to showcase that, yes, you are the best.
Exactly. From the domination in the region of South Asia, you have to move on to dominate the whole of Asia. That's going to be the Asia Regional Finals that are next. But it is going to be so fun to see how the teams plan to qualify now, because we've been discussing this, right? There are a few teams that are lagging behind, a few teams that are just, well, they are moving at light speed in the leaderboard, moving up and up and up and up. But now the pressure builds up, and under pressure, teams can either break down, or we are going to see totally different performances. It's going to be night and day.
Absolutely, because today, again, I mean, what I'm expecting from these teams is going to be a factual thing, which is going to be, well, if you're at the bottom of that totem pole, you better just showcase that domination, no matter what it takes. Showcase that aggression, because that is what will move on and bring you those top 16 positions, and that is what will result in you being a part of that perfect weekend awesomeness, where, of course, every chicken dinner gives you that $1,000. But alongside all of this, when you talk about money, you've got $300,000 on the line, from which PMPL South Asia Finals has 150 grand separated.
I mean, a few minutes back, we just came after, you know, seeing two teams get rich for themselves. That's where the average chicken dinner match just comes from. But that was obviously the Super Weekend affair. Now it just starts up again with, we can say it a new day, we can say it a new start maybe, but with the same level of aggression.
Exactly.
Or maybe even better, dude. Maybe even better, because this is, again, just to kind of bring it down to the end, right? This is the final 2 days that few of these teams are going to have to showcase that aggression. Well, one of them has not been able to, a few of them have not been able to participate in that Super Weekend itself. And talking about that Super Weekend, that is where those points matter quite a lot. Right now, when you talk about league plays, it is just for you to be able to qualify into that Super Weekend and thus be in that top 16. But along with that, again, I mean, you talk about points, you know Zeus has crossed that 300 marker.
Exactly.
They are dominating with those kills, getting themselves 1 point per kill every single time.
Exactly, but as you said, I mean, this is league play right now. League play points don't matter, and the beauty of league play is every week, every single team is starting from zero, right? So the opportunity is always going to be there, but you have to use that opportunity to grab it and then move on to the Super Weekend. As you said, I mean, the teams over there have already established themselves, and there are a few names that we are sure, right, we're going to see them in the finals. But the opportunity for you to move on is still going to be there.
Absolutely will be, and in that, of course, as we discussed, we've got 20 teams from all across the region. We've got, of course, Nepali teams, we've got Bangladeshi teams, we've got invited teams, and all of them combined 5 groups is what we've got, and all these groups are going to be playing today.
This group has been, I would say, dominant because Carnage is out there at the top position.
Yeah.
Zeus has been at the top, one of the top positions, right? Seal Esports, well, they were. Now it's time to just, come back and INES. The gameplay that they show is incredibly amazing.
Yeah, Seal Esports last week, they were a surprise. Don't know what happened to the team. I mean, not being for a team that was sitting on the first position, not qualifying for the next Super Weekend, that was, well, a big ouch for them. But from the first, they have dropped down to the 11th as far as the overall leaderboard is concerned for the Super Weekends. And now this second week should be an opportunity for redemption.
Absolutely should be, and move on towards Group B right now. As we just got done with the Super Weekend games, we saw Skylight Gaming walking away with $2,000, 2 chicken dinners in just one weekend affair. But in that, again, when you look at Group B, Future Station.
Yeah.
An invited name.
Yes, it is sad.
So, here's the thing, right? When you are on a losing streak, like Future Station, morale starts to break down.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you gotta, it's like glass half full, glass half empty kind of. You got nothing more to lose. Just move
Exactly.
forward with everything that you have. Just go with the YOLO strat for every game.
I agree with what Ocean said, and
Yes.
that is the mindset that the team needs right now. We don't have anything to lose. All we can do is play our best.
Absolutely. Till now, we've seen 8 teams. Let's move on towards Group C, where once again, you talk about Team F4, a very interesting gameplay coming in from this team when it comes to the PMCO affair, but move that along. The aggression has been there, but somehow have not been able to convert them in their favor. A1 Esports, another team that has seen a bit of a dip in their performance, but along with all of this, a team that has showcased, well, confidence is going to be XP Blood Legion.
Exactly. Talking about XP Blood Legion, right? I mean, they have had their share of bad games in the previous week, if you want to talk about it. But the week that just surpassed that, I mean, that's where XP Blood Legion just started off, moving up with a good momentum, just thrashing out the teams that were just right in front of them, just taking the competition. The only thing that they need to focus on is the rotation, because we saw them just doing some good, bad, ugly, crazy rotations for themselves that might have been or might not have been good for them.
Exactly, and today hopefully that will be tested and will be brought down to a perfect synergistic play for this team. Another team, as we move on towards Group D, to bring up, or rather 2, is going to be High Voltage as well as Venom Legends. Venom Legends, a team that has been on an upward slope, High Voltage on the other side, sadly on a downward.
Exactly. I mean, it was just a few games, right?
Yes.
But that is a similar situation for both these teams, as you mentioned. But I want to talk about R3D Esports, because R3D Esports were doing really well in week 1, and then week 2 comes in, the whole team crumbles.
For R3D, it was one thing, right? We remember them having a chicken dinner as well in the map of Sanhok, and after that, they could not carry forward that momentum. It comes down, right? You get one good game, every team knows like what you were doing, because they try to study you. They know they want to know why this team was better than us. So that's why R3D just went down. But hey, they will come back stronger, hopefully. But then there's one more group remaining, because this is the time of groups, right?
Absolutely, and in that we've got Seal9, a team that moved into the second Super Weekend with perfect domination and moved on along with 2 chicken dinners, getting themselves in a comfortable position when it comes to those points.
This is the story of Group E, right? If you remember, after the first week, we were talking about this one. 2 teams qualified, 2 did not, and then the next week, all the teams just qualified from this group. So that just shows, if you give them time, they try to rise, and they rise for good.
Plus, I mean, the earlier on in the tournament, I mean, the first week specifically, sometimes the team utilized that opportunity to learn the other team's tactics, learn their play style, learns how the players function, and then during the second week, things get implemented as far as strategies is concerned. That is, I think, something that Seal9 actually did, because week 2 looked like they were prepared for everything, but it works the other way around as well. Like, the other teams are going to start prepping for you once they start seeing your true colors.
Agreed.
Absolutely. And now in that conversation, let's add on a beautiful thing that, of course, Ocean was mentioning, the YOLO approach. And in that YOLO approach, a team that you have to bring up is going to be Future Station. So let's bring up a start that is going to be based on their league play days from week 1 compared to week 2, where Future Station, it's sad state of affair. Again, a very reputed team, a dominating force, but somehow has not been able to bring their gameplay up.
So if you talk about the difference, you can see 8 kills versus 16 kills. Yeah, I mean, the kill number is low, but that constitutes to 33 and 34 points. That means one week, if they were playing for the kill point, they did not get the placement point. The other one, if they were going for the placement points, they did not get the kill points. If they go for a perfectly balanced approach in this one, because you can see the damage received is quite close to each other, damage given is also quite close to each other, that means they just have to just, go for a perfect gameplay. Once they do that, 1, 2, 3 games, they might just get the best of it for themselves, because you can see they have had their share of fights. This would have been their game because they were the only team in the house. But when it comes down to the open approach, things sometimes falter down.
Exactly, and one major thing that I think is going to be required to be fixed from the side of Future Station is going to be communication, because that is something we never see the players every single time this team has been in a fight, apart from the Erangel one that we just saw. That was it was supposed to be their game, and Ocean was like, alright, how do you mess this up? But as I was saying, we see players getting caught off guard. The fights that they pick up, players are out of position always, and a fight that starts out like it looks like they're going to win it, they end up losing.
True. And so many times we've seen them caught off guard in terms of their rotations as well, and that is what has resulted in them not being able to perform that well. And of course that is represented by the graph right here, where they have had quite a lot of dips throughout the games they've played.
Exactly. I mean, you can see so many games going down with 0 points for themselves. They need to fix that, because, hey, if a team can go till 15 points for themselves, and that is obviously, talking about the kill points and placement points, consistency like this, I mean, there is not that much of a consistency as of now, but if they can get consistent points like this, they might as well just, get the game for themselves. 1 game, 2 game, maybe 3 games like 15, 12, 12, that sounds like a good start for a team.
Maybe. I mean, they have 8 games again in this league play to qualify for the Super Weekend. If they want to take those first 3 games, and I mean, and if they can get decent number of points, I mean, they do make it. But again, the target is that only, right?
Yep.
As I say, just to be safe, make sure that you're filling up your quota of getting those 50 points.
Yeah. Absolutely. And in that, when you talk about teams, let's bring up Venom Legends, a team that has showcased perfect play. And again, I mean, compare their play coming in initial of the tournament, move on into as the tournament has moved on along. The aggression has been on point from all 4 lads of this team, and slowly and steadily, of course, that has worked in their favor as they rack up those points.
Venom Legends has been an example of, how fast you can learn from your mistakes. Because, once the game just starts, it picks up its own pace. That's where Steel Shot Craft in all the 46 matches and all, they've had their share of good kills, 54 kills, 53 kills. That just showcases, if you give them a chance, if you give them the good opportunity for an opening, they would love to just go with all aggression for themselves. And we will see that in the fights as well. Look at this. You give them an opening, they would love to take the players out.
Exactly, and I mean, that was the thing, right? Week 1 we saw Venom Legends play slow-paced play style inside of the matches. They would not take fights. They would not proactively approach a situation wherein they went, alright, collision against them is an imminent. Week 2, completely different. Week 2, see that. There's one individual player, Rafat is like, alright, I gotta do this. These players are coming in this direction and I have clear shots. Takes down 2 players and then the backup comes in from the rest of the team. This time the team is a lot more proactive. They're not scared of aggressive situations, and well, in fact, most of the time they are the aggressors.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You give them an opportunity, they would love to just, make the best out of it.
Yeah.
And then the games like these were also like some
this
of the
was
most...
chaos.
Yeah, this was chaotic. So they know what work they are doing, how they are using it, how they're utilizing their utilities, and obviously the gunfights.
Well, again, to summarize it all, we have the start on our screens where, wow, perfect yet interesting turnover wins for this team. As Johnny was just mentioning, you talk about those initial games, there was a bit of a dip, there was a bit of a slow, low-key approach to the entire gameplay, but as you move on along from those matches towards the other gameplays, I mean, that is the kind of graph you want to be able to see.
Yeah, I mean, talk about this one. Look at the marker where there you see 10, right? That's where it was like on a lower level. But once you surpass like 30 match marker, you can see so many dips of ups and downs. That means if they go good, they go really good for their gameplays. Yeah, there have been some ups and downs because every team wants to play their own style in these league plays as well, and that's where performance sometimes just goes ups and downs. So the team, I mean, they are learning good, and they would love to utilize it maybe today.
They certainly have, and again, I mean, in 46 matches, that is what they've represented. And now when you move on along with the final league play, this is where, once again, this team has got to showcase that prowess that is needed to be a part of that Super Weekend. But alongside that, of course, that is a reward that is set up for all of us when it comes to that Super Weekend. But separate that towards the reward set up for you guys sitting back at home. We are talking about nothing but this very important thing. That's going to be the schedule, this perfect mega event giveaway, where indeed this goes on throughout the action of PMPL South Asia, where you get in-game rewards, along with which, when you talk about those Super Weekends, you actually have gifts like, of course, AirPods Pro and gift cards in your local currency. And all you need to do to participate in all of this is going to be, well, first things first, chime in through the esports center in game. That is going to be so very crucial for you guys to start earning those points, because those points can then be converted into, well, all these gifts, all these perfect gifts that could very well be yours.
Exactly, and the top 3 will get that permanent after.
Yeah.
We have talked about it a lot.
I need it.
Yeah, Jolly wants to wear it. I mean, if it just comes down to this one, but hey, I mean, well, some 3 people are getting it in game, so it's a good thing for them.
Yeah, it's a good thing for them. I really need it. It's going to be a good addition to the wardrobe.
Someday.
Maybe
Well,
someday.
hopefully we will. Hopefully one day we will see Johnny in that perfect outfit, you know, bringing in that domination, bringing in that bling, so to say, on stage.
Someday.
And that's going to be perfect. That's going to be just perfect. But again, it is for you guys sitting back at home. So do not forget, just join into the action of PMPL South Asia through the in-game esports center and start racking up those points. You can multiply those by, of course, guessing the weekly winners. And eventually, you will, of course, get to be a part of that perfect outfit that could very well be yours. But move that conversation along. Move that conversation along towards this final league play 10 matches that we've got right now. All 20 teams are going to be performing. Of course, Future Station is where the eyes are going to be.
Yeah.
What do you guys think when it comes to Ocean? You were talking about it last week, that when it comes to their rotation, that's where this team was getting caught off guard. This time around, what can we expect from them? What do you think?
Probably a good rotation, obviously. Plus, you know, they need to understand the circles as well, right?
Right.
Right now, they have seen like which team drops out where, how do they rotate, and why, or you know, why are we cutting their rotation, or why are they? So they need to understand these, and I think they have.
They hopefully have, because that is where, again, you move on along, you have different maps that are going to be played, right? So, of course, from one map to the other, those rotations are going to be changing, those drop locations are going to be changing. Let's talk about the schedule, where, talking about the league play, week 3, day 1, we are going to be starting things off on the map of Erangel this time around. And that is where, once again, domination is going to be showcased by groups A, B, C, and D. Group E is not going to be chiming in for these first 2 games.
Exactly, and then followed by Erangel. Map number 2 is going to be Sanhok. So Erangel and Sanhok happening this time, and it's going to be super interesting to see. Again, as Ocean said, like the rotations, not just of your team, but other teams need to be worked upon. Because we talked about this before as well. There are certain tendencies that the teams are patterns, in fact, if you will, that they are going to repeat.
Yeah.
If a team goes to Georgia Pole, like 2 teams are landing to Georgia Pole, both of them will have the same exact paths to certain circles. Like we are seeing western circles quite a lot. I'm going to repeat this on Erangel. A lot of western circles have been there. So those pathways have been figured out by now. I think Future Station, they might just be able to get decent number of kills, if nothing else.
Fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed, most certainly. But in that, will there be any prediction coming in from you for this first game?
We would love to see, you know, how the team just start, as because it was a super weekend that just ended now with the league plays. I want to see what difference do the teams just come up with, and then maybe.
Absolutely. All right, with that, it is time to move on along with our league play games. It is time to move on to the Erangel boys, who are going to be taking you through this first game. It is none other than, of course, Blay and XP that I'm talking about.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you. These guys are so kind to us all the time.
Erangel boys.
Erangel boys, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to be jumping in. It is going to be league stage. It is going to be the final opportunity for each and every one of these teams to qualify for the final Super Weekend. So a lot on the line, XP.
A lot on the line, of course. All the slates have been wiped clean, so to speak. But now, we did kind of mention Future Station earlier. Ocean said, go YOLO. You got to give it your
Screw
best.
it, do it.
They can still do it. They can still do it. Maybe they have the best 15 games in the next Super Weekend, and maybe they make it to the top 16. Again, what I want to focus is on, how is Seal Esports going to start the day, though?
That is
They're going to come out guns a-blazing.
That's the question on everyone's lips, right? They have, I believe, dropped out of the top 10, right in the 11th position. Obviously, considering they only played 1 Super Weekend, still being in the top 11 is quite a statement in itself.
With a deficit of 15 games.
Yeah, with a deficit of 15 games, but right now we're going to be finding out how Seal, and of course every one of these teams are going to be playing. Of course, we have a couple of teams who basically have nothing to lose. Zeus have nothing to lose. They're pretty much guaranteed a spot in the finals, but of course a win is a win. You get that chicken dinner, you get that extra money, you get that extra pride. And here we go, the playing path. It's going to be starting from Primorsk, and they're going to be heading straight for Built to Power. You know, that means Venom Legends, they're going to be happy. They have a choice of whichever place they want to head towards, because they love Primorsk, they love Built to Power as well.
I think Venom Legends are going to be dropping down early at Primorsk and possibly try and go a bit north towards the quarry, because, well, there are a lot of takers for Milta nowadays, and I guess my guess was pretty right, because they are going to be dropping down the first team to vacate that plane. Now, the question is, will I see some action at the military base? Because I did kind of mention about Seal Esports. We know they love going to the Giorgio apartments up north, but once in a while they also love dropping down to the Sosnovka military base, and we know one team that definitely loves heading out there.
Yep, and I wonder if they're going to be flexing on everyone here in the server. StalwartFlex, of course, being the team. R3D.
Oh, okay.
Dropping to its military base. They're a team who we know time and time again like heading towards Stalbur or Kameshki, but then, yeah, looking at the plane path, I guess they want to mix things up. But then again, if you're going to be dropping down south, you will have to go up against StalwartFlex, as we pointed out. They do like dropping there. Seal are going to be dropping towards the Gatka area, maybe driving up north. Again, completely dependent on how the play zone is going to be.
They are going to be having a look at the play zone as soon as the first circle does form, but chances are they are going to be driving up north towards Georgopol. Now, a team that does love dropping down in Gatka is, of course, Skylight Gaming. And, well, there you have it. A little bit of a change this time around, Blake. We have the circle up towards the northeast. I'm pretty sure R3D are like, maybe we should have gone to Kameshki.
Maybe, but, well, you know what? They could actually still do well if they can somehow contend with StalwartFlex down there. If we can get that win that particular deal, which should be taking place, it's going to be pretty interesting. We did spot Seal dropping on down. We thought they might go to Georgie, but the moment they saw the circle, they're going to be just immediately dropping down towards the quarry area. But on their path, it is going to be Skylight Gaming, who are starting to look good right now.
I think it'll be still in their favor if they actually head north towards Georgopol, because then they can cut just south of the shooting range and basically have the entire north area of the zone all to themselves, and, you know, they can kind of position themselves nice and good. And it looks like we just might have some action breakout early on as Future Station are contesting the boys from INES at Primorsk.
Well, it's not the boys from Future Station, it's only Badrev, because none of his teammates are nearby. He's out in the open, and he will be finished off. The woes of Future Station continue. His teammates are nowhere nearby. Everyone's towards Fairy Pure. He was a solo guy all the way here in Primorsk, and unfortunately because of that, the first casualty in the server is going to be Badrev. And I gotta say, man, for Future Station, they look like I don't want to use the word, but I feel like they have looked the weakest team out of all of the 20 teams in contention, and that's tragic, because you look at the names of the team, man. Like, you have Capshi, you have Badrev, Evil Eye. These are guys I've known for quite a while. Yeah. Something missing in this team.
Something is amiss. Now, the thing is, of course, they have 8 games. They lost the first player already. That should kind of rile them up a bit. They need to get that aggression going. They need to go in for the hunt. There you have it. You have a look at the replay, and Badrev trying to zig and zag his way out of harm's way, but it did not work out. Now, for the remaining member of the Future Station, well, okay, so we are now. That was actually pretty good.
The interesting thing for me, looking at the circle here, the play zone, the first play zone, is how completely bereft of any presence from any of the players, any of the teams towards the northern side of the circle. So Severny, Shooting Range, Stolba, Kameshki, it's up for grabs. The question is, are some of the teams, for me, it's like, are the teams on the left-hand side there, like you see Venom Legends, you see INES, they could potentially go for the long drive through on a boat, you know, just circle around Zaki, head on towards the northern side of the circle. It is an option, and I wonder if anyone's going to take it.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because someone who might take a boat could be R3D Esports. Now, they aren't contesting StalwartFlex at the military base right now. You can have a look on your screens. Anubis, the god of death, is going to be right there at the bottom towards the south. Now, if I have a look at the circle, everyone is kind of comfortable, but Blood Legion have moved over to Rozhok. Of course, Deadeyes Guys are not in this game, as Group E is going to sit the first 2 rounds out. Now, Zeus.
They can wreak havoc. They can literally go around ruining everyone's
I think that's what they're doing right now. Have a look at IC. He's already half out of the car. He's in his shotgun position, and he wants some blood play.
He wants some blood. I do enjoy watching Zeus. They're like an agent of chaos who also basically murders anyone in their path. And sure, sometimes they go out early because of their approach, but doesn't matter because they have so many kill points. It's hilarious how lopsided their kill points are. Killer's gonna drop out, spots out Tamim. Should be careful because Kopshi's nearby, and Kopshi's gonna duke it out here as Zake is hunting down Tamim. It's the hunt is definitely on as it traverses the fields. The bullets don't quite find its mark. One bullet did, but Seal's gonna take an immediate U-turn because they've chased away Tamim. Now they know Kopshi's left alone, and Killer is gonna rattle off shots through the smoke, and Kopshi will be no more in the next few seconds. The woes of Future Station, it doesn't abate.
They don't abate at all. Now, it is going to be problematic for Future Station. Again, you know, if you do not have somebody with you in your car to shoot out, it's pretty much, it's going to get difficult. But right now, Future Station are going to be survived by two members. Tamim and Evil Eye are the only ones who are left. Again, they are taking the brunt of... Well, they're taking the brunt right at the beginning, and it's something that is going to be a bit detrimental as far as the morale goes. But I don't know, anything can happen. They just need to wait it out, get a few lucky kills, and stay out of harm's way, and be like opportunistic parasites, right? Get those little kills, like I said, by hook or by crook. 1 kill equals 1 point.
And look, I know it's very grim for them at the moment, like 0 points, but anything can happen. We saw the way SW2D3 Esports, they played one super weekend, and look at their points, it's still just shy of 200. So, again, reminding everyone, and I feel like Future Station should remind themselves as well, you just need to be in the top 16. It is very, very doable. What I would hate to see is kind of, you know, I'd hate for them to have kind of like a weak mentality and be like, oh, guys, there's no chance, there's no hope. No, you can't have that. You can't enter a game like this.
We've seen, when the odds are stacked against you, we've seen people like Jiggle get those clutches. We've seen so much in the past, and of course, you may be down, but you are never out. That is what they definitely need to think, and looks like R3D are going to be on the move. We might have some bridge action as StalwartFlex are heading for the Western Bridge as well, of course, on our replay. It does kind of look like Mono69 doesn't really have to come in because Killer, well, lived up to his name.
It did, and speaking of potential bridge action, maybe you can just pan all the way down south to the military base where R3D might be going up against StalwartFlex. Again, it is a bit of a lull right now. Johnny gets spotted out, and the timing could not have been perfect from Johnny, or rather from Joker. And Joker, rattling off those bullets, he could blow up the vehicle and make life even more miserable, trying to spot out Johnny's feet. Backup hasn't arrived yet, though. And Johnny's doing his best. He crawls out into the open, unaware of which direction the bullets are coming in from. He's down to sliver of HP. Blue comes on in. Well, there's Johnny. He's gone.
He has gone indeed. Now, I don't want to use words like complacency, but StalwartFlex, they've had the island to themselves, well, over the course of the last 3 weeks. So, again, you need to check your corners. You can't take it for granted that, you know, no one is going to be around you, especially at this early stage, as Godless seems to have spotted the members from Blood Legion. Is he going to let loose a few bullets? Yes, he is. I mean, of course he is.
Of course he is. Trigger discipline? What's that? I don't think that belongs in Zeus's vocabulary. INES taking the long route out in the blue. They are in the quarry right now. They're also heading into the zone right now. Zeus just roaming on around. And if we can take a look at the map here real quick. There we go. We see INES following Venom Legends. Down south, though, StalwartFlex. Now, they could play spoil sport for R3D.
That is exactly what they're doing. They are going to brave the blue for just a little bit, but I think R3D might have an idea that, you know, they might be lying in wait up ahead. And if I was them, I wouldn't mind taking the Eastern Bridge. But then again, over there we have the boys from T2K, who might move depending on where the circle shifts next. But right now, Venom Legends are going to be making it to the circle. Pochinki, of course, is going to be up for grabs. INES still out in the blue for quite a long time. And what are R3D Esports up to?
I don't know. They got that kill. Oh, the circle. It's not bad at all for both these two teams.
It's not bad at all, but have a look at StalwartFlex. They are going to wait it out. They have dismounted from their vehicles. In fact, they are in a staggered formation on the bridge. Now, if I'm not wrong, they are going to be right at the middle block, and of course, they're the one closer to the main island as we have a look at Venom Legends. They did take damage while they were coming in to the circle, and still, they are in a good position because they are at the hill west of Pochinki, and if they need to loot up as far as utilities go, it's theirs for the taking.
It is indeed theirs for the taking, and StalwartFlex, like you pointed out, XP, they are waiting. And it's a battle of patience. They don't know. They probably think at this point that Venom Legends have opted to take the Eastern Bridge, but R3D, they're actually waiting it out. They're waiting it out, and the moment Refuse spots them out, they're going to let loose a few bullets. And I think he spotted a couple of players out. He's informed it to his teammates in Crypto. It looked like he was actually going to be leaving the bridge, but it's turned back, and it could get quite brutal for R3D.
We might see some action on the bridge right now as R3D are going to be traversing along those lines. It looks like Abel has spotted the enemy in the difference, but right now we should see some shots fired. There you have it. R3D, Joker, and Edgar, still, they are wary. They're not taking chances, but now the shots have been let loose.
Immediate U-turn. Joker, he needs to be picked up. And both these teams that they're taking, they're braving the blue, as you pointed out. Uzum's quite low as well. First aid kit, he's got 6 of them. He's got his energy drink, so he's fine. The thing is, he's got to pick up the buggy and make a big U-turn. And R3D, it looks like they will be going for their for the eastern bridge as we hypothesized earlier. And that is the right play. So no casualties either way at the end. R3D, the thing is, they still have to traverse quite a bit, and considering it's going to be the second circle and the third circle very soon, they are going to be taking quite a bit of chip damage. However, I'm keeping an eye on the map. Once they cross from the bridge on towards farm, there's no one there. So they're going to be good.
They are going to be good indeed, as Abel is still going to lay down some lead on Blood Legion's position. But again, the hunger on display from StalwartFlex. They wanted revenge on their fallen comrades. Well, they tried. However, they are going to have to wait. What if, just to mess with R3D, they head towards farm and Milta right now and kind of post up over there like, did you miss me? I would want something like that. I would want a little mind game connection coming in right now because, well, there isn't really a lot of action taking place elsewhere.
There really isn't. But apart from these, you know, the couple of knocks we've seen from Future Station getting taken down and Johnny being unfortunately caught out by R3D, not any real casualties yet so far. And if you look at the, if you can take a look at the circle after we find out what the drop is, what are you calling it?
Oh,
I'm calling it, it's going to be an MK.
It's going to be an MT49 this time, I feel.
I think it's a Mark. It's Mark 18. Let's find out. Anyway, if you can take a look at the circle real quickly, to just kind of paint the picture as to how these teams are laid out right now. There you have it. Carnage have moved on in from the shooting range area. Everyone's inside of the play zone apart from R3D, but once they move in from Milta, they're going to be fine as well. There's no one really gatekeeping them. But if you look at the central part, right east of Rozok, towards east of school, between Yasna and school area, it's so many teams clustered together.
It is jam-packed, and of course, True Love is feeling a bit optimistic as he goes right at the enemy, but Leon is going to take him down.
Immediate trace taking place, so as Rick provides a bit of covering fire from the distance, from the church, like the Wrath of God. He will find the knock, and look at Fear pushing up as fast as possible in order to save his teammate, but Joker lies in wait. He's going to unleash a number of bullets, and it's going to catch Fear. Perfect burst there, and Joker playing the patient game, and he's going to get the knock onto two players. Now for 7C, what do? This is not a good spot. From the distance, Rick's going to take a few shots. Joker doesn't have to take this fight. He does not have to take this fight. And Rick is trying to provide a bit of damage, and he will get the knock. Now, with Joker down, there's an opportunity for 7C, the other member, to push on in and save the teammate, but it looks like it's not going to be the case.
It wouldn't be the right call right now because, of course, he's the last man standing, and these guys are fortified. And talking about the circle, it has shifted up north. We are going to be heading to Rozok, so we might see some urban action after all, as Skylight Gaming are going to make quick work of Fair. He is done for, which now means that Reg is, of course, the last man standing for 7C Esports. I am still going to be keeping my eye on the map because I want to know where R3D Esports are. They have traversed along the farm and are now going to be making their way up north. Again, expect a lot of action in and around the school as well because High Voltage are in that locality. Blood Legion are still nearby as Seal Esports are potentially going to be taking a fight with their Mongolian counterparts.
I want this to happen. I want Seal to get an injection of confidence and just kind of remind themselves who they were in the first week.
We saw them driving around chasing Future Station. I'm pretty sure they have enough adrenaline in their system. And I called it maybe they're just trying to make sure that everything is stacked up, everything is balanced.
Maybe. But I also feel like there's confidence. And then there is actually delivering. And actually delivering, right? You might be really confident, but let's say XP, like we've been going to the gym quite recently, and like, you know what? I think we're strong enough. Let's go take on Mike Tyson. We will get our asses handed to us, right? So you still need to deliver. And right now, Zeus taking a couple of shots.
Even if I went to the gym for like 2-3 years, I am not messing with that guy.
Tyson is, listen, I saw him in his heyday. The guy is...
He's coming back, by the way.
Listen, that guy could still knock out some of these new kids on the block. Oh, Zeus and Seal, they have this compound, not exchanging a few blows, and Zeus, they seem to be preparing for an emergency escape if needs be. Now, right now, both these two teams are in the play zone. They're very comfortably in the play zone. There's no need for them. Smack in the center, in fact. So it could come down to a scenario where all these teams are going to be trying to besiege this compound.
That could happen. Now, what they're going to do right now is wait for the next circle, because if we have a little bit of a western shift towards Rozok, they have the opportunity to get those eastern buildings in that city. Right now, they are going to be content being neighbors. No shots have been fired right now, but I think Killer definitely has an idea that there is some movement going on in that house just above, as a few shots are going to be let loose. However, it's more of, it's just letting them know that, hey guys, we are here along with you. And elsewhere, as everyone is going to be coming into the circle, Skylight Gaming are going to be the last ones to make it in. Of course, all the way down to the south, really close to Venom Legends. We could see some sparks fly, and there you have it. The circle has shifted. Rozhok is going to be the center of attention, and Zeus and Seal are still looking happy. And mind you, they have an airdrop right next to them.
They do indeed, and look at the number of teams outside. We have Venom Legends, we have Skylight Gaming, Blood Legion, T2K, R3D, A1 Esports, Future Station, the two surviving members as well, and 7C, and StalwartFlex all moving in now into Rozhok. Carnage are not wasting any time. They put the pedal to the metal, and they're going to rush into Rozhok to get there before anyone else does. One person who doesn't get there early ahead of time is going to be Khan, as T2K might be in a bit of a pickle here. They come straight into the two Mongolian teams, but they will actually get the knock on to Killer. Killer maybe not expecting it, and look at all them pushing up together like a pack of wolves hounding Seal. And Zeus is probably wondering, wait, what's going on there? They're pushing up towards Zake here. Zake, he's got his gun out, he's got his rifle out, as Munu's going to be taken down as well. Seal are getting pinned down and taken out by T2K. Frankie, hungry for more, is dealing a bit of damage, trying to spot him out, gets the angle, has to go for the reload. The suppressed M4A4 dealing quite a bit of damage. The flames are going to catch him. He is on fire, but he's still going to take the duel, and because of that, he gets taken down. Zake, he's still holding strong. He knows where another player is. He's going to get another one. It's a 1v3, and he gets knocked down at the very end. He tried his very best, but unfortunately, right now for Seal, they're down to the one man. But if he rushes up right now, he can wipe out T2K, and that is, of course, Ankle pushing up. He's running up, and he's going to find the knock and the finish that comes in, and a nade coming in from, who was that from? From Zeus, and somehow Seal, Ankle, he finishes him off, but that is the opportunity Zeus are waiting for, because now they know there's only one member alive for Seal, and they're going to be moving in for the kill.
Well, Seal almost had everything going in for them, but now Ankle is going to be up against a wall right now as Z3us Esports are moving in. Mind you, Munu69 is on his knees. There is no way he is getting up, and now they are hungry. There you go. He is going to be spotted out. Well,
there we go.
That is going to be the end for Seal Esports. Again, 14th place finish. However, 5 kills already. These guys come packing.
We take those.
We take those. Oh, yeah.
We take those. If I'm Seal, they're left. All right, it's okay. First game, it's fine. Meanwhile, F4 are getting fried alive out in the open. A nade as well from DRS. And F4, I believe they're pretty much done for. They're down to one member. The Destroyer is just crawling around, and Wolverine is nowhere in the vicinity. The guy is very far away from his teammates, as DRS looking to get control of this bridge, hoping that the bridge does wind up their way. Joker, unsuspecting, will be finished off, and with that, R3D are no more.
R3D are no more indeed. Of course, F4 are going to be survived by Wolverine. Destroyer is still in the picture, but I do believe he was down on his knees. But it looks like a revive might be coming in. That is he going to make it? Oh, this could be kind of devastating. If they just shoot random few bullets in the smoke, it could be the end for Team F4 here, Blake.
Wolverine needs to pop those claws. Needs to brave the bullets and try and find Destroyer. Or if you can't find Destroyer, just, cut your losses. Try and play for the positions. But they are kind of pinned down. DRS is an angle, and I think he's going to get the res. That is huge.
The res does come in, which is, of course, fantastic for both these gentlemen. And the blue zone is going to be moving in sooner or later because the circle is going to be shifting. And now we are going to be going to the south of Rozhok. Again, Zeus are now going to have to move out and have a look at all these teams in close contention with one another. Carnage Esports, dead smack center in the city, are going to have their work cut out for them because they are going to be surrounded by hungry, hungry men on all sides. I just want to point one thing out really quick. Venom Legends, you see them high up on that mountain between School and Rozhok. Again, it is a wonderful position to be in, but the fact that it is at the edge of the new circle, it's going to be problematic going down the other way. And have a look at this wonderful play by Zake, almost getting a squad wipe. Amazing, amazing presence of mind.
Zake did everything there, and all his teammate had to do at the end, their Ankle pushing up, was to ensure he confirms the final kill, and that was it, And look at Ankle just legging it. Zake's like, listen, I've got 2 of them down, just push on in and finish off the job. And the nade as well coming in from the side of Zeus, but right now, DRS, spots at A1, and this is taking quite a bit of damage. And it is, of course, Nima. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have a line of sight, and A1's going to just drive above him. And this bridge, there are 4 teams in close quarters battling it out. Bullets flying thick and fast. I can barely even hear myself think as Galden's going to spot a player out. A1 are getting shot at by a multitude of teams. They're getting finished off as well. And Sinister, he is just going to leg it. He is going to escape, but at what cost? A1 survive on one player, and now they need to cross on. Yeah, they're done. F4 gets eliminated as well. Unfortunately, the res that didn't quite pan out for them, and DRS plays on knocking out Gyaldin in the water, finishing him off as well. They are actually still alive. Mafia Ninja still alive, while Gyaldin's gone. A1 Esports getting eliminated. We're down to the final 10 teams. 31 left alive in the server.
31 left alive as Gajor is going to spot out the members from Blood Legion, I believe, in the distance, trying to get a few shots in. But looks like Snipe has been spotted out, and he gets taken down almost, courtesy of StalwartFlex's reviews. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Carnage Esports are in the thick and thin of the action. They are pretty much in the center of all these houses. And let me tell you one thing, these are bad neighbors. They are trying to kill each other as Zeus now storm the building where I do believe high voltage are lying in wait.
Oh, the timing of that. Cooney had a nade out, and look at Zeus just moving in like a pack of rabid wolves and high voltage. They will go home riding the lightning. Z3us Esports are looking dangerous, and when have they not looked dangerous? 8 kills for them, all 4 still alive, and Blood Legion just looking across compound. They're like, oh crap, guess who's here? Zeus is here.
Zeus is there, but they've got to be careful as well, because right next to them, Carnage Esports could get a few angles on them. And again, I like the fact that they are all in one house. And, you know, the thing is, I want to be staggered over here as well. I want 2 people on the ground floor. I want 2 up front, because you want to cover as much ground and you want to keep a vigil all around you 24/7. Now, Blood Legion are going to have an idea where the other team is, but the thing is, the zone has taken a little bit of a shift. Zeus are going to be comfortable, Carnage Esports are going to be comfortable, but now this is going to be a major bloodbath as all these houses are going to be stormed, one team after another.
Well, if there's one team I know is good enough to play Defender Fortress, it is going to be Z3us Esports. Doesn't matter who's going to be besieging them. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of compounds to work with, a lot of cover here, as Dominic deploying a smoke. Blood Legion, they do have all 4 players alive right now, and with 3 kills to their name, it's not too shabby at all. Skylight Gaming, as you pointed out, they were smacking the center earlier, but they have lost 3 members, and it's down to Chari. They have 3 points, but they only have 1 player alive and standing. This nade from Gazor could be huge, but refuse at... it's going to bounce back rather. Oh my lord, the reply nade comes in, and Crypto with a double knock clutch, and Gazor will fall, and INES suddenly in a bit of a pickle. Crypto, he's looking for more. The 3rd nade, he could actually find the... Will he? It sails in. No, it's going to fall a little short, though he spots out the trajectory of the nade, and Newt...
Are they playing catch with live grenades?
No, they're playing dodgeball with high explosives. It's very dangerous indeed. Crypto knocked down, and for StalwartFlex, the other 2 members, Refuse and Uzum, they're not in a position to head on down. They shouldn't be heading on down, because they're in a pretty comfortable spot in that house. So that is going to be it for Crypto. Newt's going to finish him off. It was a beautiful nade coming in from him, but unfortunately not quite able to confirm the kill.
I like the fact that the down members from INES actually gave up all their utilities because they knew the blue zone was coming in and the revive was going to be nigh impossible. And right now, Snipe YT does have an idea where the enemy is. Again, in the thick and thin of it, just 1 kill to their name, because they are pretty much knocking people left, right, and center, but they're not getting the kills as Godless gets a knock on Gyro.
Blood Legion getting beleaguered by Zeus, and Zeus, they're not going to let up anytime soon. Another nade. This one is going to bounce a little too high. That's going to give an opportunity for Leo to maybe res himself. A reply nade being tossed on in as well, but this is artillery bombardment with incendiaries and HEs into the position of Blood Legion, and Zeus are doing a fantastic job keeping them at bay. The one problem for Zeus, that the one thing I've noticed which tends to kind of come and bite them in the butt, is when they get too hyper-focused and tunnel vision on one team alone. And now with Venom Legends from behind, it is going to be Zeol and IC who's going to spot them out.
They have been spotted out, and I was kind of bringing this up earlier. It's going to be a bit tricky for them to come down. Now the cover is going to start depleting itself, especially as they reach level ground. But that is quite an optimistic grenade, and Godless is going to crawl out of harm's way. As Skylight Gaming, we did kind of mention them a moment ago, have been eliminated in the 8th position, I beg your pardon, with 3 kills, and INES out in the 7th with 2. Now, Prabeen has an idea where Rig is, or has an idea where someone is, because 7 sees Rig as the last man standing with those grenades. I mean, I think that's the new meta. Of course, grenades are the new meta, but they are carrying an obscene amount of grenades on their person.
Zeus's compound is still in the zone. It's still in the next play zone. They're just playing tower defense at this moment, and they're doing a fantastic job just taking down people. Rufford is going to burn alive.
Especially since they love playing solo.
Yeah, they do.
So all they've got to do is basically one gentleman just holds down one angle, and that's it.
Every direction will be covered. 7 sees Rick. He tried his best to delay the inevitable for as long as possible, but he will fall in the end. And now, Venom Legends. They had all 4 alive a while ago. Now they're just down to 2. StalwartFlex down to 2. Blood Legion down to 2. Carnage and Zeus, all 4 still alive as the bullets will fly past, and somehow Leo, on a sliver of health, is still standing. How are these bullets not finding him?
Luckily, I do believe there was a little bit of a wall over there, but now Venom Legends, they need to bide their time. They need to make sure that Zeus are engaged with teams like StalwartFlex or with Carnage Esports before they can make their move. Of course, they are going to deploy a ton of smoke grenades to conceal their movement as Zeol is still rattling off on Dominic from Blood Legion. Godless still has an idea where StalwartFlex is, but are they going to keep an eye out on Venom Legends? Well, just as I say that, they have been wiped off the face of Erangel.
StalwartFlex doing a fantastic job taking them down. Now Carnage are pushing up into Zeus's position. Look at the amount of smokes being deployed. And Dominic is still doing, well, never mind. I jinxed him. He's out. Here we go. Here we go.
I like
4v4, Carnage versus Zeus for the chicken dinner.
I love this. It is going to be a 4v4 affair. Of course, one of the rare things, and that grenade almost basically depleting the numbers, and Zeus, like the gods they are, jumping down. Ice running through this man's veins.
Indeed, and I see from above, this position is everything. He's got a perfect line of sight on the remaining members of Carnage. The moment they poke their heads, he doesn't have to take the fight. He can just toss the nades, convey the information to his teammates, and they can just push on in and finish off the job.
Also, I'm actually kind of happy with Carnage's position because of this little ridge, that little safe haven that they have. The next zone is what's going to decide which team has to move out, because if Zeus have to move up, it looks like Snipe YT got spotted, and that is going to be one man less for Carnage Esports.
1 down, 3 alive. I see from that position, godlike. And as you pointed out, the circle, it is on Zeus. Carnage have to push up right now, but Abel and Godless from the side, Zeol on the right-hand side, they have no way in.
That was a little bit of a mistake from Snipe YT. He should have gauged someone is above there, as those grenades are going to be wrecking havoc. And now, let me tell you one thing, Zeus might just push in.
Of course they're going to push in. Of course they're going to push in. They're not going to wait this one out. They're going to allow Carnage to just play a heal battle.
Have a look at Zeol's position. He is going for a right flank play. Expect Pubgm to get knocked out any second now.
And Icy's going to, at that moment, strike as well, providing a little bit of cover fire, maybe suppressing fire, just to kind of divert their attention from the flank coming in from the right jiggle, taking a bit more damage from the utility being deployed. A lot of smokes being used. Zeol, he's going to actually hold the line towards the tree, which in my opinion is a smart play here. What can they do? What can Carnage do? They are being herded like sheep by these wolves. They're going to use the vehicle, and Godless is going to unleash. He's going to find 1, 2, 1 player remains, and they're pushing for the kill. Jiggle, there's nothing he can do here. Zeus, they came, they saw, they wrecked house.
They wrecked, they conquered, and of course, steely demeanor as always. No expressions on their faces.
They in the office?
They in the office. They are here for a job, and they do it wonderful. Of course, winner chicken dinner is going to go Zeus Esports way.
I lost track of how many kills they had. They were wiping teams out like it's so easy.
It was so easy, and again, you know, we talk about luck as far as the circles go. They made sure they get those compounds. I told you, as soon as the zone is going to shift to Rozhok, they're going to get that eastern building, and well, all the action did end over there. However, the action for the rest of the day is still going to continue. 4 more games in store for you. We're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 is where we're at. This is the league plays of week number 3, and it is a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host Brodo. Let's move on to our analysts, who of course are going to be Ocean and Johnny. Lads, I mean, this was his domination once again from Zeus Esports.
Yes, it was domination. Look at that. Godless, 8 kills, 1090 damage. Wow. Healing done is 308. I mean, we did not give an opportunity for others to even shoot at him.
No.
That's totally a thing. And the way Zeus played, I mean, that was impressive. Getting, what, 17 kills for themselves. And Godless getting 8. I mean, almost 50% contribution coming out from this individual lad as well. And we know, like, he likes to get up those numbers for himself.
Definitely, and I mean this time it was the other lads from the team of Zeus performing a little bit better in the longer run, but Godless was still there. He was still racking up those points, supporting his teammates, and this match was sort of a throwback to what this man can actually do.
I mean, exactly. Just like I remember, you know, Johnny was talking about that thing. You know, you always talk about the cutoff that the teams would want to have. What was it, like 50, 53?
50 points.
So
50
they're
points
like,
in 8 games.
Let's go for 2 games only, and let's just go for the points.
Yeah, we'll get it in 2 games. 8 is too much. This time we're gonna try and set a record.
Wow, I mean that's just top-notch performance coming in from the lads of course, Z3us Esports. But along with which, let's also move on and have a look at the top players. Well, it is
top players, or is it like Zeus's card?
Yeah, Z3us Esports, ladies and gentlemen, right there.
Top players, yeah, it's Z3us Esports. Let's talk about this, right? 8, 4, 3, 2, 700 plus, 800 plus, almost 900,000.
Let's talk about
it's a team card.
Right, so we always talk about IC, Zeol, Godless, right? Let's talk about the man who does his work from the shadows, ABDE.
Yeah.
So this is a man who, I mean, likes to say stay as a support. I mean, he is a support, and he's really good at his job. I mean, just getting his teammates into position from where they can comfortably take down squads.
He's the best support that you can ask for, right, in this team right now. Because you saw IC was onto an upper area for his own fight, Godless from a different angle, Zeol from a different angle, and then there's ABDE who was just, you know, giving that backfire, being the backbone for the team, with every fight just moving on forward. So yeah.
Well,
deserves an appreciation.
Placement in those sort of fights make a huge difference. And when it comes to Zeus, they know their placement. They know how to fan out and bring the other team down to their knees. And that is what they do every single time. Boy, oh boy. I mean, it is certainly a delight to be able to watch this team as they play. And again, I mean, this is just first game, and that is what they walk away with.
We know how good Mongolian teams are on the map of Erangel, right? They always prove it from time to time.
But I mean, we do have the match summary in front of us. Look at that. Maximum assists coming in from Zeus ABDE, 7. Highest damage with Godless, highest kills with Godless. Frypan is going to be there with the longest distance kill, 240 meters, and most utility use is going to be Carnage Esports Jekyll. But talk about utilities in this game, right? As we did see a little back and forth with grenades coming into action right
Quite
there.
a lot.
Yeah.
Quite a lot. I mean, this game we saw a lot of nade parade happening throughout the entire saga. And it was, again, I mean, so much credit needs to be given to these players because they know how to control those situations. Every single time they try and dominate, and every single time, I mean, talk about third parties as well. Zeus stepping in with that seal. What a play.
Yeah, the seal approach.
So I would have loved to see Zaki actually clutch that entire fight.
Almost.
He was so on point with everything. 2 players come in first. He takes down one, mollies the flow. I don't know what sort of came into the mind of the player of T2K that he actually stepped into the molly to take the fight, putting himself at a disadvantage. But hey, Z3us Esports, they come and they capitalize on that as well. They're like,
all of that.
We'll take 1 point.
Absolutely, mate. But then again, I mean, these are the teams that we're talking about that are at the upper end of that storyboard. You move on down towards the lower end, where once again, it was Future Station that was at the receiving end when it comes to that rotation, not working in their favor when it comes to, well, the team trying to stick together, synergistic performance, just not happening as of now. With that, let's move on to the zone analysis where we will see exactly what we were just talking about. It was just rotations going haywire.
Yeah, exactly. Talking about the rotations, right? Right now, if Legion, they had that area for Rozok for themselves, like around that. But again, yeah, just like you said, right? Future Stations, rotations, they were nowhere to be seen once the circles just started forming up because of one thing, and that is that, you know, they were focusing more on rotations and not on the fights.
Exactly. So this is the moment where teams like they pour in on Rozok like a swarm of bees, and it got really chaotic for a couple of seconds right here.
It does get in the areas because right now, if you know the circle's going Rozok, where are the potential areas? Maybe the hill onto the backside of a Rozok, maybe inside the Rozok where you can get a good building for yourself and just, you know, try to defend that area, or maybe just around the road where Zeus was, and they took fight from that area because they did not have to worry about any team from behind. Every fight was constituted onto the front side only.
See, it would have been a really tough situation for Zeus had the circle sort of shifted to the other side. And they would have to, then they would be forced to enter the city because, alright, now they were fighting teams when they knew where the teams were going to come from, right? It's a little bit easier. But if you have to take on that someone that is inside cover, and it's not just going to be one squad, it's going to be multiple squads present in different locations. Even while charging in, the team could have been taken out. So it was a little bit of the RNG of the game as well, that the circle came in towards them, but converting that into the victory and sort of the victory that they had, well, big ups.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, talking about those multiple squads, right? Multiple squads gameplay, we did see, of course, StalwartFlex and R3D get into that early skirmish. That was just, again, incredible to be able to see. I mean, that was a rivalry setup from, of course, Flex as they stood their ground waiting for R3D because they lost Johnny.
Exactly, exactly. But right now, you know, this is where things went bad for Future Station. Again, you could see, you know, the fights just going on when they were caught up in the rotation. One player already, the second one as well. Then two players were remaining. They had to just, you know, be together with each other. But this is where R3D just started up against StalwartFlex.
Yeah, and as Lakshay said, there went Johnny right there in that moment. But as we move forward in the game, I mean, we're going to see a lot of these things. Like the same thing. People are trying to charge in towards the city. And because the players know that you're coming from an open area, it becomes a really tough situation. But this has to be the moment of the game. Or, I mean, I don't know how the games are going to go today. This could possibly be the moment of the day.
But I would say Team Seal is looking confident right now, taking all the fights for themselves. So Team Seal, they might just qualify this time if they just, you know, continue this pace. If they don't, then things might just again go into their own ups and downs.
You know, if I have to summarize this match in just a few words, I mean, the emotions that went through everyone is going to be, yeah, we won. Oh no, I'm knocked out.
These were the nade parades that were happening, right? So many of them. But then finally, when it was time, Godless just goes down and, you know, takes the kills for himself. And obviously those 2 kills, getting himself to the 8 kill mark. And everyone's like, calm. They're like, yeah, we know we won. We know. It's everyday thing now.
That was like really interesting to see. Like, usually you get a victory, you're like, all right, celebrations now.
Right.
But Z3us Esports, all right, next game.
Exactly. They're not done yet. They certainly are not done that. Because you look at that damage. 3,552 damage dished with 17 kills is what this team walks away with. Boy, oh boy.
Just another day in office.
Exactly.
I mean, talk about it. The number of kills that they have is equivalent to Carnage plus Extra Legion plus StalwartFlex plus Venom Legends. That is the plus 70 right now. You can just add it up right now. But that is the number of kills.
That was a zinger right there.
I just wanted to, but you know, just think about the catastrophe that they have just, you know, put out there. But A7C will be back forward once again. But Team Seal, you know, alright, they got good kill points for themselves, but the placement point is what they could not get in this area. But hey, they will be back with everything. Every team, it was just one game. Next game, like, you know, you might have had your good game or bad game. On to the next one.
On to the next one. Like, exactly. Last week, so you have to keep on moving. Keep pushing forward.
You have to, because again, you've got 4 more games remaining when it comes to today. And in that, so many of these teams that are not performing will have to showcase a bit more of a synergistic play when it comes to the gameplay. Because after all, when it comes to the teams, they are looking ferocious. And as of now, of course, we're looking at only the first 4 groups. That's ABCD. And in that, let's move on and have a look at the schedule itself, where we just got done with game number 1 on, of course, Erangel. Let's move on to Sanhok. What to expect?
Well, still a believer. Let's say FS might do good, if not the best, but might just start off doing good. But hey, talk about this one, right? Seal maybe Nepali teams might just, because this has been the thing, as we have seen map chances, right? Back-to-back Nepali teams just dominate in the maps of Sanhok.
Exactly.
And there has been like times when we have seen teams like R3D just chime in because they've had their share of chicken dinner.
I was just gonna say this. I mean, even in the last game, we did see sort of signs of lives coming from the teams from Pakistan, specifically R3D and F4. This time I would see them, I would love to see them in the top 4 somewhere.
Well, with that, let's have a look at the map chance itself. When it comes to the stats, of course, the stats are going to be showcasing what team, when it comes to the map of Sanhok, is expected to dominate.
This is where it just goes down, right? R3D is there. Seal, they can, you know, just chime in. Zeus is on a good roll as of now, but again, the mate domination chunk that Nepali teams have, they might just, you know, go with all in.
Is there a map there that Zeus does not show up on?
Weekend.
Well, no team actually is going to be part of that because the map is no more. But eventually, you move on towards Deadeyes as well, because again, you talk about Deadeyes, they have showcased a perfect play when it comes to the Super Weekend this time around. They are in top form. Again, as we just noticed from those camps where Zeus was set up, they were not even wanting to celebrate. They were like, all right, 1 game done, let's move on to the next. We've got the aggression, we've got the perfect momentum working in our favor. Who's going to stop us?
Yeah, exactly. And now I think we're just going to see how many points can this team get.
Maybe it's a mental thing. They are like, let's just go with all in. Let's just put that fear for one last time in the minds of the competition, and then just go all in.
Exactly, because again, I mean, this is the final league play days that we're going to be going through, and in that, all these teams need to be showcasing that sort of domination. When it comes to Zeus, well, they're on point. There's nothing separating them from taking that chicken dinner again and again and again, but hopefully, the teams in the lobby are going to be turning that into a rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, it all just comes down to, you know, we have seen, so last week, so many chicken dinners came from the teams that were holding on their ground.
Yeah.
The circle was forming on them. And again, this happened with Zeus as well. No doubt they took lots of fights beforehand. But once you sit in the final zone of the circle, you get to, you know, just guard that area.
Exactly.
Now it comes down to, I want to see a team that just barges inside the circle and then just snatches it away from the teams, because that is one thing that we would love to see, like a pure, proper domination altogether.
Exactly.
But for that moment, right, there's this one moment that I want to highlight when it comes to Skylight Gaming and 7C. The way 7C was able to push on along was, again, I mean, not expected. I mean, Rick was there for that support, but the way 7C approached that situation, that's not kind of aggression that we want to see, you know?
I mean, it was again just the fact that the opponents had a lot of cover available. They were already set in position. And as Ocean said, right, it's much easier for you, especially in those final few situations, it's much easier for you to actually hold your ground if your players are already spread about and set in positions. Trouble arises in the fact when you are the ones that are supposed to make the push, when your team is the one that is supposed to make the push. And that is why those moments are special, when teams actually do accomplish that, convert that into a victory. But along with that, I have to say, I mean, that is towards the end of the game, right? Middle to the end of the game is when situations like this arise. I want to see how the early stages of the game actually play out.
Yeah. Exactly, mates. With that, any prediction coming in from you? For this map of Sanhok? Nothing whatsoever? Alright, well, it is time to move on along with the aggression and domination that Zeus just showcased. Hopefully, the entire lobby is going to be pumped up to showcase that sort of an aggression towards each other. Of course, it is time to move on into the map of Sanhok with our casters, the duo that are going to be, of course, Necro and Fixes.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay. And I can completely agree why the analyst desk does not want to predict this time around. And that's the beauty of Sanhok, right? You predict one thing, something else happens. But new week, fresh new start, and we've got our all 20 teams back in here. We've got Future Station, who's not had a first good game apparently. But do you think, can they make a comeback in Sanhok?
Definitely they can. Future Station is a big team, and I do believe they can make a comeback. But as you did mention, you know, fresh week.
Alright. He's done that clean shave. Alright, let us know how does he look. But, you know, getting back the game that we have in hand, Sanhok. So Future Station, there was just this one game where they did take a fight with F4, a potential game that they could have possibly won, but they absolutely threw it. So not really having the best of the days in the PMPL, and well, you've got to question it, right? We were really critical about it. But, you know, one of those teams that were absolutely so good in the last PMPL, and you would expect bigger things from them. But they've not really been shining out, you know, in terms of getting kills, in positions, and absolutely everything, being missed out on those 2 weeks. But this might just be the week where they actually qualify. But here we are, the flight path trajectory heading all the way from Mong Nai to its Nakham. Let's see where the zone forms.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I really feel like, you know, I'm kind of getting an inch over here. I really feel like the zone this time might be near Camp Alpha and Hatin. I mean, of course, the zone, which is going to be more kind of like, you know, all keeping on guessing all these teams. Right. Will the zone pan out on the island that is just separated from the main map, the main side, or will the zone pan out somewhere on the right-hand side? But again, only time will tell which zone would be coming out. But again, one thing I also want to point out over here is that Blood Legion likes to go towards Docks area. Are they going to do it again? And it seems like they are, but in the past we have witnessed, you know, them kind of separating out between those caves area and then Docks. But INES going towards Kampong area might cause a little bit of problem to them, because they are not really used to any team dropping in those nearby vicinities. But this time, Future Station going up against Zeus, and this fight might be quite fun to watch.
Well, this is just Zeus. Yeah.
Well, again, now Zeus, again, dominating the start already, as they're taking down all the players from Future Station, Grumbling Storm one by one, dismantling them, as the last player is just down to a sliver of HP. But for how long is he going to be surviving and running away? As Ziyal does know his exact position, he can hear those footsteps going away, and that's going to be him going down as well. Tamim not really having the time of his life, And now Future Station are just down to down. One last man standing. It's going to be Kopshi, of course. Finds the opening onto IC there. But is he going to be able to do much, though? He's down a sliver of HP as well. He doesn't really have any first hits on his name. All he has are those bandages, and it will take quite a lot of time, you know, to heal back up.
Until then, the players of Zeus are gonna push, are gonna commit. But look at IC. He is not scared. He is not absolutely worried about anything at all. But well, Godless does have to heal himself up, patch himself out as another nade just goes popping in. But Kachi will be surviving that. But for how long is the question?
Exactly, and we were just guessing before the game that how long Future Station or how Future Station will be doing inside the game, and already it seems like they aren't really having the game of their life as they're crumbling down on their knees, and Zeus seems like they are going to be taking them down as well. Harassing them in the off starts and in boot camp, and certainly proving that the boot camp is their ground and no one dares to take away from that.
Say, hey, Zeus never drops at boot camp. This is the week they are actually going YOLO. So Quarry is definitely one of the reasons that they sort of get into, but they know, you know, after the second Super Weekend, they are on the top of your leaderboards, they are doing good, they have potentially qualified for the regional finals. They have absolutely nothing to worry about. So might as well go take a hot drop, then get a lot of kills, set records. This is what Zeus is basically trying to do, and Future Station was on the receiving end of things, and not the way they would have liked to start off with. Because, come on, now Zeus did drop at the center compound, but this is where you should be understanding the fact that Future Station is a team that has been going to bootcamp right from the very start. You need to be aware about all the nooks and crannies around that entire area. You need to be the ones who should be actually dominating. You must expect a few, you know, rival teams coming in, and you must be there to just repel them off, but, well, can't say the same thing about Future Station anymore.
Well, I mean, it's Zeus. These guys are absolute psychopaths, and these guys are maniacs. They don't care about anyone who is in front of them. They will straight up rush inside and dismantle you one by one, and actually have fun taking you down as well. And Zeus doing a phenomenal job, but again, Skylight Gaming being in those nearby vicinities, and R3D as well, somewhere down the line, closing down distance on the players of Zeus. But Skylight Gaming is real close and getting there, and they're getting quite personal as well. But R3D might just spot them out.
I think I really like how Seal have tried to get in new players this time. The third week, we do see Munu coming up, and also Ankle, so sort of missing out on Wally though. I would have really loved to see him play because he was one of those top fraggers for their team. But looking at Chari, having spotted players of Zeus and peppered down a few bullets, also exchanged a few shots in the process as he just steps into his own graves.
Beautiful setup from the players of Skylight Gaming.
Yeah.
And this is what we like to see, a brilliant play coming in from these lads. Did not really give his position away, Heaven, until the kill was there, until he was knocked down, and then, of course, the confirmation was there from the side of Heaven there. But now again, Zeus already losing out on a player. I mean, of course, this is not going to hurt them, you know, a lot much more, because I really feel like inside this game, off the get-go, they were more kind of like careless as they just rushed onto the players of Future Station. But another fight panning out. It's going to be 7C taking a lot of damage from the players of Skylight Gaming, and even Heaven, of course, putting down a lot of lead in their direction, and they're also getting compromised from the squad that is going to be right in front of them.
So many fights are happening right off the bat. Now we've got Skylight Gaming in a bit of a situation against Zeus, and then we also do have the players of 7C chiming in, and everyone sort of wants a piece of an action that we are having in front of us right now. We've got Memo. He's behind that cover, scouring out, trying to find some enemies. But at the same point, you know, this is what happened to Zeus last time, if you remember. Staying out in the open, making a lot of noise. Eventually, someone will be coming in right from your backs and will be taking you down. So 7C need to watch it and be very careful with their rotations.
I mean, careful, of course, they will have to be. And as you did mention, they will have to rack up a lot of smoke grenades as well if you want to rotate all in the open. But now, for a team who was struggling last week, are they going to be upping their gameplay this time now? We really want to see them do good. F4, again, one of those fan-favorite teams coming in from Pakistan. And a lot of people do believe in them. And F4, hopefully they don't break their trust this time.
Well, 100% agree with you. And, we've seen F4 being capable of doing even bigger things. But by actual, gameplay, I sort of am really missing out on Rahman. Of course, he's playing from a different team, so another reason why he's not there. It's totally understandable. But here we have a fight amidst us. We've got the players of Blood Legion in a bit of a situation as Carnage are sort of surrounding them. Now, this is where Carnage is off to a completely different approach. We've seen Carnage going for the rather positional plays, but this time, right from the very start, they're going aggressive. They're maintaining those position points. They're getting the kills. So entering into the finals, I think Carnage sort of has settled in with the lobby because they were the new ones. They were the underdogs, won the PMCOs, and are one of those potential competitors for the PMPL title.
Exactly. When these two teams, go up against each other, always, it just takes me back to PMCO days. All the time. I just remember. Yeah, exactly. Both of these teams were having a dominating performance in those PMCO regional finals as well, and even those group stages. But now talking about domination, Leon seems like his Carnage is going to do a lot of work as the Magic Sticks roll out. And quite a damaging start for them. But now again, the push from the players of Carnage is there as Blood Legion only have two of the players right next to their compound, as they're just going to be having that little ridge wall for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Prabeen has been taken down already as Snipe does lob a Molotov and also will follow that up with but look at Leo. Oh my goodness, this is it. This is the kind of an opening that Blood Legion needed. One good grenade goes in there, takes down two, where Jiggle has to make a run for his life.
Wow, absolutely tearing down the squad of Carnage with that one nade. Don't even need anything, just that one nade, taking both of them down. And Prabeen was already down in the first place, so Blood Legion doing a phenomenal job. But Manish seems like he's kind of left out over here, You need to confirm those kills, Blood Legion. You need to find Manish. It seems like they are on the hunt mode, as Jiggle is going to be in those backlines, and he does know that Blood Legion right now are the Grim Reapers for them, so it doesn't really seem like Jiggle wants to challenge the fight against them.
I really liked how Blood Legion sort of backed off because they knew those compounds, they're very vulnerable. You throw a few grenades in, you're going down, and sort of baited the players of Carnage to just come in, get close. They did manage to find that knock, did get another knock as well, and it's Josh Jiggle just running away from that area because he knows that he just can't go against a whole squad solo. So Carnage, this is the beauty of them, right? They came in, they were completely in the dark. So now Blood Legion sort of let them come close. Yeah. They waited for the opportunistic moment. You don't see a lot of nades, but they did show that up. But hey, we have Skylight Gaming getting into a bolt action duel with Godless himself, who himself is an accomplished sniper.
He found the second skull this time. This is his second headshot coming in with that Kar 98, and wow, he's doing absolute work with that. Leon doesn't really seem like he's going to be missing any shots today, as Godless has lost his head, and his teammates are trying to find it, as Belly is crouching down and looking for it, but he'll probably find it. The res will be there from his side, as Zeus, for now, are quite comfortable, as long as Skylight Gaming don't decide to push onto them. And even if they push, I really feel like that would be quite a questionable move, because there's 7C in the backlines as well, and even Seal is in those nearby vicinities. But now High Voltage making sure they are being as safe as possible, taking the longest route inside the circle. I also wanted to point out one thing, that now Paradise Resort is of course area of A1 Esports. This game A1 isn't playing, and no team actually dared to drop inside Paradise Resort, because in the past we've seen a lot of teams going up against A1 Esports. Oh, they are actually in, but this time it seems like they kind of threw a curveball.
So now what they basically did is they dropped off at Paradise. That's what A1 Esports has been doing all this while. They drop off there, they leave the compound instantly, because they know the fact that it's really difficult to defend the entire area with just 4 players. So trying to avoid that, maybe later when the circle shifts back there, they might want to contest for it. But giving this away to Venom Legends, they seem to have a plan in mind. But what I really like is High Voltage this time taking that northern route, right? They are going in from the northern side of the bridge. Previously, we've seen these players taking the southern route. Now, this is going to help them, because you've got so many teams just moving around, hovering down the southern areas. But here we have Leo got in a bit of a situation, and well, the Molotov is definitely going to follow him up. He's somehow surviving the onslaught by the players of F4, but this is where the teammates of Blood Legion need to sort of wrap the players of F4 up and get a few kills and get themselves rolling.
Again, the slope is working in their favor, but F4 not really having the start in the opening as they wanted. As already that nade is going to be so damaging, taking 2 players down. Blood Legion are showing some incredible precision this time. And now F4 again, they don't really seem like they wanted quite the opening that they wanted. And Destroyer being the last man alive. And the Blood Legion are on in hunt mode. The confidence that these guys have is just on another level as Wolverine again in those backlines. Destroyer does hear the squad of Blood Legion running right next to him as well. But does he want to make the move? Of course, if he gives away any kind of sound cues, he does know that he's going down today.
Indeed, he might, but Wolverine, being way off from where his teammate is, can really sort of, try to bite someone down, being one with the nature over here. And Leo, he did take me back to the old days, the arcade games. Bomberman is the tag that I really want to give this lad. Again, 1 nade going in, 2 players just being blasted off. So that is how explosive Blood Legion have been, and what a start to the week that they are having.
Exactly, what a start. Now, the precision from these lads with those utilities is just on next level. The way these guys are cooking it as well, it's just some perfect timing as well from the players of Blood Legion. Yeah, exactly, 2. That's what I'm saying. Now, DRS, of course, had a kind of a place inside my heart for those utility uses, but I really feel like it might be stolen away by Blood Legions.
I think they're really getting comfortable right now. Yep. What happened with Carnage? Carnage sort of adapted really quick with how the meta is working. Now, Blood Legion took their own sweet time, but I think they're finally looking settled in. This week might just be the week where they actually make a comeback, because they've been qualifying for every Super Weekend, but not really having a good time over there. But now this is a week where they can potentially impress everyone out here. But look at Destroyer. He watches everything. But Dominic sort of has himself facing to that direction, or rather had, as Blood Legion, well, they want to back off, but I believe they might have some casualties if they are being really casual. But finally,
there we go. Wow. Okay, well,
all right.
A little bit of, kind of disrespect, I would like to call it. He actually tried to run him over, and he just took his clothes off as well, just in case, he gets spotted. But seems like that would instead give his position away. And that bush again didn't really work out. He tried to hide inside the bush, but doesn't really seem like that cover would be enough to hide his body. As again, Zeus going up against Seal, and seems like Seal are already in a heap of trouble as Mooney69 goes down, and the nades will be there to confirm the kill as well, but not that easy. And Zeus again are on that aggressive step. Now Zal again being in those backlines, making sure the kill is confirmed, and yes, he will. Zeus, of course, one of those teams who are kind of kill hungry, so they're not going to let those kills go away that easily.
14 minutes into the game, 6 kills already for the lads, and have taken a casualty. But elsewhere, we do see Rig getting the better out of Blood Legion, having already taken one of them down, and well, that's not really going to be a very good position. But now Leo, of course, is going to get the sweet revenge as he takes down Fear in the process, trading off those kills. But Blood Legion, so they're having that same storyline, the same that goes with Zeus. 7 kills for these lads. They've got 3 players alive. Now Memo, he's cooking up that grenade. Now, does it hit the Bomberman? No, he is immune to that.
Exactly. I feel like he overcooked it somewhere down line. And Blood Legion, they seem like they are on a tear today, as they have just decided to dominate this entire weekend, which is what we like to see. And somewhere down line, this Blood Legion was missing, but now we are seeing that aggressive step taken down by the players of Blood Legion, and it is actually working in their favor. And this is the Blood Legion that we all missed, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And now 7C as well. Memo, of course, in those close lines. And Steel, first they were getting taken down by the players of Zeus, and now they have to go up against R3D. Wow. How much trouble can you be in at one time?
Well, too much. Too much. In PUBG Mobile, it's, well, you can never say. One moment you're there, the next moment you're not. But D2K getting into a kerfuffle with the players over here, Venom Legends, as they finally have decided to strike. Rafith sort of trying to take some fights over here. He's the player, he's got Fry Pan, he's got Steel Shot coming to help him up, but blah blah blah, all by his lonesome. He's got to defend it against an entire horde that's pushing right at his face as Frypan does get knocked out in the process as Blah 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 will try to continue that onslaught over there, but no, Steel Shot shuts him down, deletes him, and T2K, the one squad that did try to push them on, are finally wiped down.
Incredible positioning, all I can say from the players of Venom Legends. But now I really feel like over there he missed a lot of shots on the Steel Shot, to be honest, Fixes. And if he actually did manage to take him down in less bullets, then again he wouldn't have to reload the gun. He could have taken down another player as well from the squad of StalwartFlex. But again, now another fight panning out, as we did mention, Seal going up against R3D and Edgar taking a little bit of shots from the back lines, but Anubis has already taken down, and the opening that Seal were looking for had certainly been found. But Zaki is not looking good as well when we take a look at his HP. But Ankle is there in the back lines, making sure if any aggression is shown from the lads of R3D, he will be taking care of it. But Edgar taking quite a brilliant route, making sure he's not getting compromised from that flank as well, and he's confirmed the kill. That's kind of a that's kind of a real good move as well, but quite risky as well.
Look at Virus. He exactly knows where Zaki is,
Yeah.
and he did have his teammates being taken down, so sort of knows the good sound cues towards him. But now we've got Venom Legends getting inside the circle, as it's somewhere between Paradise Resort and Bootcamp, that area. You've got R3D almost in the center of things, and Skylight Gaming have their own separate compound, and they have not had anyone to contest it for. But Ryan, being the player alive from Blood Legion, well, they started off well but fizzled out pretty quick. But these 7-8 kills are definitely going to help them up in the overall standings, as R3D now are finally deciding to go in with the push. But Zaki still maintaining his position, not even flinching. Now he does. Oh, spots one down. Will he get him? Yes.
I feel bad for his toes. I feel bad for his toes. It hurts a lot, I'm pretty sure. And that's going to be R3D paying the price for showing and exposing their toes, as Edgar and even Joker has taken down. Now, Seal, they were in a world of trouble, as, again, the back flank is doing a lot of work from the side of Seal. It's going to be Ankle from the back lines putting down a lot of work. Now, again, R3D are in all sorts of trouble. As long as they're getting the rest, then maybe they are looking a little good.
Yeah.
But I can still feel the pain in my toes, as he took out his toes, and we all do know, sometimes when we hurt our toes, it's like the worst pain in the world.
Bigfoot. That's what we can call them right now. The players of R3D sort of being unaware of Saki to actually come out. But I really like how Ankle has positioned himself in a perfect area. Now, the moment the players of Zeus sort of chime in into the fight, maybe they'll spot them out. But here we have an entirely different story, a different fight, as Uzum goes after Mafia Ninja, gets another knock. It's two at the same time, and Uzum is going to continue the onslaught as AJ, he is caught off guard all by his lonesome, as the nade just goes flying in, will do a definite amount of damage over there. StalwartFlex are going to make the push anytime soon.
That spray transfer was on another level, as DRS are in a lot of pressure, and they certainly need to find themselves a comfortable spot. The smoke wall will be there, will be built from the side of DRS, but again, a lot of nades are lobbed in from the enemy side as well, so how are they going to be defending that, as another fight might be panning out? And of course, INES wants a little bit of taste of that food that is happening or dropping down, and they want to get the third party, as StalwartFlex Blade going to be lobbing in a nade, and that's going to be finding himself a knockdown, as Galzan again goes down, and AJ is trying to find his teammate in a comfortable spot, but Galzan is losing his HP quite fast, and AJ trying to get him back up, but will that be possible? Because there's Venom Legends in the backline. If StalwartFlex makes a move, they will get compromised from the side of Venom Legends as well. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if Venom Legends is going to be third-partying this.
That it definitely will, but right now, Venom Legends, they might just close in, but here we have, they've got their own troubles to deal with, as INES has started closing in. But look at Rulov. He does know there's someone coming in from the back lines, but look at that shift completely favoring the lads of Skylight Gaming. And can we actually witness a back-to-back?
Well, I mean, we can expect a back-to-back, because Skylight Gaming is a team that if you give them opportunities, they will make wonders happen. And now Venom Legends going up against INES. The aggressive step is coming in from Rafa, as he's going to be taking down two, not three. R3D. And again, Gajor being the last man surviving inside the squad of INES for how long is the question, though. Of course, Gajor is in a heap of trouble, and even he has a lot of pressure building up on his back and on his shoulders as Rafut has taken down. The trade will be there. That nade will be confirming the kills, and the res is there from the side of INES, but a lot of utilities are lobbed in from the side of StalwartFlex as well. Of course, Uzum is going to be the man, and we do know how precise he is sometimes with those utilities. And now Gajor is on a run. He's like, all right, guys, I'm not going to be able to save you guys. I have to move and make sure my life is safe.
Barely 2 squads just inside the circle, everyone contesting for it. This is where hell is gonna break loose, as all these teams are just melting away. As this is the 5th circle, you need to make sure you've got those first aids on. And in the map of Sanhok, you do not really have much unless and until you rise in, but that's for a different day. But Steel Shot still keeping himself alive with all those med kits and the first aids, as Assassin has spotted out Crypto and has managed to take him down. But how long is he gonna be able to do that? Because that's the bigger question over here. Steel Shot, however, stealing the kill.
Assassin single-handedly doing a lot of work. And now again, he is taken down though, so the trade will be there. For now, High Voltage do want to prioritize the res onto him, but will that be possible? That's the question, because High Voltage is quite separated out, and they have these players of R3D locked in right inside their sight, as another fight is panning out between the players of StalwartFlex. There's so many fights happening at the same time, and again, High Voltage going up against R3D. The kill will be found, but will there be the confirmation though? Kuni is just doing the heal battle right in front of the players of R3D, and he needs to make the rotation inside the circle, but the Guardian Angels are going to be R3D. Will they make sure High Voltage are going to be moving in?
So many teams are falling prey to the zone. No one absolutely being able to make themselves present inside. But A1 Esports, they also have to get in, considering the 6th circle has started closing in. Dante securing a few kills here and there. Blade being taken out of the equation as he sort of steps inside to get inside the zone, gets punished instantly by Johnny, who was present over there. RX Jack spotting Johnny out, but he will be able to successfully dodge those bullets and get himself inside the cover, but he still has yet to get himself inside the zone.
Exactly, missing a lot of shots. RX Jacks, you don't want to miss shots in those crucial situations, as StalwartFlex again showing the domination inside those late game circles as well. But now Skylight Gaming are going to be the real boss, because they have themselves the good amount of circle and even the compound for themselves. That means they have the best cover they can possibly ask for, and that's going to be the last member of StalwartFlex getting spotted, down and dusted, as Godless going to be putting down the last bullet right in his skull. Edgar has been spotted as well, and yep, Zeus are on a tear today.
Indeed they are. The first game coming up with 17 kills now, also continuing their prowl, as they have managed to rack up 11 with 3 of their players alive. And now it's gonna come down to all these 5 teams, out of which we've got a few teams already resorting to the heal battle, but that's a different case with A1 Esports, as Sinister finds one of their players off guard and does manage to get the knock. But can he confirm the kill? That's the bigger question over here, as Zol is also taking some heavy damage.
Exactly. Now Zeus, they are not really looking quite healthy, but again, the res will be there. They are looking at least comfortable for now. Goddess will be back on his feet. A1 Esports, Sinister going down in the process. Zol, of course, putting down a lot of lead in their direction, and it has been rewarded, as he's going to be shifting towards that red dot side, which is quite brilliant. Of course, he does know that zone is closing out, and you don't really want to have that 6x on your gun. Zoomed down to 3x, and again, that spam is going to be finding RX Jax, and the savior of Sinister this time goes down.
Indeed, but Sinister, he is still the solo player surviving. He's got his possession compromised, can't really get away from that spot. He needs to do something. He needs to get a knock and a finish, or rather go for a heal battle, as Heaven tries to get inside cover, but has been spotted out by the players of Zeus over here, as Leon sort of tries to dish down the heart. Godless goes down, and along with that, Zol also falls. But Heavy half, Sinister being the last solo player, does not have any healing at all, goes after Heaven, but it is basically done so, as Skylight Gaming are moving in for the chicken, and here it is.
Exactly. Brilliant positioning. This is what I like to call it. Brilliant game plan as well. Skylight Gaming again proving their grounds, proving their mettle, and coming out on top. What an incredible chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, they were really good in the first game of Erangel that we had before that, but now again getting this chicken dinner, they are making a statement. They've been sort of falling short in terms of points, but this is the week where they're gonna absolutely decimate everyone in the lobby and head along to the Super Weekend, where they are gonna be fighting for that top 3 spot. But again, I really liked how Zeus and Blood Legion started off getting really aggressive, but Zeus being the ones sort of continuing and also getting those position points.
Exactly. I mean, Zeus again. They rely more kind of on those kill points than we have known in the past as well, and the positioning just automatically they just find the positioning as well.
Yeah, in terms of positioning, in terms of kills, they were absolutely there. But Skylight Gaming were the ones who denominated everyone. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break. You don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in week number 3. League plays is where we're at, and the aggression coming in from all of these teams is on point, no question about it. But alongside that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Brodo. Let's move on to our analysts. That's of course going to be Ocean and Johnny, and ask them, lads, once again, I mean, it was a Zeus domination, but Skylight Gaming taking that chicken.
I mean, it was the positioning, yeah. Alright, so MVP, godless.
Yep, again.
I mean, I said it in the last game, right after the last game. We are seeing the man that we used to remember.
True. That is correct. 6 kills, 640 damage, 1 assist. Alright, well, 256 healing done as well. So this was obviously a Zeus domination, but well, Skylight Gaming, they had the circle for themselves. They knew how to take the fight in that. Plus, the final player that was out there was obviously outside the circle, so they knew, like, you know, the domination was theirs.
Exactly. Talking about Skylight Gaming, again, the same situation that we talked about, right? It's much easier to hold the compounds in the final situation. And that is where Zeus sort of fell short. The circle wasn't there. The blue zone was coming in. But hey, the lads got a lot of kills.
Lot of kills in the lobby, of course, and that is just one of those things that you cannot stop from Zeus.
I mean, it's not going to come down to this moment, because the momentum that they always carry forward. One game is good, they love to bring more and more good games, and I would say they have like 30 kills overall right now.
Absolutely. I mean, top-notch performance coming in from this team. But with that, let's move on to the top players coming in from this game of Sanhok.
Well, it's going to be... Alright, well, it's Leo right now with 4 kills and Rafat with 3 and ABDE again this time. Now ABDE is like, I gotta, get those kill numbers for me as well. So coming up with 3 kills as well. And talking about Leo, look at his survival time as compared to the other top players and his damage done. So he has been racking up those points for himself.
So XP Blood Legion were taken out quite early on. Not early on, I mean, so during the middle game stages. But, I mean, XP Blood Legion, they started off really, really well, taking on the players of Carnage, just punishing that one small mistake. Utility usage really, really precise from this team, and well, they are off to having good games again.
Exactly. I mean, they walked away with 8 kills, and that, of course, will convert into points. So looking really strong when it comes to the overall. But with that, let's move on to the match ranking and find out how did the other teams fare when it comes to, well, Zeus, for a fact they walked away with 13 kills. Combine that with the placement point, 23 points to this team.
For Skylight Gaming, this was more of a placement point game, as you could just see, right? They just held their ground and the circle was on to them. So that's a good thing. Plus, obviously, getting up, we were talking about, right? If you have the circle, you got to defend it. They did it right for themselves. A1 Esports with the 3 kills as well. So again, Zeus with the higher number of kills. Then comes down Venom Legends and XP Blood Legion with 8 kills and 1 placement point. So it comes down to one thing as well. Had they had more placement points, I mean, had they survived even longer, this could have been a different turn of events for themselves.
Yeah, but let's talk about the accidents that happened in the early stages of the game. Carnage Esports, I have talked about them. Future Station being hunted down by Zeus as soon as the game started.
So after this, I can just, say one thing. We might see one big name again may be missing out on this time Super Weekend, because it happens, right? Every time you would see that a team that was performing really good will might not make it. Seal has done that. Like the first week was good, second was not good, so we might see one big name again just leaving out, because that just comes down to the consistency. And so far there have been teams that have been consistent. There will be a team that might not be consistent. Things might just go in the back turn for some teams, and for the others it might just be really good.
Exactly, mate. It might just fizzle out for a couple of these teams, but move that conversation towards the zone itself, where we saw in the middle to the end game scenario so many teams just rushing along to get into the zone and being knocked out, of course. But eventually, again, when you talk about this circle, it was a comfortable one for so many of these teams.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting one, and I think the best moment in the game arrived after. We are going to see a few shifts after this, where people were forced to leave the Paradise Resort, and you see like I think 8 or 9 individuals try and make that run.
We saw that, right? You know, the shot from the top view, and then everyone's just like trying to get inside the circle. Then there are some getting shot from the teams that are inside the circle.
Now that was a death race.
It certainly was. And in that also, I mean, you talk about high voltage action coming in. That was just phenomenal.
This was the movement. And look at where Skylight, I mean, they had the area for themselves. They need not worry about anything. They knew it will be, you know, their game, and they just, you know, held that ground for themselves.
Exactly, mate. And just with that, you move on towards the hunted sort of an action that started the game off. Let's combine that and move into the opponents.
So many fights just, you know, breaking out right from the start. Like, there are some teams. So this is where, you know, right now, you saw Future Station going down to bootcamp. They should change it. You know, because it's going to be Sanhok again after one Erangel. So they got to change it just to find one. And this was a grenade to take down 2 players out there. So now they know what the mistake is. Maybe just go for the placement point game. There's no harm in that.
Absolutely.
Maybe. But, I mean, it is going to be quite a tricky situation. All right, the finish right there denied to XP Blood Legion. But XP Blood Legion, overall, they had a pretty fun time in this matchup. And this is when things get chaotic, right? The Paradise Resort. We see Venom Legends T2K over here. There was another fight happening on the other side of things as well, where we saw StalwartFlex try to come in for the third party, but then the zone moves away and then they start running back. They get shot in the back just because they haven't cleared the back lines.
So it just goes down to the chaotic moments, right?
Yeah.
And that's how the things just change. And this almost heal up. We were talking about, right, the revives were just coming up, but then it did not happen. And after this was the rush inside the circle that just started up. But now talking about the final fight, Z3us, I mean, again picking up kills for themselves, but once the damage is done outside the circle, it just goes on. Sinister well did not have any first aids at that moment. Harry had one. He could have tried to just put up one first aid and then take up the fights, but no, that was just denied. And now everyone's happy from Skylight.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be happy. It is a good performance that they put up in this match, and it was an interesting game nonetheless. I mean, the level of aggression that we see in the early stages of the match, I just loved it.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, you're talking about Sanhok. This is what you need to see. Every single team chiming in when it comes to the damage, but being able to convert those into kills is only a few select teams that were able to do so.
It always happens, right? Because you could see F4 as well, they are in top 5, but then 0 kills. Talk about the teams like DRS, Carnage, T2K, 0 kills, and FS as well, 0 kills. So there are teams as well with big chunks of kill numbers for just like, you know, Venom Legends, XP Blood Legion, and then Z3us. But then there are other teams as well. So it fizzles out. There will be a team doing really good. There will be a team doing really bad in one game, but it might even turn upside down in the upcoming games. You never know.
It should. It most certainly should. Because again, I mean, when it comes to fans, I'm sure there are high expectations coming in from so many of these teams and their fans, no question about it. But bring that conversation towards a few of these teams that were not able to bring in the domination. Again, that's absolutely fair, because right now they still have 3 more games remaining. But combine those efforts till now in the 2 games that we've seen. How has that approached when it comes to the storyboard, when it comes to our leaderboard? Let's move on to the overall and find out what the result is after 2 games.
As I say, 50 points just to be safe, just to make sure that you make it to the Super Weekend, and they do it in 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. Z3us Esports.
Wow, but talk about Skylight Gaming's jump, right? +8. As you could just see, obviously one good game is what they had right now, but talk about 30 kills versus 12 is the second highest kill number right now, as you can see right now, and then it's 11 for XP Blood Legion and obviously StalwartFlex. StalwartFlex again impressing us with their, you know, kill numbers that they are gathering up right now. All they need to do is work on the placement number. Otherwise, it has been a really good affair.
Exactly. It has been just 2 games, and it is going to be quite fun to see how things proceed as we move forward with the matches. But yes, I agree with you. I mean, that has been StalwartFlex in a nutshell, right? Always going for the kills. We hardly see them finish the games.
Let's talk about this one right now. Future Station, because obviously there will be a time when this team will go to rest for 2 games, and then there will be other teams coming up. And then obviously in the next game, we'll be seeing new groups just coming up. And they need to open up their bank right now.
Exactly, sitting on 0 points as of now, and the next map is going to be Erangel as well. So last time what we did see from them was the split coming in. This time quite unfortunate, because if you get attacked and as soon as you land, it all comes down to the fact what weapons do you find, if you find any before your players go down. Did not work out in the favor of Future Station in this matchup, but previous game, let's talk about the previous match. That split drop, it really hurt them really bad.
Quite a lot, quite a lot. And that conversation moved on along to the second game also, did not pan in their favor. But now let's move that conversation towards the schedule itself. As we just discussed, Sanhok is done, Erangel is coming up next, Group E is going to have to move in, and Group D is going to now sit back and relax.
And from Group E is where you can talk about teams like 1952 that had a really good last game of the Super Weekend that they played. So they would want to just, carry forward that thing if it comes down. Obviously, it's going to be their first game right now. They know how teams play differently in the league plays and obviously in the Super Weekends. If they have the same momentum of Super Weekend right now in the league play, when some teams just try to go a little soft on the other teams, then I would say 1952 might just, break the code and go for a good game.
Not just them, there's Seal9 in this group as well.
Yep. And that is again going to be one of those teams that eyes are going to be gouged on upon as to what exactly are they going to be bringing to the table, because yes, they did showcase perfect play when it came down to the second Super Weekend, were able to convert those games into 2 chicken dinners and of course points that are going to be so very crucial. But this time around, they are going to hopefully move on with that momentum in their favor. Let's have a look at the stats, and what do the stats confirm? Well, Zeus domination.
Wow, this is like the top 3 that we've seen. Zeus, DRS, Carnage, that was like Super Weekend's top 3, so that's what it is right now. A1 Esports is coming up there as well. So yeah, I mean, A1 Esports has had so many good games for themselves. They just need no introduction right now with the kind of game style that they just bring in, because there are some teams that, just like to go for the placement points. There are some teams that like to go for the kill points, but this team, without any chicken dinner, just, showcasing back-to-back good games, I mean, they are giving a tough run to the other teams.
I mean, exactly, and they're doing that without getting those chicken dinners. That's the thing. A1 Esports, they are really consistent with their performances. I mean, talk about last game as well, did balance things out with the number of kills and the placement points, and that is something that I think this team has going for themselves. So pretty sure they're going to make it this time as well.
Absolutely. Another team to bring up when it comes to those consistency is going to be StalwartFlex. Every single time when it comes to their games, they are combining those efforts when it comes to the kill as well as the placement point. But another team that has not been able to graciously do so is going to be Team F4.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, and we expected a lot from F4 based on like the roster that the team is built from. So it is still surprising that the team is not performing to how we expected them to. But hey, they still, I mean, won't be starting from 0 if they manage to make their way into the Super Weekend. They can still at least try and get to the Super Weekend and get themselves into the top 16 somehow.
I would say the only thing that I feel from their gameplay is because, see, they have a really good gun power if you talk about this. It's only the lack of the close call communication that's just coming up, because sometimes you never know, you get caught off guard, and it's like the communication that, suppose someone says that, hey, there's the player, and then you gotta understand, like, where's the there at that particular moment. So, because that happens in these kind of games.
So many times, Ocean. No two ways about it. But along with that, let's move the conversation towards the rivalry that we saw build up during the Super Weekend. That, of course, is going to be StalwartFlex and 1952 Bridge Camp in that situation. Do you think that might be another scenario that we might see on Erangel?
Maybe.
You know my views on that.
Maybe.
Well, with that, maybe let's move on to the Erangel boys who are going to be taking us through this third game. It is none other than, of course, XP and Blay to, well, take us through. Well, all yours, mate.
Thank you for that, Blotter. It's always too kind. And well, we are now at the halfway point of the day. Of course, going to be day 1 of Week 3 League stage. That's a mouthful right there. But XP, we're going to be jumping into Erangel again. We're going to be seeing a group setting out this time. Group D will be setting out the next couple of games, including this one. And of course, joining the fray is going to be Group E. We have P and Crew, we have Deadeyes Guys, who have looked quite good so far, 1952, and of course Seal9 joining into the fray.
They just took the words out of my mouth. I want to see that rivalry come up again. Now, we saw StalwartFlex kind of almost getting done in by Carnage Esports in the last Erangel, but this time 1952 should be lying in wait. Now as the portals to the heavens open above us, Blay, take us through the flight path.
Straight up, there we go. We're going straight into Erangel once more, ladies and gentlemen, where we will be starting out towards Zaki. It's going to be ending towards Novo, cutting across the map in a diagonal fashion. And once more, the point the desk brought up, right? StalwartFlex going up against 1952 potentially towards the bridge. Again, the circle dictates everything.
Oh yeah.
And any predictions, circle-wise?
Well, circle-wise, I'm going to come to that because one thing that sticks out like a sore thumb is Z3us Esports in the overall ranking. 55 points already, 30 kills in 2 games played.
They're nuts.
They're going to continue their carnage as well. Teams are going to be dropping out. INES is going to be going to Georgia Paul as usual. Lucky for them, SEAL Esports are probably heading down south this time, and it looks like they are traversing towards Rozhok. They might even hit the mansion. They will probably end up somewhere around the shelter.
Blood Legion dropping out early. We saw them head towards military base earlier to go up against StalwartFlex in the first Erangel of the day. Instead, this time around, they're going to be dropping off way more earlier. StalwartFlex towards military base. That is a given. 1952, though, that's curious. They're not going to be dropping towards the ferry pier. They are going to be dropping on top of Novo. In fact, a lot of teams are dropping very, very late on the plane path, and I'm wondering where the circle's going to be, because I feel it could be a never mind. Oh, that's interesting. That's a big chunk on the military island in the circle. And XP, have you kept count of the number of times we've seen a circle like this in this tournament so far?
I mean, if you're talking exactly the same circle, we have seen it pretty much around Primorsk, Ferry Pair, the Quarry, and little bits of the military island, but not this big a chunk so far, which is kind of interesting because, of course, we are going to expect a few bridge blocks up ahead, and it did look like Future Station and 1952 were, in fact, heading towards Novo. Maybe they saw each other going down, and now both teams are heading to Military Power, where, of course, they are going to be joined in by SEAL 9. And it looks like action might break out early as Z3us are taking on 7C Esports in Pochinki.
Well. Early fights in Z3us, man, they are not letting up at all. They are just on a tear, looking to take everyone down, making a statement. And 7C will be very well aware of the fact that Z3us are not just going to allow them to escape, that they will be pushing in for the hunt. The thing is, for Z3us, what are they going to do? Are they just going to be loading up a couple of guns, just going in for the push, or are they going to be taking this sweet time? Because that's going to allow the other two members of 7Cs to join into the fray.
See, the thing about Pochinki is we have a few rotations that, are tried and tested, and everybody generally follows that same pattern. So they want to make sure they get all their angles. They want to make sure they get the flanks, because they are not going to be shying away from switching to first person, as you can see on our screens right now, and going in for the kill. Looks like Icy is already on a little bit of an offensive, trying to get a different angle on the enemy, and this could get quite interesting.
Rig has no idea, XP. He has no idea that there is a player from Z3us slowly sneaking on up. As in the meantime, it is going to be 1952 going up against Future Station. Future Station finally get a point. They get 1 point.
They finally get a point. It looks like the first blood is going to be in their favor, as Entry kind of had a quick exit from this game right at the beginning. Now, I see good decision to move back, because, of course, you don't want to be separated by your teammates by such a large margin. Another interesting thing that I kind of saw on the map was SEAL Esports did not head down towards the mansion area. Have a look at that. They are in Yasnaya. This is the presence of mind, because DRS Gaming is going to be sitting this game out. Of course, for all of you joining in right now, Group E is coming in, and Group D are going to sit the next 2 games out. Again, that presence of mind means that they can get enough loot in that city. But, of course, there's going to be a lot of carnage up ahead, because Blood Legion are just southeast of Rozhok this time. I was kind of expecting them to head up a bit further up north, but it does look like Deadeyes Guys have not joined the party.
Yeah, they have not reached. They weren't able to connect to the game in time, which is unfortunate, right? But the show must go on. They're obviously going to be disappointed with that, but hey, they still have 7 other opportunities to definitely make up the deficit. Now, Carnage Esports have pushed on in. P and Crew as well, going for a very early rotation. They usually tend to linger around a shooting range 70 area, but then they realized that looking at where the circle, the play zone is, it's going to be cutting across the bridge, where it can get a little tricky. You know Carnage is going to be roaming around there. You know INES is going to be towards South Georgie. So, yeah, PN Crew just pushing on in pretty deep early on. I don't expect StalwartFlex to move anytime soon, but maybe they could go and try and consolidate that bridge position, perhaps. Try and keep their options open in case the circle does shift further towards the north. As we take a look now at PN Crew, who have gone on a pretty long drive all the way from a shooting range well into towards Gatka, as Rig, I believe, has been spotted out by Godless.
Mind you, this time around, however, StalwartFlex are going to make sure they check every single house, every single nook and cranny before they make their move. Of course, they are going to try and go over the bridge, but I wouldn't be surprised if they want to go over the water route. Again, that is only speculation, as shots have been fired. Both the teams are obviously aware of each other's positions, and have a look at how Zeus are spread out all over the place. Of course, Fair all by his lonesome. Again, I like the play, but if they get taken down, chances of getting back up are not looking good.
What was looking good was that camera path. Shout out to the camera guy flying in through the church. That was a nice angle. And Rig taking a couple of just one warning shot towards Abel. You can see the concrete around him getting chipped away, and all the way behind them, that flank, this flank from IC, he's got the PP Bison. He's going to try and creep on up. He's being very quiet while the rest of his teammates are rattling off bullets in the direction of that one player of 7C. But considering how deep inside the play zone these two teams are, there's no real rush to go in for the fight.
There is indeed an interesting play coming in from Seal Esports. Have a look at how they are traveling west from Yasnaya instead of heading down towards the school, because they know there are a lot of teams that already, occupy those apartment buildings right next. They are going to be following pretty much what Carnage Esports did. They're going to take that same route down south. And PN Crew, I beg your pardon, was what I was talking about. They rarely travel down south. I mean, talk about a migration. They rarely migrated all the way pretty much near Quarry. They might even bypass it and call Primorsk their home. And now, have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. StalwartFlex are on the move, but expect those icons to change, because there you go. They are going to get out and make sure they scope the bridge every 5 seconds.
Every 5 seconds. But if they are able to take control of the bridge here, it's going to get very interesting. It's going to be very interesting indeed, because that means it's going to provide them options, right? It's going to provide them options as to which circle they want to head on towards. As yeah, there we go, Johnny and his UAZ, a nice white UAZ.
Looks clean. Looks clean. I did kind of see one thing on the map, of course. A1 Esports, now we know where they love dropping, just north of the bridge, where we are going to be expecting a lot of drama and a lot of action in just a few moments. But T2K, they have been playing aggressively, and they are going to be coming in on that same position as well. In fact, a lot of teams, Blade, just have a look at your map. Seal 9 are going to be moving in the fray as well. And it looks like INES Gajor is going to spot the enemy in the form of Skylight Gaming. Shots have been fired, but our body's going to drop.
That is indeed the question here. Again, like I said, shots being rattled off, and INES not afraid to announce their presence, telling them that this territory is theirs.
I wonder how many first aid kits Salu has this time around.
We can probably switch to Salu later on, and we can find out how many he has. Yeah, he had 22, which was ludicrous, and a drop. I'm calling it. It's going to be a Mark 18. It's a Mark. It's an MK.
This is going to be a Grotz. Oh, and we both are wrong, because, of course, the gods of PUBG just love toying with us. It's another AWM, and it might even be picked up, because it is dropping down to the ferry pair. And, well, like I said, have a look at PN Crew's position. They have already made it all the way down south from Severny to Primorsk.
Mental.
That is amazing. I mean, that is dedication. They want to make sure... See, it's that anticipation. All the circles so far have kind of gone in that southwest direction, I beg your pardon. So they are kind of anticipating as to where the circle is going to go next, but it looks like Future Station might just tango with 1952.
Listen, I want a military circle. Can you imagine the chaos, the sheer carnage that's going to break out of the bridge if that is going to be the case? And we're going to be finding out the circle, the next zone in... Boom, there we go. It is still 50-50. Could stay north, could stay south. But look at how populated the northern side of the play zone is.
Now, PN Crew are in a precarious situation, but wait a second. I'm going to hold my thoughts, because Blood Legion are driving dangerously close by Carnage Esports. And a nice little diversion. They heard the shots. They're like, you know what? Not today.
And, yeah, they're just going to immediately push on towards safety, and Carnage, well, at least now the position has been compromised. Again, Carnage are well within the play zone. Zeus are pushing in, and Zeus and 7C, that standoff it's still going on. They haven't budged yet. They don't have to. They're still in the play zone. But if that circle does shift down south, XP, it is going to get brutal. And if I'm StalwartFlex, I'm already setting up my fortifications, ready to pick off the fish in the water.
Absolutely, but you know, you did kind of mention Z3us Esports. I wouldn't really worry about it. They're probably just going to drive through all and every opposition, just rattling off bullets in every direction. And you know, they might lose a few people, but then again, we know what they are capable of, as it looks like Seal is going to come under fire. Killer has been lost, and there you have it. The remaining members are picking a fight with Blood Legion.
But Legion, they don't seem to be showing any signs of stopping up. Never mind. They get off the vehicles. Gyro and Dominic as PN crew. They've actually gone for the beach, which is interesting. And it doesn't really give you too many options to maneuver yourself towards safety, because there isn't really much cover.
There isn't much cover, but you do have those little depressions in the sand over there that you can kind of just crawl into and, you know, hibernate for a while. But we did see something similar in the past where Deadeyes Guys found themselves in a situation, and all those grenades just trickled on down to the very center, and that is not a position you want to be in. But now, PN crew could be in a position to help Seal Esports basically wipe out Blood Legion. They are setting up for an assault.
Jiggle taking a few bullets. He's gone, as usual, all by his lonesome, as Snipe Whitey spotted out by Zil. The knock takes place, and most people know how Carnage like to play, right? They have Jiggle going way ahead of everyone else, while the remaining three members stick together. So now the knock has taken place, they know exactly what they're going to be heading towards.
Well, they are going to be heading towards the enemy. They know where everyone is, but looks like Abel does know where they are. Is he just going to jump? Oh!
That was cheeky. Jiggle is at least providing... No, I thought he was going to be providing cover fire. No, it's going to be Praveen jumping on in the last very second. It is going to be Seal 9 who is going to get the knock, and Carnage, well... it's not really working out for them here.
Mind you, that would have worked for Praveen, but this is Erangel 2.0. In the last map, we don't have those partitions over there, so you could actually drive your car straight in. That is something of an oversight, as PN Legend opens up on Chari.
Chari can see, Chari's going to be, he would be praying that those cannons are still operational. Unfortunately, they are just relics of the past, and with him down, he's got those sandbags with some fortification for the time being. Smoke's being deployed as well. Demon has been spotted out as it goes over the crest of the hill.
Ooh, have a look at one interesting thing if you can just focus on the map, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Crypto's position. He's going to make sure no boat comes from the left flank and pretty much stabs them in the back, while his teammates are going to be hunkering up as Heaven now reciprocates, knocking down Sandesh.
It's a south circle. It's a southern circle. This is going to get brutal.
It's military.
This is going to be brutal indeed. As he called out, XP, a player from that is Legend, getting Sandesh. I beg your pardon, getting knocked down. And he's out in the open, and he's pretty much done for. And it's going to be Leon who has that right angle, finishes off the job. Now, PN crew, we said this, right? It's a rough spot to be in, because even if you want to use a boat to cross on over, now there are a multitude of teams, as we do have a standoff here between Seal and Blood Legion. Now, both these teams will have to make a move real quickly. Right now, though, it's a bit of a stalemate. Seal 9 coming under fire from StalwartFlex. Is the battle breaking out on the bridge? It was Seal 9 trying to preempt a potential bridge camp from someone else, but StalwartFlex, they were ready and waiting from ages ago.
They were ready, and they are going to be anticipating a few teams coming in as Abel knocks out Praveen. Can he get out of harm's way? Yes, he can.
Man, Zeus need to, they need to take a break. This is kind of unfair.
Tone it down a bit.
This is kind of unfair. It's like a schoolyard bully just walking into a schoolyard, just knocking down kindergartners left, right, and center. And it is not looking good for anyone else. Seal, in the meantime, that nade is perfection from Mono69. And he is going to find Rayan. Leo, kind of low and held. The second nade could find it. Smart one. He should be careful. He's going to get shot from across. And it's going to be Gyro who's going to get the knock. But Dominic, he's got to do a lot of work here.
Keep an eye out on Zake's position. He's going for that left flank play.
He's indeed going for that left flank, and he is holding it as well. Rayan crawling towards Leo. Gyro will get res here as well. And for Seal, because they have lost a member, they can't aggress real quickly. Circle closing on in. Zake with the perfect flank finishes off the player. Res has come in for one of the players for Seal, and he is getting res. He's healing himself, but his blue is going to start to deal quite a bit of damage, and Nate almost finding Zake. Leo is separated from the rest of his teammates, and Dominic, I feel like he's just going to make a run for it, and yes, indeed, he is. He's going to drive off into the sunset.
into the sunset. Little does you know, there is death and destruction lying in wait for him as the stalemate still continues. Moon69 trying to get that knock on Leo, but have a look at this. Seal 9 are hunkered down. They have their bridge blocked. They can see the cars, but they can see your feet.
Might see an eventual tap dance coming in as Zake is going to find Leo. And even though the knock takes place rather from the play zone, he will survive. And Blood Legion, Gyro, maybe it was the right call for him. He went in for the run and he's taking quite a bit of damage. He's going to deploy it first aid kit as IC has been spotted out. Blade finishing off Ayush from P and Crew. And IC has to be very careful. He can get shot from across where Legend is. P and Crew are still alive over there. But Zeus, though, right now, still not looking too shabby.
Was that a burning boat that I saw in the water? It kind of looks like all the occupants are going to have to swim it for safety, which could be interesting because StalwartFlex could find themselves shooting fish in a barrel. But look at Zeus's position. Godless. Oh my goodness. One wrong step and he's going to come crashing down.
He is. Well, someone has gone crashing down his ankle. As, yeah, it was a boat, indeed, and it was Skylight Gaming, all 4 members in the water. And guess who's going fishing? It's going to be StalwartFlex. They are just going to be mowing down the players. They don't seem to be aware that INES are right next to them. And also, meanwhile, Circle shifting further. Oh my god.
This is beautiful.
Look at the circle. Let's take a look at the circle real quick. Zake has been taken down as well. Seal, they're in a rough spot. That is, look at that. That's brutal.
Even though INES is right next to Crypto's position, let me tell you one thing. Have a look at his spot. They cannot get to him unless they throw a lot of grenades, and from up top, he can just rain death and destruction down below. Again, a smart move deploying him over here because they anticipated this move, and Godless. Wow, alrighty.
Alright, this is as cinematic as it gets. He's going to come in from above. He's going to try and find an angle. Yes, he does, and he's going to find one. Finds a second kill as well. The knock comes in, and Godless from above. It's thunderbolts and lightning being struck down upon the members of Seal 9. And almost gets a knock, but IC going in for the finish. He knows another player there, and he's going to go for the jumping wipe, the jumping kill. Seal 9 are no more. Zeus have done it again. They are unstoppable. They're monstrosities. They are the alpha in the server.
Alpha indeed, and again, I'm just so surprised by Crypto's position. This is something that I'm really happy to see. They anticipated it, and they are executing it to perfection, as I said, and it looks like another boat is going to be coming in. INES are swimming in the water as Crypto is going to spot out the members from A1 Esports, but Jax makes the right call, jumping in the water because, well, he already sees the burning boats around, doesn't he?
He does, and I just want to point out, man, Zeus have all 4 players still alive, and they're at 8 kills already. Like, come on. Blade, though, he knows there are players in the water. Spots out Jax. And A1, hoping, praying no one gets spotted out, as boats are exploding.
I'm surprised no one died. Whoever was in that boat, of course, the A1 Esports, they jumped out in the nick of time as 7C Esports find themselves getting eliminated. In the 11th position, sans any kills.
Seal as well, they only have 2 points to the name, and Jax, I think it's pretty much it for Jax here. They are getting gate kept by StalwartFlex. Look at the positioning from Crypto and Blade. As you pointed out, Crypto way above Jax. He's taking the damage. He needs to resurface to take a breath of air, but the moment he does, a bullet, it's got its name on it, Heaven X as well. And that is going to be for Jax.
That
now,
is all she wrote.
Sinister's still there, though.
He is still there, however, the thing is, there's so much going on right now. Now, Heaven wants to join in on the fun as well. He's like, wait a second, Crypto, 2 can play at this game. In fact, he is being optimistic, throws a grenade down. However, the distance is a bit too much. Salu trying his best to get out of harm's way, but like you said, once you come up for air, you are pretty much going to take a few shots. Newt, can he make it in, though?
He hasn't been spotted out. Oh, wait, he can, though. The name.
Oh, this is good.
All right, that should be good.
This is good, and boom! Double kill.
Double kill, indeed. Heaven playing that to perfection. They're just racking up easy kills right now. Now, P and Cruz, the final surviving member, Legend, he actually might make it. Never mind, I take it back.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, P and Crew are going to be eliminated courtesy of the curse.
The curse, the caster's curse. I do apologize. A1 still have one alive. We have Sinister. He is still in the water. Zeus now having to move in further towards the western side. And Zeus, I believe, still have all 4. Oh, no, they've left 3 players left. Godless did die because he went for that play. But even though he died, what a play from Godless earlier.
I know that the circle is small and like Crypto's way up top, but I want to see some sniper action right now. I want to see them whipping out those snipers and just, getting those shots in. Of course, bolt action is something that I live for. However, Sinister, like you said, still alive, just might make it. But again, he is going to be gate kept by Demon as Trained to Kill are going to pick a fight with Z3us Esports, and it's Crypto from afar who takes Utsarga down.
Crypto, his positioning has been pristine so far.
He has the best bird's eye view in this circle right now.
Absolutely, and he is making it count from the distance as Wolverine is going up, F4 going up against Future Station. As Blade just healing himself. There's still a player in the water from A1. Sinister is still alive. Blade spots out. No, he doesn't spot out Demon. Demon and a little bit of a crevice still hiding. Sinister is taking the fight, and Sinister actually announcing his presence. There are 4 teams. There are 4 one-man squads pretty much in the water, just on that edge, and the nade doesn't quite find Sinister. INES is Clutch. Demon, Sinister. Another nade comes in. Clutch will avoid it. This is messy. This is ugly.
We do have a jet ski over there which he can pretty much get into and move on, but it looks like T2K again are just ripping 1952 to shreds, and Sharp, the last man, unfortunately fell to his own death.
He did. Zeus now. Icy on his knees, as I do believe it was StalwartFlex who took a shot onto him. And if you're going to come at the Kings, you best not miss. Abel trying to reply back, trying to land a couple of shots. He does. Blade is very lucky. Controlled taps, controlled bursts coming out from Abel from the distance with an M4 as A1 Esports will be eliminated in the 8th place. A secondary smoke will be deployed as a res will be coming in. And Abel's doing a fantastic job single-handedly. And StalwartFlex, they seem to be not cognizant of which direction these shots are coming in from. But Z3us Esports, for the time being, they don't need to move any further. The circle is definitely with them for now, but as it shrinks in further, XB, this could be problematic for a lot of teams.
It could be indeed, and I like T2K's positioning as well. They have that hill pretty much at one end, the southeast end of the circle, as you can see on your maps right now, and they've got plenty of vehicles, they've got that height. They can in fact be a thorn on the side for Z3us Esports if they do get spotted out, but there is that gradual slope, I beg your pardon, and have a look at one thing. The way Z3us is deploying smokes to cover themselves from T2K is just brilliant.
It is, and looking at a circle right now, finally, StalwartFlex, they need to relocate. This position from Crypto has been fantastic, but if I'm him, I'm going to stick around for as long as possible.
Does Crypto need to get off his high horse?
I don't think that's a horse, XP, but yes, he might have to blah, 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 get spotted out in the distance. And Crypto tapping away. He's going to stick around here till the very last moment, because bear in mind, there's still a couple of teams nearby in the vicinity. We still have 2 members of Skylight Gaming still alive, as Abel is going to unleash onto Uzum, and Demon gets finished off by Clutch. INES will ensure that they will be knocked out. Reply comes in the form of Johnny, getting the knock onto IC once more. Zio in the smoke, and the bullet will just whiz past his head, almost giving him a haircut. IC finished off. The kill will be confirmed, and Z3us now down to 2 members.
I do believe it was T2K who got that knock, but Crypto again from afar comes in and steals another kill. Look at Blah Blah Blah's position. They know exactly where the enemy is. He might in fact run along the edge of the blue zone and just make sure that Z3us are finally put in the ground.
Clutch is still alive, and he is behind StalwartFlex. Now Clutch could wreak havoc on the StalwartFlex, so they won't be expecting him.
Not only is Clutch alive, his teammate Geisha is on the other side of the circle, and wait a second.
It's all on Abel. Is he able? Of course he is. There we go. Clutch comes in from behind. He gets 1. He's probably looking for more. 3 kills for Clutch, as Abel is himself trying to clutch this one out. He's the lone man standing forward side of Z3us Esports, and is going to try and come creeping and crawling as StalwartFlex. Now they're in a bit of a pickle. Johnny's going to finish off Clutch though, and Clutch, unfortunately, good for just the 1 kill, but the nade coming in from Jane knocks 2 members out from StalwartFlex, and it just might come down to Johnny.
Now the fact that Johnny does not have any vehicles, it could be a bit problematic for him to make it in, as Clutch is of course going to bleed out. The play zone does what it does best. Now back over here, remember, INES still have 1 man standing, but the thing is, he is surrounded by members from Team F4. There you have it on our screens right now, but he is in a relatively safe spot right now, but the circle is going to be shifting, and well, the blue zone now really does hurt.
There are 5 one-man squads alive in a circle, and T2K have all 4. Like, it couldn't be better scripted for T2K right now. Like, if they lose this game, if they lose the chicken dinner here, it's pretty much they only have themselves to blame. Or unless something really, really bad happens, which is looking unlikely. Blah 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 is going to finish off Abel, and with that Zeus will bid his goodbye. Again, 9 kills for Zeus, 6th place. They're going to be pretty happy with that. Kapshi and Heaven probably. Oh, Kapshi's got a nade ready. He's got a nade ready. And he's cooking it, and it goes in a little too deep. And Kapshi though walking out. Unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be it for these two players. Heaven and Kapshi. The circle, the next one, it's definitely not going to favor them. And Kapshi wants to get this kill before he eventually falls to the blue. Meanwhile, T2K, they're taking fights in multiple teams. And Kapshi, he spots out a player. And there we go. He should get the kill here. How is he still alive? He's spraying wildly. Of course, we have the X-ray, so it's easier for us. But Heaven X still alive on a sliver of health.
Heaven on his way to a watery grave, to the depths of hell, in fact, as now they are pretty much going to see each other. But now Heaven might get the best position, and he might just shoot down. Kapshi, however, Kapshi's Uzi, that high rate of fire, gets the job done as Skylight Gaming are going to be eliminated in the 5th position with 4 kills. 4 teams remaining, 8 alive, 4 of which are from T2K.
T2K, 4 alive. F4 though, they're not quite done yet, and neither is Johnny. And Johnny, that nade could have his name written on it. No, it's going to fall right in front of him. Meanwhile, Blah 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 is taking a lot of damage. Capture will be eventually finished off. Future Station getting eliminated in the 4th position. And then, of course, a knock comes in. Johnny's going to find Rated Sir. Blah 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 is going to be finished off, and all of a sudden, this is doable for the final player standing alive. For F4 though, Wolverine and Voltrux. It's right now a 2v3, but Rated Sir is bleeding out into the open.
He is bleeding out. Now the smokes need to be deployed if that revive is going to come in, and they are now finding themselves in the thick and thin of all the action. And have a look at Voltrux's position as Wolverine is trying to keep them at bay over here. Mind you, he doesn't have any utilities. All the first aids and everything is going to be on Voltrux.
Does he have a nade?
Oh, he definitely will.
Well-placed nade could be it, but Jane spots out Wolverine. It is all on Voltrux. It is a 1v3. Now, both these teams are in the next circle, the next in the play zone. But he needs to strike right now. If he remains too passive, they're just going to pounce onto him and finish off the job. But if he can land a well-timed nade...
Well, the clothes have come off. The bag has been ditched. This guy knows that it is now or never. He does have his vest. He does have that level 3 helmet. No utilities on them, Blade. That could be problematic. So now he's got to basically act like a wiper and strike from his little vantage point. He is going to be hiding himself behind the bush, but I think he might have just been spotted.
They probably assume he's behind a tree. They think he's behind a tree because that is the only cover they have. And with that, Voltrux is going to find one. Looking for the finish. He's got to go for the reload. Position compromised now, and it's going to finish off the player. Jane taken down 1v2 right now, and with Surga realizing that they need to go prone as well. This 1v2 is very clutchable by Voltrux. A nade, though, comes in sailing like a nuclear bomb, and the second nade could be it. And there you have it. Kobe would be proud, and that is going to be the chicken dinner from the Nepali team. What a... Again, T2K are looking really, really good right now.
They're all looking good, and of course, it almost kind of looked a bit shaky, especially when they had 2 members down on their knees. But winner, chicken dinner is going to go straight to kill way. I loved it. Their position was just sublime because they had that mountain and they could just basically, you know, they had the lay of the land. That is what was pivotal for their victory, and of course, making sure that all 4 members stayed alive till the very end.
Till the very end, indeed. And of course, little, you know, I want to say Zeus might be disappointed. They still get 9 kills.
9 kills.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to see them cross the 50 mark in the games to follow. But before we do that, we're going to take a little bit of a breather. Quick break. Trust me, it's a quick one. We'll be back after this.
Keeping it real. I'm pulling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in week number 3. League plays is where we're at, and things are off to an interesting start. There's the final league play days that we're in, of course, today and tomorrow. Already done with 3 games, 2 more remain. But talk about this game. This was just phenomenal turnover wins from the entire lobby. And with that, let's move on to our analysts and ask them what do they think about this saga.
I love this matchup. I mean, especially the initial shift of the circle that we get to see.
Yes.
That was super fun.
Exactly, but talking about the MVP, it's Jane from T2K. GI Jane is back in this element. 4 kills, 789 damage, 1 assist, 195 healing done. I mean, talking about T2K, they had all the players surviving as compared to lobby where we had 1-1-1 surviving from the other teams. But well, they did lose on a few players, but they won the game in style with a bang, if you want to just,
Absolutely, no two ways about it, because T2K, they were ready. They were ready for that final circle. They were in control of that final circle.
There was this thing as well. I mean, if you want to talk about it, T2K had a bad previous game, and same goes for F4 as well. But now both the teams are just, coming up good.
Exactly, F4 finishing in the top 2 and definitely having a good game. But as you said, and XP pointed this out before they threw to us as well, that T2K, I mean, they were set up for that victory, right? Having the entire open area right in front of them, all the teams particularly spotted out, and all they had to do was just pick each one by one.
Absolutely, and that's what they did. But alongside that, let's move on to the top players coming in from this game and have... Oh, well, look at who's going to be there. We've got a Billy coming in from Zeus, but it is, of course, T2K Jane and blah, blah, blah.
Well, apart from them, I want to talk about Stalwart a little bit, because StalwartFlex, I mean, this was supposed to be their game, right? Because the circle is on their side of things. They are the ones who know the area well completely, and things did go a little sideways once they tried to take control of the hill. They got too distracted by the teams that were coming in, and the teams that were below them, they forgot to check their backs. But other than that, they did manage to do pretty well.
I mean, that's also one thing. I want to talk about that Uno reverse card that happened in the water lines as well. Well, those were the things that were happening. But right now, I mean, Zeus Abely, he once again does good for the team, makes his way into the top players. This is the third game that he has been back-to-back in the top players as of now. But T2K, they rule the charts as of now. I would love to see what sort of jump do they get after, this one goes down.
True. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking and find out for ourselves when it comes to the jump, how big a lead are we going to be looking at. We, of course, have Train to Kill taken 11 kills with 26 points in StalwartFlex. As you guys were mentioning, I mean, they kept so many teams that were making that water rotation from INES to A1.
Exactly, putting up a lot of pressure on the teams that were coming in. Team F4 this time, they do really well for themselves, getting those 4 kills and finishing on the 2nd position. But look at this, Z3us Esports, I mean, there's absolutely nothing that you can do to stop them. 9 kills in this game. Yeah, the placement points are missing, but hey, I don't think they even worry about the placement points, right? I mean, yeah, we have heard from them that they do actually want to get those placement points, do they? Do they? That is, I think, one question. Like, they are always getting those kills. And in this game specifically, the bridge fight that Zeus took, right?
Again, the mental pressure that I was just talking about, right? They want to put it onto their opponents' minds that, hey, we are hunting. And this is what we are doing as league players. We will do even better at the Super Weekends. That's what they have in their mind. But talk about 7C, no kills in this game, but 1 placement point. And Carnage coming up with nothing in this one game. Seal 9 also had a pretty, not so good game if you talk about their previous games as of now.
Well, it was certainly a bit of a sad state of affairs when it comes to Carnage, because again, Zeus was the one to blame when it comes down to Carnage's play, because that team just stops any team. Zeus stops any team that goes against them. With that, let's have a look at the zones and how it has panned out, because again, this was a really good circle. Compared to all the games that we've seen thus far, this one was genuinely the one that we wanted to see.
I remember talking to Lakshya, hey, this circle will go to Gatka to military, and then it will go down, and it's just like we're talking, right? This will show the hard shifts.
Exactly.
And that's what one thing that happened, because that was the flight path thing as well. The flight path started from the area where the flight path was not there, and the teams had to just move down. This is where StalwartFlex was looking really good. I mean, the military base area is what they know really good in their own way. They took up the fights as well, and once the zone hit the shorelines, teams were like, yeah, we can reach the shorelines, but climbing up is going to be a different tricky affair.
And that is where StalwartFlex comes in, just destroying absolutely everyone who was close to the shorelines and putting up so much pressure on the lads. And I remember at this very moment, Ocean was like, alright, so Zeus makes it into the circle, and the circle is like, nah.
No.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen indeed. But even though they were not able to make it happen, the way Zeus certainly approached the entire conversation throughout the game was phenomenal and certainly in their favor, walking away with 9 kills. I mean, really good points for this team every single time.
Exactly, but I feel like we've started to note this, right? Military circles do not really work out for this team. The last time this happened as well, we had the circle on the western side of military. They tried to go for the fights in that position as well, but again, same thing. They got caught off guard. They were finished off.
Absolutely. With that conversation, let's move on with these perfect highlights that did take place throughout the entire game on, of course, Erangel right here. With that, it is time to move on to open moments where FS started first blood.
Exactly. FS, this time Future Station in this particular game, they had a good run, and if they can keep this going, there is a possibility that this team might just be able to make it to the Super Weekend this time. But again, the early skirmishes on Erangel, they're always going to be there.
I mean, again, we're going to be seeing that cordless movement. This one, the one that tops the bridge, right? He tries to take the place down. He does do the damage, and that too in a lot number for himself. But once he goes down, IC finishes the job in style and well revives the teammate as well. Everything that was needed was done at that moment. But T2K taking up their own fights onto the land area, and well,
the Uno reverse.
Yeah.
Did not work out for Heaven, but it was fun.
It certainly was fun. It was one of those moments that you would just, everybody I'm sure who was sitting back at home as well were like, wait, what is happening? What is happening? But boy, oh boy, I mean, that was again a game that did certainly give Future Station the points they deserved. 10 points is what they walk away with. So certainly much needed.
Well, talking about this one, right, as you can see, T2K, they had the kills, they had the damage for themselves, but then there are other teams as well. Zeus again and StalwartFlex, I mean, 17, 73 and 8 kills. So yeah, the teams were doing really impressive for their name.
Yep. Exactly, wonderful performance from them. But as we move to the right side of the damage histogram, you're going to notice a difference. I mean, this time, the teams that had early exits weren't even, it was like they weren't even allowed to take the fights.
Nope.
They just finished off.
That is true. I mean, that we certainly saw with the XP Broad Legion and Seal right there as soon as the game started.
Yeah. I mean, there's the thing, right? Carnage is also at a lower point right now. They had a previous bad game as well. I would love to see, how much of a difference does it make against their competition right now? Because that's what they have to lead.
Exactly, because after all, when it comes to the league plays, what you're working towards is to be in the top 16. With that, let's move on to the overall ranking and find out what Ocean was just conversing about. What sort of a leap have these teams made? Train to Kill making a leap of 11 positions.
Wow.
That's going to make them happy. Now all they have to do is maintain the position, be consistent with their matches. But look at that, StalwartFlex. I mean, this is what we exactly talked about. I mean, earlier on, they were sort of being a little too over-aggressive, but now things have evened out. 19 placement points, 19 kills in 3 games. That's a good score.
Yeah.
But now let's look at the difference between them and the team on the first position. So, team with the second highest kills is StalwartFlex right now, 19 kills. Team with the most kills is Z3us Esports, 39 kills. They have more kill points than total points of StalwartFlex.
I mean, that is totally true. But talk about F4, right? As of now, the team is doing good. They are in top 5. They just need not to lose this one for themselves. Train to Kill, obviously, that was a really good jump. A1 Esports still consistent, still really good. Carnage, well, they did go down as we were talking about this one, but now it's Seal9 that's, as of now, out of their own area, as you can just see, right at the top 16. DRS is still out there, but they can make it. Obviously, they know it. But Seal Esports, we want to see the change. Future Station right now is in 16. I want to see how much good of a grip do they have at the game that they can just hold on to a good area to be in one Super Weekend.
Absolutely, mates. And again, I mean, when you talk about these teams, there are going to be, well, they've still got 7 games in total of the league plays remaining. So, of course, the story could go either ways. But, of course, with that, you do have a few teams that will always be pointed out, like, for example, Seal9, Future Station, 1952 for that matter as well. But overall, this, as of now, is looking comfortable for so many of these teams.
Again, giving you one thing that, one big name might not make it to this Super Weekend, because that's gonna happen. That happens. One team does really good, just falls, and the fall just keeps on moving up with the momentum. So and once you realize it, once you know that oh, this is what we could have done, it's quite too late, and you cannot rectify that.
Yeah, the mistakes have already happened by then.
Absolutely, mates. With that, we've got 3 games done up until now. We're going to be moving on for a short break, after which, of course, is going to be game number 4 on Sanhok. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free corner, had it, it's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick 'em off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Pull up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Tryna stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone, but before we head home, I'm right with my scope and then right know where to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay with the zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly, I might be missing a couple rules. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I erase pain and walk it off. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. All the zones closing in and we're watching the signs flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shot, I paint a picture that's pretty. This ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying it by in that bowl. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they get in you. Revenge is coming, take one of us, we'll take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chocolate. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in hot and heavy to break them and make them scatter. Made a platter that's ready for what I'm pitching. The ember heaters listen to pick 'em off from a distance. Man, listen, yeah, got the drop on 'em. Yeah, roll up with the squad on 'em. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Yeah, try to stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on 'em. Yeah, roll up with the squad on 'em, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride. You try to hide and run. Cause you called on your time is done.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 is where we're at. This is the league plays of third week and it is off to an incredible start. But move that conversation along, it is of course a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Rook Up Your Fun. I'm your host Brother. Let's move on to our analyst as we get prepped for game number 4. That of course is going to be on Sanhok.
Exactly. And Group D is not here this time again. A, B, C and E are going to be the ones that are playing, and well, last game was really good for Pakistan region, I would say.
Yeah.
And hey, in Sanhok somehow, as we have seen by the map chances, Pakistan region somehow excels. So
Exactly. I mean, they have had good performances, but it is a different team than the one that performed in the last game. Although F4, they are doing really well for themselves. As Ocean pointed out, Stalwart is sitting on the second position. The teams can actually carry the momentum in this one.
And hey, Zeus is there.
Well, they're always there. They're always there in the lobby to decimate the opponents. With that, it is time to move on to our casters. It is going to be none other than Necro and, of course, Fixers to take you through the game number 4.
Well, thank you so much, Blotter. And here we are. Zeus being one of those teams that's absolutely bullying everyone. But then again, we've got teams like Skylight Gaming, T2K, still getting those chicken dinners. Now, the desk has been talking about the Pakistani teams. Now, F4 has a rather very good start. But do you think F4 can get a chicken in this one?
They can. They certainly can. I mean, last game was really good for them as they were, of course, down to top 2. But again, I mean, he was just down to that one last man, and TDK just harassed him as alone. And again, as you did mention about Zeus as well, absolutely bullying everyone and even harassing them. And I don't really know what to comment anything else on Zeus because I don't even know. It's like my heart is already taken by them.
So, see, that's the thing, no. They have nothing to lose over here. They have already been establishing themselves, already inside the finals. All they want to do is set records, even free themselves even more. They sort of are playing scrims right now, to be honest, if I have to be blunt about it. And that's exactly what they're doing. Last time they did drop off at the boot camp region, but this time we'll have to see what are they going to intend, considering the fact that teams from Group D have been sitting it out. Well, talking about the drop spot, we have got Future Station heading to its car, but that's exactly where C9 is going as well.
Exactly. I mean, now take a look at the circle shift, and wow, this is quite a good circle shift this time. But now ABCE Esports finally seem like they have a contender inside the Paradise Resort, and wow, it's going to be Zeus starting the early domination already, decimating the player of ABCE Esports. And now again, they are not really having the start that they opted for. As 6ix9ine boys again, he is prone in those balcony region, but he will be spotted now. Zeus again, they just have those eagle eyes, man. I'm telling you.
Look at how unstoppable they are.
Yeah, look at the aggression. It's like they're not scared.
They're not caring about anything. They don't really worry about any kind of armor vest. They're just shooting everyone down, pre-firing every single angle, and that is exactly what A1 Esports are doing. Just backing off because they know that Team Zeus, they won't really even, it won't bother to them even if they get an early exit, because the kind of a lead that they have established for themselves, I think they're pretty much good to go. But that cannot be said for A1 Esports. They need to survive, already having losing out on one of their players. So not the kind of a start they would have wanted, but it is what it is.
Exactly. I mean, I'm telling you, Zeus is just a team who is possessed.
Yeah.
And these players are just the workers for the god, and they're just making work so much as Zeus, again, already bullying off a team like A1 Esports. And I actually quite feel bad for them, to be honest, because the place that they have moved towards, Seal9 is in those nearby vicinities. That means the danger is still lingering around them, and they will need to find themselves a safe spot. But now, I want to also point out on one thing this time. P and Crew are inside the game, and they are, again, going for those same compounds near the Hot 10 areas. They don't really seem like they are targeting any big buildings, though, or any big cities.
And that's the beauty of Sanhok, right? You've got those small compounds, you get enough loot, the frequency is, of course, high over there. So, yeah, they do get those guns, you get those ammunition for you to back yourself up, got to get the first aids. That's pretty much it. You can't really ask for a lot of utilities, but if you get it, the better, the better. So, that's the thing. But Seal9, well, they've had quite a rather good start, but the same cannot be said for the compatriots. That's Team Seal, you know, having played 3 games and still in the second half of the table. And Future Station, well, what are your opinions about them?
Future Station, well, they are in a whole world of trouble. They need to find themselves a good game where they can actually, you know, get themselves back on the leaderboards. But again, as you did mention about Seal9 and Seal, I mean, it's like in first week, Seal was dominating. In the second week, Seal9 was dominating. Now in the third week, which team will be dominating? That's the question, and only time will answer the questions as well. But now I also want to point one thing out in the zone again, and I really want to see a hard shift onto the top side of the and that of course is going to be putting a lot of team in that uncomfortable spot, and they will have to break their comfort zone.
I mean, you like watching people in pain.
Who doesn't?
You are serious.
I mean,
all right. So
inside the game. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what I said. But so you're basically asking for maybe a Camp Alpha Circle, or maybe going towards Hatin?
Exactly. Or maybe, you know, just keep the circle absolutely aligned in those between 2 cities. So again, this will keep the team guessing, oh, will the circle go on the left side or will it go on the right side? And that's where the real chaos starts.
I'm sort of worried about PN Crew right now. They did have that Western Island for themselves, but all the players have sort of reconciled together, everyone onto its southern island rather. So if maybe the circle sort of shifts towards the western side, they're going to have some trouble getting in. But 1952 making those early rotations, crossing the river perhaps, and they find themselves on the Western Island over here. But Skylight Gaming this time, noticing the fact that Future Station did not head on inside boot camp, they were the ones taking the plunge. Now they've got that sweet loot that you get in that area, so they must be pretty stacked up. I really want to see as to how they perform in this game, because they've already got a chicken for the day, and to be honest two, but can they get the third?
Well, only time will answer our questions, because Zeus is still a contender.
Alright, so now this is the thing with Team Zeus, right? They've been getting a lot of kills, just that one chicken, but otherwise, those position points kills, yeah, they are playing their cards right. Everything is perfect. But in terms of, if you want to go for the chicken, you have to be very careful with every single moment, right? Now, that sort of happened in the last Sanhok that we did cast, and that was the case with Zeus. You know, they started off really well, they started off big, but eventually they did lose out on their players, still making it into the top 3. That's quite an achievement for this team. But you need to push yourself even further for that. And I think Zeus should focus on that, considering they've already qualified for the finals. All they need is to learn how to play the zones. And once they sort of master that, I don't think there's any other team that's going to give them a run for the money in the PMPL.
Do you really think they care about the zone?
I mean, they have to. At some point, you really need to have to.
Yeah, I mean, it's like right now, all they're doing is like they're setting a target mark. Like, we want to get these many kills, and then later on, we don't care. We can just go in and die. It doesn't matter. But all the time, they are securing themselves at least 9 and above kills, which is really good. And even you're getting those points flowing in as well. And while the kills are happening, you're even getting those positioning points. So I really feel like at this point, Zeus is doing phenomenal. But take a look at Blood Legion as well. And now, again, they are in those nearby vicinities. And Carnage, Blood Legion, and 7C have just lined themselves up next to each other. And Blood Legion, they are in quite a bit of a pickle, and they might just get sandwiched anytime soon. As we talk about teams getting sandwiched, another fight opting out, as 1952 already opened out things on Wadu Sir. And Shifu Sir is, of course, going to be in those nearby vicinities, as he's going to be lobbing in the nade, and he's getting compromised from all over the angle, and Sharp is going to be making that brilliant move on to Shifu. Going to be taking him down.
Well, this is something really promising coming in from the boys from 1952. They look way more confident than they actually did in the first week. And after the second week haul, I think they have stepped up really well. But this is where Deadeyes also come in. And this is the second game of the evening, and not a start that they would have wanted. And this is the moment when you start missing Hungry Box. This guy tends to stay alive for so long, gets you that crucial positioning points towards the end, also manages to secure a few kills here and there. But Carnage going after Blood Legion, wiping them out, and I believe the entire squad is done. Now, there was sandwich. They did not have a lot of option, and this fight was over in a jiffy.
I blinked my eyes and I see on my screen that Blood Legion is already eliminated. What just happened? We missed out on that fight for sure. But again, Skylight Gaming, they are getting inside a little bit of trouble, as Zeus is going to be putting down a lot of pressure onto them. But Xiao is going to be the casualty for Zeus over here, but the rest will be there, so they don't really have to worry. But Chari is on a move, and he wants those kill in his hands. As again, he's being quite kill hungry at this point, because if he's going to be exposing himself a little bit too much, we do know what Zeus is capable of. And all these players inside Zeus are just laser beams. As Deadeyes even goes down. What is happening, Fixes? Big names are crumbling down like it's grim.
I mean, that's Sanhok for you, served on a silver platter. And, well, Zeus,
maybe gold,
being the high school bullies that they are, well, someone needs to stop them. Someone needs to be the responsible one over here. Someone needs to come up and shut them down. Exactly. And I think Skylight Gaming does have the players who can deliver, right? We've seen them doing that in the past, and they are the PMPL champions, also representing their nation in the GC. So they certainly have that capacity and the prowess to execute down the players of Zeus. But are they willing to do so? Because let's be honest, they are also eyeing down for those points. So the entire objective of Skylight Gaming and Zeus is entirely different. They are searching for points, where Zeus is searching for kills. So you've got different ideas. Whose is better? Only time is gonna tell.
Well, I mean, I don't really feel like Zeus actually plans things out. They just let things happen randomly. So the idea from Zeus' side won't be there. So the only idea will be staying in there. It's going to be Skylight Gaming. And now again, another fight opting out. SC Line on a move against the player of 1952 entry, being the one in a bit of a pickle. He needs to find himself a little bit of comfortable spot. His teammates are trying to get himself in a comfortable spot, but just take a look at Zal. He is just a ninja walking right next to him and taking him down, and he was like, hey, am I your brother? Then he was like, no. He just started firing bullets at him. But now again, as 1952 and C-Line, the fight is continuing, and C-Line already having a casualty on their name. Sharp going down in the process, and Inky is going to be making it work. Miner also has went down, and C-Line is just obliterating the entire squad of 1952. Things are just down to Magnet and Entry, but Entry is knocked out, and Magnet doesn't really seem like he is in a mood to challenge the fight as well. Of course, gets the Reds onto Entry there. For now, Entry will be quite safe, and he will put that first hit onto him. So, of course, he's patching himself up, but the push is there. Inky might be in a lot of trouble, but that nade is going to be closing them out, and that is enough for the entire squad of 1952 as C-Line. Beautiful execution.
Indeed, and coming in the second game of the league days, and what a wipe that we did witness from the players. And 1952, they did not see that coming. And despite having that high ground advantage, it was just taken in for a ride. And C-Line, well, continuing that good performance. But 7C sort of have caught down the players of Team F4 really off guard, as Khan will be shown the way to the lobby, as 3 of their other players are still alive. But how do they cross it, considering how the circle has gone down south?
Exactly. I mean, the circle is actually, you know, quite a tricky thing inside the game, as the 4 are quite struggling, at least up till now. But now they are trying to make the move, as StalwartFlex seems like they have their sights locked onto the players of INES, and even Salu YT is going to be in those back lines, but he's quite far away from the rest of the squad. But just take a look at what Clutch and Gajor are doing. They are wrapping up right behind them as well. And again, INES losing out on a player. A lot of teams are actually losing out on one player, and then there's just like these rest 3 of the players, you know, trying to carry over the team to the victory. And StalwartFlex again being the dominating one inside the fight. Salu YT making sure he's not getting compromised. He does not want to give his position away as well. But just take a look at what Gajor and Clutch are doing. They are getting the high ground. At the same time, they are flanking their ways right onto Uzum as well. Now, it's only come down to if Crypto, Johnny, or Blade, any one of these 3 spots, anyone down from these players, then maybe things will be turning out in the favor of StalwartFlex.
Now, right now, INES need to focus on getting inside the circle, because the moment they start taking the shots, they will make their presence felt. And what StalwartFlex will be doing is just get in, gate camp them, and the moment they try to cross the edge of the zone is where they are going to take them down. With that being said, the third airdrop comes up, and that's the MK14, the perfect gun that you would want, which has been sort of been crafted by the devil himself. And you know how deadly it gets in those final circles. Even you can have that extra option of using it as a DMR. Well, that is exactly what that gun was meant to be played as. But no, as the game went further, players sort of stepped it up, went in to use it as a close range weapon, and absolutely go ham after the leads.
Exactly. Now again, F4 challenging a fight against a team like Zeus, and again, Zeus already got a casualty on their name. F4 opened things up onto Zeus there, but the Reds will be there, so they are not in a bit of pickle at this point, at least. But there's even F4 in the backlines, and T2K is raining down hell onto them. As again, opening things out on IC as well. IC has went down in the process. Jane is making it work. Jane is showing that incredible movement, and he will certainly drop himself down inside the water. He doesn't want to get compromised, but Zal is making a brilliant move as well. He does have the edge for him. He's going to be taking down a lot of shots onto them as they are just on the aggressive step. They want those kills in their hand, and Zeus might just be in a world of trouble.
Or maybe it can be the other way around as the nades are coming in, the artificial red zone already being built up as Zeus sort of are repositioning their players. Look at Icy just back off from there, but I would want the viewers to take a look at Godless's position. The moment the players of T2K are visible, they are gonna get destroyed.
Exactly, Godless being in that flank angle, and we do know what kind of a player he is. His name suits his playstyle. And again, T2K, they are in a world of trouble. They need to find themselves a better spot. If Godless decides to strike, he's waiting for the right moment to strike though. And when he finds that, I'm pretty sure TDK won't really have the time of their life, as Jane is trying to watch out for the flank angle. Of course, he is the scouter for the team, making sure his team is not getting flanked as well. But Godless is just so brilliant. He is not giving his position away. And Godless might just get spotted because there's one more guy in the backlines of TDK. And it seems like for now, Godless' position is quite anonymous.
Well, he sort of is retreating back. But any single moment, I believe the players of T2K, if they sort of let him be in that free zone, they're going to be punished for that. But this is quite smart from T2K, rather opting for the waterways. Will, of course, avoid Godless in the process, as Godless, still outside the zone, has to make it inside. But taking a look at the circle, so a lot of teams have to cross that bridge. Now, F4 did have the chance to take that eastern bridge, the route that A1 Esports were opting for. But now they will have to go through the main bridge of Painan. So that might be a bit of a troublesome situation for them, as they might get shot from a lot of directions, because you've got PN Crew, you've got INES, so many teams, and that's the area that's pretty much out in the open.
Exactly, and I really feel like TDK is making quite a questionable rotation. Now again, they are, throwing themselves on the other island, which is on the top left. But the way when they will actually try to cross the bridge as well, there is PN Crew guarding it. But for now, Zeus Icy, as he's going to be taking down Raider from the squad of TDK, and that's going to be him at least down and dusted for now. But PN Crew is going to be the one to open things up on Zeus, as the trade is there, as Godless is going to be using the AUG to get the kill onto him. Oh, barely made it as well. Icy, you are one lucky man to survive.
Well, the kind of a best friend that you would need, and IC definitely has the revive on. As soon as that,
he went down instantly.
Yeah, but again, this time it's Ably going in for the res. He will get that, but Team Zeus, they've been finally caught off guard. So this is what I was talking about. Overcommitment, over-aggression sort of leads you to make those small mistakes, and you get punished for that. Now, they've started off really good, but can they get the chicken dinner? That's the bigger question, because they have to yet fight themselves inside the circle, considering so many teams have kind of positioned themselves in such commanding spots. It's going to be so difficult for the players of Zeus to fight it in. But then again, it's just Zeus we're talking about, without any care in the world. Exactly. They just build their own paths and go in.
Exactly. I mean, especially talking about Godless, this man is just, I really feel like he should change his name from Godless to God himself, because just the way he plays just fascinates me. And for now, he's melting down anyone who is getting locked and inside his sights. And again, he does have the AUG going favoring him, as Icy is trying to make the move. This might be where he gets compromised, and yes, he will. Ayush, I like to call this man an absolute laser beam, and again, he's proving my point. Down a Seal going up against, straight up going up against the players of Future Station, but Evil Eye is going to be making it work, as he is going to be getting third-partied from another player of Seal, and that's going to be Munu69 from the backlines.
Trades coming in from the boys of Seal, as both these teams are fighting for their survival. They want to qualify for this Super Weekend, but Munu69, he's come in for the first time, and we've seen that even in those previous games. So it's his first time playing in the lobby, and now we've got to see as to what he has to offer. So Seal making some drastic changes. I really, again, coming back to the point that I was just talking about in the previous Sanhok, I sort of miss Wally, and goes out as to why they are not there. I mean, those were the players. Those two players were the ones who were sort of getting those kills for Team Seal, and now that we see that they are not playing, sort of gets me into that shaky feeling where you've got to, sit down and think, why are the best players benched out?
Well, I mean, the last week wasn't really their week, They weren't really able to perform. Maybe that's why they are trying to, maybe just get the strategies rolling in, just trying to, let the new players have the chance for this. And again, Munu is going to be the one who is going to be there for now, at least inside the squad of Seal, as the fights are still happening. And it's going to be, Carnage in the middle of the circle. But Zeus, again, they are continuing to light things up. But Voltrix is in those nearby vicinities. Godless making the rotation in with that vehicle. I don't really know if that's a good choice, but he is going to be ramming his vehicle straight inside Painan, taking that bridge. He does know that he has a lot of cover as per the houses. But PN Crew, wow, what just happened? In a blink of an eye, I just see 3 members of PN Crew just absolutely down and dusted.
And they have one more player surviving, but for how long? That's a bigger question. As Sandesh makes a run for his life, 5 kills already for the lad. So they definitely do not want to get off at the 12th position. But now, moving along, look at Godless and Abeliamo. I mean, they are making that long rotation inside. And INES, we've got to see as to what they can do.
Exactly, and I also want to point out one thing. F4 Wolverine and F4 Voltrix are just way out over. I don't really know. Yeah, it's like they have separated themselves, but I really feel like they might have themselves a little bit of plan, Maybe they want to reunite in again, but how are they going to?
That is not possible.
That's not possible, but maybe, Voltrix just decides to absolutely mow down anyone who walks in his way, and then he's like, oh, I am going back to my teammate. He's my first love.
So this is a kind of a strat that you usually execute when you're playing for those survival points. So I wouldn't really be surprised about INES reading the situation perfectly, finding the players of Zeus as Abli has gone down. Godless will have to resort to that healing battle. For how long is the bigger question over here.
Exactly. I mean, INES doing a phenomenal job overall capitalizing the position of Zeus. And again, the way these guys rotated inside the circle was using those vehicle. Now, they ran their vehicle straight inside Painan and they made the waterways. But again, when you're using vehicle inside a map like Sanhok, you are going to be hearing those sound from real long away as well. And this is what INES heard as well. And that's what caused the demise of the entire squad of Zeus, as Godless is going to be the last man surviving. I did mention Godless is just a one-man army, and he can make anything happen if he has the zone favoring him. But right now, the zone is taking out a lot of damage, and he's only has those last 2 firsted left.
Yep, considering it's the 5th circle that has moved way too far from him. Well, there is a very slim chance that he's going to make it inside the circle, but that brings us to the players of Future Station, where, Evil High has definitely got that rest back up, and Seal having just that one player. How are they going to survive? How are they going to make it in terms of position points? That's a bigger question, but right now they are safe and sound inside that one compound, but Clutch just in front of him. We do spot out Memo, who does have that vector, so that's going to be really detrimental for INES if Memo spots him down and goes spraying after him, as Memo is making his move, has spotted out Clutch in the process, as Clutch this time is the one trying to aggress, and Memo trying to bob and weave, but who's gonna get the better out of that person is Memo, of course, but he does not have any first aid, but before that he gets knocked down for him as well.
Exactly, and I mean, you did mention, as well, but I also want to point out one thing over here is that Future Station, Grumbling Storm this time, they seem like they are having the game of their life, and this is exactly what I was mentioning. If they get that one game in which they're doing real good, that might be the start for them to climb up the leaderboards, as, again, 7C, they are in water trouble, and again, that will be their wipe as well. But now INES following them up, following the same footsteps, but now Moon69 is going to be the last person alive for Seal, and he's in those nearby vicinities of Future Station, Grumbling Storm, but for how long is he going to be surviving? Because they are rushing inside. He's trying to throw the Molotovs, making sure the push is getting denied as well. Munu, he's really scared for his life, but Future Station are getting third party as Jane is going to be putting down a lot of lead into them, and even StalwartFlex joining the party. So many teams clashing up against each other. Munu seems like the god is going to be favoring him.
Well, Future Station again messing things up, got out quite in the open. What they should have done way earlier. Now they are in a whole world of trouble. They were a full squad. Now it's just Kapshi who's going to try to get his players back online. But T2K do understand the gravity of the situation. They're not going to let the players of Future Station just slip past by. But Kapshi still opting for the revive. I do not think that's possible considering the zone is starting to close in.
Exactly, the zone is quite far away as well. And even Kapshi will have to make a long route for it. As T2K again, they are getting charged in by the players of Carnage, and the bullets are being lopped in from them. And now Jane, of course, went down in the process. The res won't be there. It would be quite a tough target to get the res as well. But take a look at what Kopsh is doing. He's racking up those first aid, making sure he's doing the heal battle as Carnage are going to be the dominating one inside the circle. They did have the center of the circle for themselves, but StalwartFlex even seem like they do have the dominating side for themselves as well. But Jane, of course, the last man surviving for T2K. That one bullet is going to be making it, and that's going to be T2K taking an exit from the lobby. But for now, I really want to point one thing out. StalwartFlex, they are doing absolutely phenomenal, even the previous weekend now as well. But take a look at what's happening over here. Jiggle running past Fear, and Fear does not really want to give his position away. Of course, scared for his life. He does know if he makes any kind of sound, he will be compromised.
The last player of his team. He needs to be there. He needs to make it to the top 3 at least, secure those crucial position points. But I love how Carnage and StalwartFlex are playing this one out. I love the way StalwartFlex have positioned themselves. They are absolutely everywhere inside the zone right now. As Crypto finds another amazing knock, as Snipe also goes down. This is the cue. This is where the players of StalwartFlex are going to make a push. Are they going to wipe out Carnage? That's a bigger story over here, as Praveen and Manish are trying to get down to their teammates, but the smoke. Are they going to help them as the players of StalwartFlex are moving in from the left flank as the entirety of Carnage is just reduced to one spot? This is going to be disastrous.
Exactly, one grenade and that might just do it, and this might just be it. Real close, and now another nade is being lopped in, and of course that's going to be doing the job as Snipe Whitey has went down. Manish is barely surviving as well in this sliver of health, as Praveen is going to be falling. The knock up as well. Jiggle is going to be the healthiest man alive inside the squad, but no, he has been taken down. No, he's just down to that one last member of Carnage, and it's right there, and that's going to be Manish taken out as well, and StalwartFlex, a dominating performance inside the late game circle.
Beautiful. That was mesmerizing to watch. The boys from StalwartFlex coming in, and what a way to end things out. I mean, that was a phenomenal chicken dinner, to be honest. They controlled the final zone, having all 4 of their players alive, waiting for the moment to shine. Once they did get those knocks, they just went pushing in like a well-knit unit and managed to get the chicken dinner for themselves. I mean, I loved it. But Future Station again repeating all those mistakes. I mean, why on earth would you not want to commit on a one single play and just delaying the things that sort of costed them the game over here?
Exactly. I mean, Future Station, I really feel like they're trying to play as cautious as possible, but it's not really working out. But StalwartFlex, I want to point one thing out. Each and every single move they made inside the game, it felt like it was calculated, and StalwartFlex, wow, what a performance.
Again, the Pakistani champions are rising
They are the
up.
pride.
Yep, the way they are playing, they certainly are playing like champions. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading for a short little break, because coming right up is the analyst test to break things down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in week number 3 and league plays is what we're at. 4 games done, 1 more game remains. In that, we are of course working towards the top 16 teams that will be a part of the final, the 3rd Super Weekend Awesomeness. As of now, we just, like I said, got done with 4 games, and alongside all of this, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host, Blotter. Let's move on to our analysts and ask them what do they think about this game on Sanhok.
Well, it wasn't. Yeah, amazing and an interesting turn of events how the game ended.
Yep.
Hey, just like we said, right? The Pakistan domination continues on the map of Sanhok, and that's how it was. But talk about Carnage Snipe Whitey. 4 kills, 756 damage, 24 plus minutes of survival time, 2 assists, and 35 healing done. What is it today? If there are healing numbers, like we saw so many, low number healings.
Exactly, and that has been the case, as you said, today, especially with Zeus being there in the first game. And
let's not talk.
Yeah. All right. So even in this match, they had 5 kills.
Yes.
Like before this match, they had an average KPM of 13, like 13 kills per match. That's
Yeah, but Snipe, I mean, Carnage also had an amazing game, this Sanhok. The only thing was they did not have the numbers to close it out.
Yeah, that's true. But talk about this individual, right? Snipe IT, 24.2 kill contribution percentage from him, and damage percentage as well, almost 23. Just coming out for the gameplay. Well, there's one thing that they have to just work on this individual as well. That's survival. But given the fact he's contributing on a lot of other cylinders, I would say he's still doing really good for himself and the team.
Absolutely is. He's certainly taken that load for the team and of course working it along with that synergy, and that is of course working along and giving them the points that they all so very much need. With that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game.
Yeah.
Alright, so Snipe is going to be followed by Memo from 7C Esports. Now 7C, they have had an interesting run throughout the tournament, and I mean, they managed to keep things consistent. Neither too bad, neither too good.
True.
On the other side, we have Zol also coming into this match on the 3rd position with 4 kills to his name, and then the signature man, the face right now at this point for StalwartFlex, Crypto.
Exactly. Crypto with 600 damage, 4 kills coming up. Like this individual also showcased, that how you gotta play the game when the rules are in your favor, when the lobby just, is just out there. But once you're on the hunt for the chicken dinner, you gotta go for it.
Exactly.
And that's what these lads did. All of them aggressing along. I mean, that was just perfect play coming in from this team. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking from this game. Of course, we know who got the chicken dinner, but how did the other teams fare?
Well, it is going to be quite an interesting situation now, because now you see Future Station also stepping up into the action. The aggression from the team might not be there, but hey, they did get 10 points from this match.
Exactly, they did. But Z3us Esports, right, 1 placement point, 5 for them. If we talk about the kill point numbers, Future Station, yeah, they did good. But now the thing is, how much more do they need to, just push themselves, because the competition is still fierce onto those areas. But now it's, let's talk about 1952 at the 8th position. They got 5 kills for themselves, and those were the only points that they got, like no placement points. Skylight Esports, like, they got placement points, but no kill points, so it's kind of a topsy-turvy curve. F4. One game was really good for them, the other one just, faltering down. Skylight Gaming, TE, and XP Blood Leads. If we talk about, again, 3 teams at 0 points for themselves, so it has started. The doom of those things have started again.
Exactly, mate, and it's not looking good, especially for a team like, for example, XP Blood Legion. I mean, at times they have really good plays, and at times they just falter down very aggressively with 0 points, and that again does not work in their favor whatsoever at all, because you need to be getting that consistency, and of course StalwartFlex has been showcasing for quite some time now. With that, when we talk about the game, it was certainly an awesome one, but move that conversation towards, of course, the saga that took place throughout the game. That was based on the zones, and so the rotations.
Talk about this one, right? As the zones were shrinking down, the players were looking forward to where do they have to rotate. And right now, as you could see, Carnage was again in a good area inside the circle. They had no team behind them to take up the fight, but that's where Stalwart just comes down with their rotations, putting them up in a really good affair, because now they, did not have much more area to just move inside the circle. They just move a few steps, they were inside the circle. But then afterwards, when every circle was just, constituting its own area against StalwartFlex, they knew how to find a perfect area, because right now, as per what the day has been going on, you could say that, Carnage would be getting this game, because they were like, at the center lines of the circle, but Stalwart just took it away.
Along with that, the fact that the path that they used for the rotation was not contested at all. I mean, an easy rotation coming in for StalwartFlex made getting this chicken dinner, well, a little bit easier in the sense. On the other side, I mean, as we talked about it, the team that is going to be in the center of the circle is going to absorb a lot of pressure. Carnage Esports did do that, but they were supposed to be the center of attention, because like teams are going to come in, they're going to try and pick you apart, take the position away from you, but kudos to them for managing to hold on.
Absolutely, because again, you talk about Carnage, that was the team that started off with all the aggression, sending XP Blood Legions back into the lobby. That was just those first initial few fights that we saw, but with that, we've got so many that took place throughout this game. Let's move on to your performance to summarize it all.
Well, yes, so many dominating, for the start only, you could see, I mean, Zeus, they never stop once they try to get the fights for themselves, but now 1952 again, trying to go for their good gameplays, but Team Zeus, I mean, right now it just feels like that they are playing real good onto their own, own speed for the game. We were talking about this as well, right? I mean, just imagine the team that has already showcased their talent against the likes of BTR, Nova XGF. They are showcasing what they actually got from there in terms of experience.
Yeah, and it was quite an impressive performance from them as well. But kudos to Future Station once again doing well, managing to bring themselves up in another game and get those points. But as we move forward, I mean, this is where things sort of get a little bit more interesting, because now the teams were forced to rotate into those open areas, which, well, created a lot of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the chaos was obviously needed given the map, given the fact that it's a map of Sanhok. Once it starts picking up a pace, like for teams, it just becomes really difficult to just get around them. But this was the final nail in the coffin as it was given down. And look at this, like some players are happy, some players are like, yeah, we gotta move on.
Exactly. The story's not yet done. The story certainly is not yet done when it comes to this team, and they have been consistent throughout with that performance.
As I said, once the pace picks up.
So many teams just, getting top 3 teams, we have 1500 plus damage for those teams. But then again, you see Skylight, right? Almost 500 damage markers were. So this is one thing. Now, if you compare it like INES, 4 kills, 421 damage. Skylight Gaming 493 and 0 kills. So it's like the conversion, the way you just have to go with the games moving up forward. Because there are other teams as well, 4 kills, 97 damage, like Seal9 has it. And then if we talk about Zeus, 5 kills, 1436, PN Crew, 5 kills, 1291. So numbers are there for the damage, but then there are a few teams that get that conversion for themselves in terms of even 1 kill matters sometimes.
It's so true, because again, many times we've seen when it comes to those overall rankings, the storyboard as I like to call it, there's just that one point that could make or break your play into the Super Weekend or not, and we've seen that so many times. With that, of course, talking about the overall rankings, let's have a look at the overall ranking based off of the 4 games that we just witnessed. And StalwartFlex is closing in.
Yeah, they are closing in 74 to Z3us Esports. StalwartFlex still sitting on the 2nd position with 64 points to their name. I like this team this week. They are awesome. But talking about awesome, look at Carnage Esports jump up to the 4th position, 36 points to their name, and well, impressive.
I would love to see which team ends on the 3rd position, right? Because they both have 36 points for themselves, T2K and Carnage. Talk about Skylight, right? 9 kills, a single digit is what they have, and F4 as well right now. So these teams have got good placement points, but now is the time if we just want to go for it. But Future Station right now at the 10th position, we were talking about it, the grip that Future Station needs. So far, looks good.
And well, things that are not looking good right now, I would say, is going to be R3D, because as of now, it looks like the 2nd time they're going to miss out on the Super Weekend, which I mean, I absolutely feel like nobody wants that, especially not the fans of R3D Esports and the players as well. They have 5 points in the 2 matches. So they have to pick up the pace. On the other side, we have Deadeyes Guys as well in this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have no points as of now. They need to pick up the pace as well, and that really fast. DRS Gaming, we talk about this one team as well. 5 points right now. Seal9 is the marker as well. I mean, 7 points is the marker right now to get into the top 16. But hey, tomorrow's day might just bring something different for the teams as well.
I feel like DRS is going to go the way it went during week 1. When the first few games DRS wasn't performing at all, and the next few games, like day number 2, they were like, all right, back-to-back good finishes. They were getting multi-kills in every single match.
That is quite possible. That certainly is quite possible, because again, you talk about the league plays right now that we're part of. We've got 6 games in total. We've got 1 more game remaining, after which, of course, 5 games tomorrow. So combine all of that together, there is still a lot of hope from so many of these teams eventually. But in that conversation, when you talk about Future Station, last game also, they got 10 points. This time also they got 10 points. Hopefully they keep that building in their favor.
Exactly. As long as they keep moving at the pace with which they are moving right now, this team should make it.
Exactly.
They don't need to slow down. Just be consistent, play like you're playing right now. I mean, it doesn't matter if you get 8 placement points and get 2 kills, 6 placement points, 4 kills. As long as that average of 10 is maintained, everything is okay.
Everything is going to work out. Absolutely. With that, I mean, that is certainly the reward that we had been hoping since week 1, since day 1 from Future Station, but now finally they're showcasing that. And of course, the fans, I'm sure you guys are enjoying along with that now. With all of this, we have something set up for you guys sitting back at home, which of course is going to be the mega event where you guys sitting back at home can be a part of all of these wonderful goodies that we've got set up in-game as well as, well, actual gifts. Like, for example, you've got the AirPods Pro, you've got gift cards in your local currency, as well as in-game rewards. But those ones are going to take place only during the Super Weekends. When it comes to the League Play Days, you certainly can chime in along via the in-game Esports Center. As you chime in and watch all the PMPL South Asia matches via the Esports Center, you will be earning points, and those points can then again be redeemed to get all of these wonderful items, and that again can be flaunted in the lobby or across your entire friend circle and everything. It's going to be perfect for you, but first and foremost, it is going to be that you join into the action via Esports Center and start earning those points. Start guessing weekly winners, you earn that many more points, and eventually top 3, lucky 3 are going to get that perfect PMPL outfit for you.
I mean, the permanent outfit that you can just, flaunt in game in front of your friends. And Johnny, you want to say something? Like, you
I
want
think I've said it. I think I've said it enough how bad I want it. I mean, it's going to be a good addition, and I mean, look at that cape, that beautiful white cape that's there on the side.
Yeah,
it's quite impressive.
It is, it certainly is. I mean, you kind of have a different flair when you've got that thing in the lobby, right? When you jump into the game, you know that that thing is going to be giving you that much more of a boost, of a morale boost, simply put, when you start playing the game. But in that conversation, as you move the conversation along, we've got one more game remaining.
Yep.
Final game of the day, and that of course brings us down to the schedule, where we shall have a look at what is it that we're going to be moving on to. Well, it was just glimpsed over there. It is of course going to be Erangel, and group number C is not going to be a part of it, which means Team F4, Train to Kill, XB Blood Legion, and A1 Esports will not be playing.
I feel like Group C, I mean, that's the best position to be in. I mean, because you miss out on one game every single day, so basically your momentum neither breaks nor sort of gets carried over.
You get to understand, how the lobby is going to play the last game. You get to see that. Plus, if there's like, what do you call it? The fatigue in the minds of those players that are, just playing it back to back. You get to understand that how the teams are playing under their own pressure. If a team is doing bad, how do they calibrate that? If a team is doing good, how do they get? So you get to read that, which is a good thing.
Which certainly is. Now move that conversation towards, of course, the map chance based on the stats that we've seen from these teams. It is, for now, Z3us Esports taking that first based on the average that, of course, Ocean was talking about. But again, you've got teams like the Real Soldiers in there. You've got High Voltage in there, who could very well bring in that dominating play.
Well, definitely. And I mean, that's the thing, right? Z3us Esports can, at any given time, be overthrown.
Right.
Not in terms of consistency, but in one particular game, right? They can be challenged, and these teams are not afraid to do that. But as we talk about other things, I mean, I do expect another team from the same group as Z3us Esports to actually start performing nicely from this very moment, because they are also running out of the game. I'm talking about SEAL Esports.
Yes, that is true, mate. That is so very true. Of course, they were not part of this second Super Weekend, but as the conversation moves on along, they could very well, of course, chime in along and be a part of this third Super Weekend. They are really aggressive team, no question about it. They just need to showcase that dominance in these league play days. With that, prediction, Ocean?
2 chicken dinners. Second chicken dinner coming up.
All right. You gotta be precise, man.
You'll see.
Well, that's all that we're going to leave it at. With that, it is time to step into this final game on Erangel. Thus, bringing up, it is going to be Erangel boys once again joining us to take us through this game. It is, of course, XP and Blay. Over to you, mate.
Thank you again for that blotter. We're trying to pull off our best Ocean impression, just staring in, arms crossed. I like how Ocean just kind of flaked away from giving a prediction. The guy doesn't seem to have any cojones. He's like, yeah, we'll see, someone's going to get a chicken dinner. Not really putting his money where his mouth is. But are you going to give a prediction?
I am back. No, I was pulling off an Ocean right now, so that's it. That's my prediction. Anyway, coming back to the game, it is going to be the final game of the day. Of course, this is League Week 3, and the Erangel boys are going to take you on a journey once more. This time, are we going to expect something different? We've seen one thing. Let me tell you one thing. Z3us are on a rampage. These guys are tearing through anyone that they see in front of them. But what about SEAL Esports?
Yeah, SEAL have been kind of quiet. Like, we've seen two different SEALs. Week 1, they were the best. They were, without a shadow of a doubt, the best team in the server. Week 2, they were the worst. They didn't even make it to the Super Weekend. They came bottom when it came to the league stage. And coming into Week 3, this is where we're going to determine if Week 1 was, dare I say, kind of a fluke, or are they going to be rising to the occasion? And bear in mind, they played 4 games already. They're still in the 13th, 14th place. Can they come back? One more team I want to bring up is DRS. They have been kind of quiet today, but they're a team who are not going to be quiet for the duration of the league stage.
Absolutely, and even on the league stage, if we talk about the Super Weekends, these guys really showcase their prowess and what they are made of, and kind of shocked a few people, including us from time to time, because we were like, why are they playing so dormant? And suddenly they resurge with full might. And well, talking about SW2D3 Esports now. Now, you called it a fluke.
No, I didn't say it's a fluke. I said it could have been a fluke.
He said it could have been a fluke, but anyway, I think the thing is, we were joking about last week that they wanted to basically, you know, make it an even playing scale of sorts, right? They wanted to make sure that the scales are balanced, and you know, they don't want to run away with everything. However, like you did mention, 4 games in hand in this league week, and they are cutting it rather thin.
13 points, 13th place after 4 games, and they are from Group A. They will be playing this game out as well, the 5th game of the day. They're going to be playing the first 3 games tomorrow. After that, they're done with their opportunities. They will have to sit out the final 2 games, so they have 4 more opportunities to make it work. Taking a look,
I love this.
I like this. Week 1 versus Week 2, right? And just look at the difference. It's ludicrous. 68 versus 16. They only had 1 chicken dinner, but that doesn't matter. Look at the points. They had 37 kills versus 11 in total. Damage dealt literally half of what they had on Week 1. So something went very wrong for Seal in Week 2.
You know, we were joking about the Freaky Friday situation. It kind of seems like they just kind of fell off the map over here. But Week 3, again, 4 games in hand. Let's see if they can capitalize on this, as the match is going to be underway very shortly. All the players are just psyching each other out in the lobby, and soon the heavens shall part, and well, you won't have to see our faces, so win!
Well, taking a look at some of the names I have here, though, I gotta say, I feel like Blood Legion have been pretty decent so far, and for me, of course, a standout team, apart from Zeus, has to be StalwartFlex, right?
Oh, yeah.
They are trailing only by 10 points, 64 points, I think 30 placement points and 34 kill points, evenly balanced. They have been looking fantastic, this Pakistani team.
They have been indeed, and of course, getting that chicken dinner is just going to cement their position. It's just going to make sure that, you know, that confidence does remain. And a couple of teams that were doing really good in Week 2, they've kind of fallen off the map right now. I want to bring up Seedline. Of course, they haven't played as many games as everybody else. Not what we expected from this team.
That's rough, because Seal9 are in, they are of course from Group E, obviously. They have not played, they've only played 2 games so far here, but they are a team who, again, they seem to have their ups and downs, and to me, if I'm looking at sheer consistency, one thing is for sure, ZT3us Esports are fantastic, Stalwart Esports, T2K, Carnage, and yeah, these are the 4 main teams for me, alongside of course A1 Esports, who, for some reason, man,
showing up this time.
They just don't get a chicken dinner.
They don't get the chicken dinner, but again, they are consistent. They always get those points, and you do see them kind of dig themselves in a little bit of a hole. That's the only thing that I've kind of seen, because, you know, they do go for all those perfect rotations, but once you are in the center and you get engulfed by the enemy, it can be problematic.
Can be problematic. So take a look very quickly at a graphic here, of course that of Seal9's, and how their performance has been. It has been lots of ups and downs, a lot of downs initially. They didn't make it into the first Super Weekend. You can see the placings they had in that first outing, but after that, it's been some pretty solid peaks coming out from them.
Absolutely. I mean, they did win twice, if I'm not wrong, and forget the positions right now. Even in those games, they did come out with massive kills, and I'm talking about double-digit kills, so that is something that adds on to your overall points. And, well, it is only the 2nd game for them. This, of course, is going to be their 3rd, which means they still have 5 in hand tomorrow, so they can still come up on the table, which, again, I'm kind of worried for the other Seals, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of Seals playing right now, and both these 2 teams have had their ups and downs as well. I want to touch upon also on a group that's not going to be playing today. We, of course, going to be having Group C playing this particular game. That is, of course, so we have F4, A1 Esports, T2K, and Blood Legion. Now, T2K are a team who have quietly impressed me. They're not a team like ZT3us Esports who's just going to pop off and go for these crazy team wipes and duels, but they seem to be a team who just, you know, when fortune starts favoring them a little bit, they're going to seize it with both hands and just, you know, seize the day.
Another team that is kind of seizing whatever is being thrown at them kind of is Future Station. Now, we did expect them, they did have a shaky start in Game 1 and in Game 2, but Games 3 and 4, they kind of woke up, they got a few kills, and almost made it towards the end. So, you know, you never know. Like we said, you may be down, but you are never out. And I want to see if they can run away with the chicken dinner, because if they seal their position for this Super Weekend, let me tell you one thing.
No pun intended.
These boys are going to be playing their hearts out. You know me, I love my puns.
All right, I do believe we almost have the game ready to go live. XP, why are you not allowing the game to start? Like, it's all your fault.
Alrighty, so let me just say one thing. Okay, I'm delaying
it's
the
his
game
fault.
right now.
It's his
but
fault. It's not the internet. It's not the server. It's not the players. It's your
the game
fault.
shall start in about 30 seconds from now, if I'm not going to be wrong. And like I said, yes, I'm delaying the game. I'm so sorry for that. But this is the guy who has the caster's curse. So get on your DMs and direct it towards him. But anyway,
just follow me before you send me the the messages.
There you go. Follow him at official play.
Another team I do want to touch upon though is INES, right? I don't know about this team, man. Like, you look at the name, you expect big things from them. They've had some ups and mostly been downs, but you know what? Hallelujah. It looks like the heavens have answered our praise. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we're jumping in to the final game of the day. It is going to be ending the way it started. It is going to be, again, on Erangel, and it's going to be starting all the way from Georgie and ending towards Novo Repnoi.
And of course, we are all used to where the favorite teams are going to be dropping. I want to see some clashes early on as well. Remember, of course, Group C, if I'm not wrong, is not sending this one out. So Blood Legion is not going to be going out on the hunt as far as Deadeyes Guys go. So Rozhok could be theirs for the taking. Now, 1952 this time are doing something different as well. They are going to be jumping out early and looks like they're going to be heading to Zarki. Now, they do have a few placement points. However, they need to do a lot more. They need to take the fights. And in the last gameplay, they did take the fight, get a few kills. Maybe that's what they need to do in this round as well.
Yeah, just avoid that early elimination is what 1952 are going to be focusing on. Obviously, as usual, we have INES dropping towards South Georgia Pole. PN Crew going to be heading towards shooting range, unless I'm very much mistaken. Carnage Esports again towards the Rozhok area, spread out, and the neighbors usually are going to be Skylight Gaming. The wild card here are SW2D3 Esports, right? We know they like dropping towards Georgia Pole, but we haven't seen them for a while. And this time they seem like they're going to be heading towards, maybe towards Quarry, maybe going for a long route towards Ferry Pier perhaps.
They did the same thing in the last game as well. They kind of dropped down around Gatka and then they went on and pretty much faced Skylight Gaming head on about 5 minutes in the game. So I guess it is going to be something similar over there because they do realize that Skylight is going to be dropping down in Gatka. And oh my goodness, we have a dance of death as Manish is trying to run over an opponent.
He's trying to pop what do you call those things?
He's like, you know what, I'm done.
What do you call that when you try to go and drive in a circle and try and like, not really a drift, is it drifting?
Well, not a drift, I mean, he's trying to power slide, I guess? He's
I
trying
don't
to
know.
make circles.
But Manish is going to get the hell out of Dodge. Oh, it's a
Zeus.
race for the rooftop and Zeus is going to be knocked out.
That is going to be painful.
There were 3 guys dropping in there with with a player of Zeus, and I love how he didn't fade away. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go in and take the fight here. And StalwartFlex, they're walking
Shotty to the face.
Abel will, however, be knocked down to the ground, and Uzum and Johnny running in to get the reses, as Uzum will finish off another player here for the side of Zeus, and Zeus, I see, has an angle. The res hasn't come in yet. Trying to find a better angle to ensure they won't get shot, and this nade could be brutal. Godless, this guy has no chill. Nade will sail on in and somehow doesn't find and spark the shotgun. The auto shotty, he's gonna get the knock. The res is still taking place, and now it's he's gonna go for the jumping shots, is he? The guy's a lunatic. The guy's a madman. He's looking for more. And just such a terrifying force to contend with. And now Uzum is in a 1v3, and IC has arrived as well. Godless just finishing off the fallen members. Uzum goes out in the open, and Godless has completely, absolutely just wrecked them. StalwartFlex, how did it go so wrong?
And it kind of seemed like they almost got everything in order, but there you have it. I think Zeus didn't like the fact that StalwartFlex were kind of creeping up towards them on the overall ranking. They're like, you guys got to go down. But of course, the circle is going to be something similar we've seen in the past with the Gatka pretty much in the center. Of course, the ruins are going to be coming in contention as well. 1952, way above. Have a look at this replay. Double shotty, 1, down goes the second. Of course, with a sliver of HP, he really couldn't get the third knock as well. But IC with ice in his veins comes in. The jumping shotgun shots play.
Yeah, Godless.
Godless, I beg your pardon.
Just being... They're just deathmatching. They're literally just deathmatching. They're taking the fight to everyone.
Go ahead.
And it's like no one can really stop them. It's requiring multiple teams shooting at them from multiple angles. The zone not favoring them to take down Zeus. They just seem unbeatable.
I like that you're actually kind of shell-shocked right now. And the fact that, Zeus are going in for the hunt. That is what we expected. And, well, they are going to make sure that they now have military base to themselves. But let's have a look at the circle. Most of the teams are going to be inside. Of course, all the teams in Milta, Seal 9, and Venom Legends this time opting to drop out towards Milta Power. They're going to have a little bit of friction as they come into the zone. And R3D dropped down at Lipovka this time around instead of the usual Kameshki Stalwart split. So again, a lot of people in close proximity to one another. Future Station right between R3D and DRS. Now, Future Station, again, I kind of feel that if they amp up the aggression, so to speak, and actually go in for those fights and not just focus on placement points, they look much stronger.
Absolutely. At this point, you have nothing to lose. And that is something which Future Station would be aiming for. 20 points for them, 10th place, not too shabby at all. They want to end the day by getting as many matches as possible under their belt. They played all 5 games. They're going to be playing the first game tomorrow as well, sitting down 2, and they're playing the final 2. So there is a very real possibility Future Station can make it to the Super Weekend. Now, what they do at the Super Weekend is a whole different tale altogether.
It is indeed, as we are going to be joining INES, as these guys are going to be driving out, in fact, in full force. They are going to be happy with the loot. In fact, they have packed all their luggage up top as well, just in case, somebody needs a snack. All you got to do is stop the car and get some grubs out of the... Wait a second, why are we stopping over here? I thought they're posting up, but they're not. They are still hungry for more loot, and we're going to join the other side as Seal are going to be in their fortified position as well. Now, Seal Esports, again, I will kind of agree with you when you said that it might have been a fluke, but the way they played, the domination that they basically showcased was just awesome, as Fair has no fear as he drives Rospa. Wait a second, Snipe, is he going to take a shot? He doesn't.
He doesn't. He's going to play this one patiently. I just want to also admire that StalwartFlex had never been challenged. They had never been challenged at a military island ever in any Erangel game we've had so far, XP. And the one team to do that is Zeus, and they just wiped them out. I'm still a little awestruck as to how dominant these guys are. Fear replying back with a few silenced mini 14 shots from the distance. They do have that elevated position to work with. Also means that they can be silhouetted against the sky, which could be easy pickings for some of the members from Carnage Esports, but a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Both these two teams smack in the center of the play zone. INES moving down south from Georgie, 1952 going in for the late move in as well. So most of the teams are going to be pretty comfortable on the the ones who are already on the western side of the island. On the east hand side though, we have DRS, we have R3D, who are spread far from each other. Where the hell is Anubis?
Well, he is doing his thing. Of course, no one can really rain down the god of death. As looks like Smokey We too is going to be in the sights of Chari. Now, again, I like one thing about 7C Esports. Now, they do drop down in Pochinki, and Pochinki pretty much is still the center of the circle. But they anticipated the fact that a lot of teams are going to be coming in and, trying to basically get some real estate in said city. So it's a good decision that they've basically taken over here, that they've gone up on this mountain. Of course, you want to be higher top and, have a good lay of the land around you. And as I look at the map on my screen, I do see a couple of teams are still out battling the blue as Smokey finally spots Seal 9.
Smokey unloading a few bullets. And R3D, even though they are far away from each other, they don't seem to be in any immediate danger. Now, we might have Future Station go up against DRS here, as they are moving in from Yasnaya. That could be problematic. High Voltage, who have had a kind of a quiet day in the office today. They'd be looking to end the day on a high note. Out in the open, they found this, this cluster of houses. Actually, they have control of a number of compounds and multiple options available to them. And this is smack center of the circle. So they can try, if they can kind of, just scope things out, they can play the late game, pretty much an end game from this position, depending on the circle, of course.
Depending on the circle, and like you said, of course, they're dead smack center, just a little northwest of Pochinki. But again, I'm going to bring this up. 7C made a good tactical choice to move up, because have a look at all the teams now converging in on that city. Look at what's happening to the northeast, however, because DRS, R3D, and Future Station just might be getting ready to have a little bit of a tango.
It looks like they want to head in all the way from up north, which is kind of very, very ultra-safe approach coming in from Future Station. And R3D, they need to make up their mind. Do they follow DRS? Do they follow Future Station? Circle's going to be favoring all these teams. It's not going to be a hard shift in either direction. It's actually going to be favoring the teams on the eastern side of your map here. And of course, for the ones in the center, they don't have to move.
I mean, I'm just speculating right now, but I'm pretty sure everybody had their eyes glued to the kill feed when Z3us Esports pretty much wiped out Stalwart. No one is near the bridge. Everyone's backed off. They're like, you know what?
Keep the bridge.
We're going to keep our distance. We'll probably have a little bit of a fight with you later on, but I don't know. It is speculation, but if that kind of thought does come into some people's minds, I would not blame them.
Well, R3D with that very, very, very late rotation as High Voltage Assassin, man, they're just so unlucky. Assassin knocked out by Deadeyes Guys, and they are completely unaware that Carnage Esports have controlled this compound. And look at on top, and there we go. Manish will finish off Extreme, and they're just getting shot at by multiple teams. Carnage and Deadeyes Guys is teaming up together to wipe out High Voltage, down to one member here for the side of High Voltage, and it's down to Cooney, and he's got to get real bloody here if he wants to keep his team's hopes alive in the server. And it looks like he's going to try and make a run for it, but look at the hunt! So Snipe behind the buggy, they get off, they rattle off the bullets. Cooney will somehow survive, but they're still going to hunt him down. They're still going to chase him down. Look at Praveen just putting the pedal to the metal, trying to find the final member, but it looks like they decide it's not worth it, as Cooney in that battered, bloodied vehicle will make its escape.
He is out of there, play. He just was like, I might get shot, but I am not going to take any more chances. And now Carnage Esports are going to come under fire from Deadeyes Guys.
They will, however, manage to extricate themselves from that position. I like how Carnage just went out, went to the hunt, got a couple of kills, and it went back to their home. 7C using that opportunity. They like doing this. We've seen this multiple times. Mimo's going to come charging around the corner, drop straight into the trap. It has been sprung, and Carnage going to get the first knock. Now, all four members of Carnage still very much alive. They will finish off Mimo. 7C, Fear in the vehicle. He will have to decide whether he's going to stay and fight or not, but he spots him like a wraith in the smoke. He's going to land his shots through the smoke here. Smokey above. He runs into the flames. He's caught on fire. He's on his knees, and 7C. Oh, no. It's all gone wrong. It's all so gone wrong. And Riggs just run off to the hills. There's nothing he can do.
Now, I kind of get why 7C wanted to push in. Of course, Memo over there was the guy who started it all off. They might have a few talks in the green room later on, but now I think they should have been content being up top on that mountain. And of course, they didn't really have to move out right now, but what is done as Newt from INES. Definitely has 1952 in his crosshairs. But is he going to land a few shots? Because mind you, this is taking place at the western edge of the circle. There you have it, at the periphery, in fact. And Sharp's teammates are a bit further back as far as Magnet and C Minor go. In fact, it looks like C Minor might be heading for that delicious airdrop. But my, oh my, what is inside it? What do you think?
MK.
Oh, look at the little drastic shift. We've gone a bit to the east. Pochinki is going to be somewhere you don't want to be right now. There's going to be too many teams, and, well, I kind of like it. I love that urban warfare. I love the fact that you can get shot from any direction.
Did Seal9 realize how close to death they came?
I doubt it. Look who's waiting.
They just happily went driving past, and Zeus are like, well, here we go, another goal.
Well, Roy popping a few wheelies in that buggy. It is possible if you have a high-powered car, and of course, it's a rear-wheel drive one. Now, Zeus, I love the fact that they are at this triangle, basically, at Pochinki, right at the south. Basically, the first line of fire is going to be Zeus, if anybody dares enter Pochinki.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case here. Rig, oh man, straight from the frying pan into the fire. Zeus hears this. They know there is someone in the vicinity. Fortunately for Rick, he's going to be going the right way. That is away from where Zeus are. Again, Zeus, they're down to just 2 members, but they are more than capable of taking fights with anyone.
His vehicle is kind of stationary. I like what he's doing. He wants to make sure that he parks the car right in the middle of the houses. Doesn't want to give his position away. And, well, doesn't want to get any stray bullets, but look who's coming back for Rig. It looks like Carnage Esports are still hungry for 7C as Jiggle comes eerily close by.
Indeed. Oh, Rafa from the distance. Control shot to the DP. Trying to burst the wheels of the vehicle. Taking out any, minimizing the options CO9 have if they need to make a quick getaway. And this DRS pushing in, AJ arriving in time to get the res onto his teammate. Meanwhile, a fight has broken out between INES and Skylight Gaming and Newt. Salutes as well, so close to being taken down, and they have opted to forsake their teammate, and I believe that is the right call to make here. There's not much they can do to go for the res. They're getting pushed in by all 4 members of Skylight Gaming, and with that INES, they will lose another member.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind. They did realize that Skylight Gaming, they are spread far and wide on this hill. So, even if they do go in for the res, those angles are something that are going to be devastating for this team. Of course, they are now going to be survived by 2 members, Gajor and Salu YT. Now, as the circles are going to be shrinking in further and further, mind you, 50 people alive, a lot quicker action in Erangel this time, Blair.
Yeah, a bit of a change, which I personally welcome. We might be seeing a battle breaking out between PN Crew and 1952 as well, towards the western side of the play zone. You can see PN Crew are heading straight for 1952, which is kind of worrying for them. But Ayush will spot them out. Instead, they will opt to play the periphery of the play zone. And of course, they have, they have the zone. Of course, a player has been knocked down for PN Crew, so the res is going to be coming in. That's a position where PN Crew are, where you have those some peaks and some troughs to work with there. While it can be advantageous for you, there are moments, like depending on the circle, you can either be in the best place in the play zone or the worst place.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely no denying that at all, as the circle is going to be shifting a bit further down south from the school. Again, Pochinki is still going to be in the thick and thin of all the action. I love the fact there's an airdrop in no man's land. Is anyone going to be brave enough to go and get it? Now, if you have a look at the periphery, you do have a few teams who are going to play it a bit safe. Of course, I'm talking about all those guys who are one-man armies. I'm talking about high voltage, of course. 7C Reg is obviously just going to be in that house. He does not want to get up and give any cues or any hints that someone is hiding right there.
For the time being, with Carnage and Deadeyes Guys exchanging blows, he will be ignored. That, I think, is a situation he would be very, very, indeed, very happy with. Oh, here we go, INES. Going up against Zeus. It's a 2v2. Nade will not find its mark, so Lute's able to heal himself up.
The patience that Zeus is playing with. I'm telling you right now, Icy and Godless are going to be communicating on another level. And sometimes I wish I could be, a fly on the wall just to see how they are talking and how the general communication go, because they are definitely synced up. And you can tell that this is a team that has been playing for quite a long time. And, the coordination is amazing. But right now, Icy is going in for the kill.
Getting shot at through the window. That's an opportunity for the second player to strike. And Icy immediately pushing into the neighboring building. Has got a nade cooked. Oh, this is a free... Oh, my lord. Solis has no idea. Oh, the perfection in that nade. He timed it to perfection. He could have taken out a gun and even gone for the kill there with the knock with his weapon. Instead, the nade will find its mark, finishes off Salutes, and with that, Gazor is going to be left alone in a 1v2 for the time being. But they have some new arrivals in the town.
Looks like Riggs' ears kind of perked up listening to all that commotion, and he does move a little bit from his house. Again, it is going to get drastic right now as a lot of teams are pretty much heading towards Pochinki because, again, you have a lot of buildings and my assumption is everything else is going to be occupied as Nima does find Zake and finishes him in the blink of an eye.
Insta-kill.
Insta-kill.
Good UT reference there. First boomers. Seal down to Ankle and Munu and DRS. All 4 players arrayed against them. And the problem here is Munu's fine for the time being as he's inside of the play zone. Ankle's going to be sneaking in from behind. He's got that cover as well. So at least for the time being, they are okay. But once the circle shrinks, it's not going to be that easy. Future Station. We have a player knocked down. That's Evil Eye. Badrev taking a lot of bullets as well. Kopshi will be knocked from the distance by R3D's virus. And that is from across because they are actually going up against Venom Legends. So Future Station kind of not really sandwiched directly, but they are in a bit of a pickle here.
Not a sandwich per se, of course, as you just said, but yeah, the chances of escaping this little hellhole could be a bit problematic because they don't really have a lot of space for maneuvering. Now, in the distance, you can kind of see that the revive is coming in. Of course, Evil Eye is not going to be so lucky as he is going to succumb to his injuries. And I like the fact that Venom Legends, they are anticipating that there's another team up ahead. And do we have a smoke grenade, or was that a grenade?
I think it's a molly.
I do not hear any booms.
Yeah, could have been Molotov. Raffin. He is mowing that grass with his bullets.
Definitely heard a boom now.
There we go. Boom goes the vehicle. Future Station, though, they still keep all three players alive. Evil Eye being the only casualty in that little skirmish. As Rig, the last man standing with 7C, will now take the fight to Carnage.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, and this man is going at them. He made him pay.
And Seal9 stole the kill away. Okay, that happened. Now R3D, the mini in the hand of Virus, and he is looking to be deadly here to try and take down the members of Future Station. They're both in a pretty comfortable spot. Oh, the nade could be huge! He goes for a jump. The nade, almost a mini earthquake for Virus, but he will survive. As a bit of a standoff here. Both teams don't really need to move at the moment. As Z3us Esports, again, they get eliminated early, and for them, it's not looking good at all. INES will also bid us farewell. We're down to the final 12 teams.
Is a decent grenade, however, it hasn't gone off, and it looks like Cooney does fall to the play zone, as Joker is going to be rattling off those bullets, and with that, of course, High Voltage are going to be eliminated in the 12th position without any kills to their name. That is definitely going to hurt a little bit. But now we are seeing this action take place just east of Pachinki on this hill, as Virus is going to be relentless with his fire as he wants to get another player from Future Station.
Steel shot. Ayush falling as well, I do believe. No, PN Crew still have 3 players alive. They just lost to 1. Virus. These nades have come close, but hasn't quite found its mark yet.
Oh,
this one
there's
could
one
be
incoming.
good. No, a little shy. As Venom Legends are in the meantime just unloading onto their opponents in 1952. Future Station, though, they're going to get a nade knock. Deadeyes Guys joining the fray as 7C will finally get eliminated. I believe Rig did all he could to stay alive for as long as possible, but in the end, he will fall as Deadeyes Guys are going up against PN Crew. Skylight Gaming in the meantime pushing up here. And amongst all the smoke, they're trying to find someone. The rest could actually come on in here, but Venom Legends, they are being snakes in the smoke, but Fry Pan will be spotted out and finished off, and Venom Legends will be eliminated.
They have been eliminated, and of course, I like the fact that they didn't go in for the revive just then, because chances are Venom Legends could have lobbed either a grenade or some stray fire could have found its mark, and it could have been devastating. So again, the presence of mind on these lads is something that I'm happy to see at this stage. Now, the question is, where are we going to go next? Because everyone is going to be in a dicey situation. Mind you, a lot of cars have already been blown up, as IC is now going to be unloading on Seal9. But right now, Edgar facing off against the real soldiers.
Edgar, oh, the nade! Almost finds him. The circle shrinks in further. It is favoring Z3us Esports, who were down to just a 2-man squad from the beginning when they took down StalwartFlex, but they're still very much alive and kicking, and will always be terrifying. Spooky also getting knocked. Zeus, they just did not let up at all. There we go. Icy and Godless. They're just bullying everyone.
Oh, it bounced in!
Oh, Seal9 have 4 players. And they just don't know what to do. And Zeus are like, alright, we're going to make life hell for you.
Lovely smoke deployed over here to make sure that his back is secure from all the gunfire up top, as they are going to be focusing over here. Again, one good grenade could do it all, or if they wish, they can actually kind of engulf them and push in. Elsewhere, PN Legend falls to Mafia Ninja.
They're getting shot at from multiple directions. PN Crew are still have an angle all to Seal9. On Seal9, they just decide to deploy every single smoke they have.
And they are going to be coming to Icy's position. He realized that because of the smoke that was deployed right in front of him. Now Seal9, they are in a pickle. They need to move towards Icy's position. They need to overpower him, Blake.
They need to overpower him, but it's not just Icy. There's another player there. Inky's going to deploy another smoke. Oh! But he will be spotted out, and Inky falls to his knees. The nade from Godless will find its mark. He cooked it for so very long, and finally, he is gonna get the knock here. Now, the finish is not taking place because there's so much smoke being deployed, as Inky will creep on towards his teammate, towards Spooky. The res will come on in. but Godless and Icy, they're still gatekeeping them, still preventing them from pushing in. Inky is going to creep on up. A nade sails in, but Icy will be able to dodge that. Godless finds Joker, who was trying to be very cheeky, very sneaky from the side. When Zeus, they have eyes all around.
They have eyes all around, and look at this positioning. They are on a steep slope. Basically, no one can shoot them from up top, and they have rocks for cover. I mean, again, I love the fact that they're playing so brilliantly. That grenade almost ending Monkey's misery.
Well, now it's down to Spooky, Seal 9. They have been whittled down to just the two members here. That second nade, I thought would deal a little bit more damage with Godless. The fact that he just keeps moving makes it so very hard for the nade to find its mark. And his nade a little too deep. Smoke dissipates. He finds one. He knows there's another player there nearby. Spots him out. Seal 9 get obliterated.
Mind you, just before he went in for that push, he threw a flashbang blade just to make sure that he blinds his enemy.
Man, like,
Clinical.
These guys are nuts, and Clinical is on top as well, as he's going to wipe out a team, but he in turn gets shot and put down to his knees. Future Station get eliminated in the 7th place. Deadeyes Guys will immediately follow. We're down to the final 4 team. Zeus, this 2-man squad of death and destruction, still alive and kicking.
It's an army of 2, if you ask me. It is literally an army of 2.
This is an army of 2, and yes, finally, someone replies back. Skylight Gaming, SG will get a knock onto a member of Zeus. That is Godless, but Smoke's immediately getting deployed for the rest to come in.
Surprisingly, and just as we say that, that is going to be the end of Z3us Esports.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Everyone is going to be happy about that. No doubts about it. The dominating spree has finally come to an end. Again, they wiped out 2 entire squads. 8 kills for the name, and I like the fact that 1952 are still alive, but their position is going to be compromised right now because Skylight Gaming have an idea where they are as the grenades are going to be thrown in, and that is not a good one. It misses its mark by quite a bit, but the second Molotov, not too shabby.
Not a shabby at all. Skylight Gaming with a good chance to have all 4 players alive. They're going to push on into the position of 1952, but Miner with the first knock. Not able to get a second though, and 1 player remains inside of that little hut, and it will also be his grave. Skylight Gaming. Now it is the 3v2 Sandesh. We've seen clutches from this guy.
We have seen clutches, and I like the fact that Skylight Gaming actually ended up 3rd right now. This is probably one of their better games, and that is a flashbang. Leon, you are one lucky king.
If that was a nade, that could have been it. But the heals will come on in. He doesn't have any kits. He's only got his bandages, and he has only 2 remaining in Sandesh. Well, this is not going to be an easy fight for him to take. They are downhill as well. They have the man disadvantage, but Killer is alive and crawling around.
Killer is alive, and if I'm not wrong, he is going to be on that left flank as far as Sandesh goes. All that smoke on his position is going to kind of take the edge off Sandesh just a little bit, you know, making sure that Skylight Gaming are going to be focusing on him, because there you go, once you pop a smoke grenade, chances are you are going to have a few stray bullets coming in. But I like the fact that Chari is only focusing on Sandesh at this moment.
They know exactly where he is. They haven't pinned down. The question right now, it's an information game, right? Trying to figure out, trying to deduce where the second player is. Now, Joker is getting into the vehicle. He could be just going for a drive-by, trying to gather some information and provide information to his team so they can push in for the finish. But the 3v2 is still very even, Stevens, for both the teams. Slight advantage for SG. That's about it.
That is true indeed. You know, I thought this came to my mind. In honor of the fact that, you know, 1952 kind of made it to the 3rd position. Wait a second, I'm going to hold on to that as Joker is taking down Sandesh again. Perfect timing over here.
The advantage has been neutralized, at least for the time being. The finish hasn't come in yet, though. Chari behind the burned-out vehicle. He knows who Sandesh is. Sandesh is going to appear around the corner. Sandesh rattling off a few bullets, so he's playing a dangerous game. As we pointed out, Sandesh has no medkits and barely any armor to work with, and he will be knocked with Killer with the immediate knock as well. Leon trying to finish out the player. Now it's a 1v1. Killer facing going to Leon. Leon tries to crouch down. He's taking quite a bit of damage here, and he's getting shot at, but doesn't really matter. It is going to be Skylight Gaming coming out on top and winning it in a bit of a close fashion, but they get it in the end.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner is going to go Skylight Gaming's way, and of course all the boys are going to be happy and elated. You could see that joy on their faces. But yeah, you're right, it was a closely contested game. It could have gone either way. Kudos to P and Crew especially as well for, you know, making it this far and putting up quite a show. But boy, oh boy, I think one of the biggest storylines is going to be Z3us Esports dropping down at the Sanhok military base, wiping out StalwartFlex. And they weren't done after that. They still kept on going. But I think we are going to have to be done right now. However, we still have something exciting for you guys because we're going to take a quick little break. But the analysts have a few goodies up their sleeves. We'll be back after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is week number 3 is where we're at in the league plays, and day number 1 came to an end with 5 games done. 5 more games remain. Of course, we're working towards the Super Weekend, the 3rd Super Weekend, and all of it is of course possible thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Brother. Let's move on to our analysts and ask them this final game. You guys were predicting something coming down to chicken dinner, chicken dinner. Did it
I
play
did
well?
Almost.
I didn't say anything.
Almost.
I never
Right.
said anything.
But with that, of course, you move towards, of course, the MVP. You've got Leon from Skylight Gaming taking 6 kills and 1 assist with 720 damage dished out.
720 damage, 349 healing done as well, and 1 assist. I see him copying me well. That's not gonna get you good predictions though. But right now, but you know.
So that's the secret, right?
Perhaps that's
like
the 8 ball
that's the
curve.
confidence that just gets out. Hey, that's gonna happen. That sometimes happens, right? But talk about this player, right? 21.3% kill coming out, and damage taken also 21.3%. So it's like, you know, giving out the kills and getting in the damage. So it's like he always has a backup as well, and that backup just, you know, goes with the momentum.
Exactly, and Skylight Gaming, their momentum has been good this week.
yes.
So it is going to be super interesting to see once they head to this the Super Weekend,
Right.
3. Can they bring themselves in the top 10? Because that is where we expect to see this team. Not even the top 10. Like, we expect them to be in the top 3, the top
5,
4.
hopefully. Like if something goes wrong, top 5 should be the, you know, the downfall.
Yeah.
That's where they deserve to be there, simply put, no question about it. But with that, let's also talk about the other players, the top players coming in from today's game, this final game. We are looking at, of course, Skylight Gaming's Leon right there with 6 kills, and alongside that, we have Zeus. This is Godless and Icy, just 2-man squad.
They were angry.
throughout the game.
Zeus was angry.
Yes, big time.
Godless is not a human when it comes to the gameplay. He's not. He's not at all a human. The shotgun against StalwartFlex in no, I remember everyone like out there, everyone, the ones that we were just, you know, sitting and watching the match, everyone was like, what? Like,
True. Again, I mean, you have to give kudos to their dynamic play, right?
Yeah.
Because when it comes to their drop location, this was not expected at all. It was a genuine curveball thrown to the entire lobby, and they still dominated.
no one thought of it that they would go to military base.
Never.
Exactly, never
But
have
they
they done
did.
that. They did, and that's the thing, right? You're gonna call it dynamic in the sense, yeah, the drop location change, right? But this team, like, they have one objective. They are like Terminators sent from the future in the game.
Imagine if they're just dropping down to every drop location to see where it's like good start for them. Like
No,
right now,
it's-
so they're experimenting with themselves.
I'll tell you, it's to see, can the other teams fight them?
Okay.
Can someone take them on? That's what they're trying to check.
True,
Like,
that
we'll
is true.
start from the bottom of the map, we'll make our way up,
Till
and we'll
7.
take on everyone. Yeah.
Well, with that, let's move on to the match summary coming in from this game and find out what the stats have to say from all these lads.
Highest damage, Godless, maximum assist per bean, Leon with maximum kills, and Leon with most utilities as well, and Sharp, alright, 245 meters.
Yeah, and I mean, that sort of reminds me, 1952 looks a lot better now.
Yep.
I mean, the team is getting together as we head into the final week of the league stages, and I really like that fact, because that is one thing, like, we were noticing about this team, like, alright, 1952, something is missing, communication is not there, the fights are not going their way. Now, everything is slowly coming together.
So you gotta give it to, just like, you know, we were, I would say, like, we were being so harsh on the first Super Weekend.
Yeah.
That 952 did not qualify. XP Blood Legion is not performing good.
Yep.
See, it's their first time going out there. You can say that, right? Because they are just testing the competition. Once they are in their own mood, you know that they are capable of getting those chicken dinners as well for themselves.
Yeah.
And they do so very perfectly. Again,
Yeah.
I mean, they also are a very dynamic play when it comes to their gameplay, and that works in their favor because slowly and steadily, they are certainly working towards getting those kills, working towards getting those points. And talking about points, well, let's have a look at the match ranking and find out how did all the teams end up doing when it comes to this game.
Skylight Gaming, 11 kills coming up for themselves. Z3us Esports, alright, well, still with 2 players, they got 8 kills and 8 placement points. P and Crew did good. Obviously, in this one game, DE was here as well. 1952, 10 placement points and 2 kill points. Obviously, you know, getting those placement point numbers for themselves. Carnage, only kill points. Like, that's the aggression that they were bringing.
Did Zeus just cross the 100-point marker in 5 games?
Well,
That's going to be impressive, I mean, from this team. But let's move forward to the next page of the standing. So this time, we see Venom Legends take a backstep.
well, Future Station right now, you know, I mean, they are still, you know, just testing out the areas for themselves. StalwartFlex, talk about the previous game versus this game, obviously, you know, a series of ups and downs for themselves. Z3us Esports, well, like, will it be another week if they go down? Because they have had points in the previous game.
Yep. Yeah.
We still gotta see like tomorrow
I
how.
think so. I think so, because now they just have 3 matches left after
Exactly.
this one. 3
That's-
matches tomorrow,
that's
and
why.
then they have to sit
I mean,
out.
talk about taking a back step. I believe more than Venom Legends, this is the team
Yeah.
that has taken a big leap backwards in terms of their play. And that is, of course, reflecting. I mean, again, we still have 5 more games remaining for them when it comes to second day of the league play. So it could very well fare in their favor. But the way the games are working, it is just completely against them right off the get-go.
It looks like something has changed. Something is not going the right way. Like, things that were working out for this team
Right.
are not just there. I mean, first week we come in, Skylight Sports, really impressive, aggressive performances, strong games going in. Week 2 onwards, not so much.
Not so much indeed, mate. But in that, I mean, we were just talking about Zeus, of course.
Yeah.
We were talking about 2 lads. Just 2 lads is what this team needs. Godless and Icy to be able to rack the entire lobby of this. Wow, what a play it was. Let's move on with the fight analysis when it came down to Zeus going up against C9 right now.
So in this fight, as Zeus knows that they are less in numbers, it's like 2 guns moving on. So what do? We use utilities, we use throwables, we use everything that we have to dish out our opponents in this one.
Plus, it was also to the fact that Seal9 overextended when they should not have. Also, Godless getting into this flanking position. Like, look at this, because most, like, there's smoke everywhere, so you're going to be shooting blind.
Plus, there was Skylight Gaming also on behind. And you remember, you know, just moving on to the backside, taking down one more player from that area as well. But now they know it's a 2v2. Obviously, one player did go down after that. But then once they knew that the momentum was in their favor, they tried to take everything for themselves. Move forward, the smoke was out there. But, you know, for how long will the smoke stay? Smoke has to go somewhere. And that's where Zeus becomes even more fierce. Now, they have the proper areas for themselves. They have the adequate cover. They know that there's a team on behind. So they'll just, you know, get the cover of the rock for themselves. And now, in a while, you'll see the way the fight's gonna end down is the throwables obviously are dishing out damage, but the smoke moves out, and as soon as the smoke runs out from the players of Seal9, just after, like, in a few seconds, we are just gonna be, you know, just seeing that, and it was for them.
It's Godless play, mate. There's no 2 ways about it. I mean, he has an intuition of another level altogether. I remember Necro telling, speaking about this as well. I mean, Godless is certainly a god when it comes to the play, and the gameplay he brings to the table for the team is just miraculous to watch.
Now, look at this. Smoke goes down. He knows that what's gonna happen. It's a 1-player affair, and as soon as he sees the other one as well, he knows it's his fight.
Yeah, the second smoke just fading away, resulting in the demise of entire Seal9. But, I mean, this was a fight that got overextended for so long that this resulted in Zeus also getting a target on their backs, as we saw the players of Skylight Gaming actually spot them out a couple of seconds earlier on. Godless did turn around and take a few shots, but after this fight, few seconds in, they get taken out by Skylight Gaming.
Well, another wonderful moment to talk about is certainly going to be when the game started off, right? When the game started off, we were looking at, of course, StalwartFlex going down to their known military base location, not expecting Zeus to be there. And even though it seemed like StalwartFlex were in the upper hand position when it came down to that fight, wow, what a play it was. Those are the moments I'm talking about. With that, let's move on to the Oppo moments and summarize it all together.
Look at this. I mean, Seoul goes down. He was the first casualty though. But after this, 1 shotgun, second shotgun. But then the player did go down, but the damage was done. That gave enough time for Godless to move in. And he took down 1, took down 2nd, and obviously ended everyone out there.
Exactly, and that was impressive. But more than that, I mean, it was the fact that the team also survived to the later stages of the match. But as we move forward in the game, like, this was also a really well-timed fight by Carnage Esports.
Exactly, it was. But again, moving up forward with everything, you could see how the players were just trying out. This was the fight that we obviously just broke down as of now. But now it was the fight of the circle, and Skylight Gaming knew that they had a perfect area. They knew where their opponents were to try to take him down. They did take him down, and then it was just the final moment to get that chicken dinner.
Exactly, final moments, and this is it. PN Crew. But alright, let's talk about them as well for a little bit, because PN Crew, I mean, did sort of slow down during the previous week, and now with this match, I hope they are speeding things again.
I mean, talk about slowdown. Talk about slowdown. A few teams that we do need to see bring in a bit more aggressive plays have slowed down quite a lot. I mean, this time around, again, when you talk about Future Station right here, they got 800 damage, but only able to convert that into that 1 kill, 1 point.
So that now we are in an upside down, right? Future Station, they are getting out damage as well. They're getting a few kills, but look at Seal, no damage, no kills. That it has just changed in a way that they never would have wanted. No one would have wanted from a team that was topping up the charts after the first Super Weekend. Again, another Yudu Gang exemplary just coming out here.
Yeah, wow. That is a coincidence. I mean, we know it keeps on happening.
It happens always. It happens.
And it's happened again.
It happens.
So I guess
I mean, you cannot really say history repeats itself, because it's just one of those moments that has taken place, but you could have
because
never
it's
predicted.
one of those moments, it repeated itself.
Exactly. But then again, I mean, the kind of performance we've seen from this team, right off the get-go, with 4 chicken dinners back to back, is just ludicrous to be able to expect that a team like this is going to go down that sort of a performance. But I mean, wow, what a play this was. With that, let's have a look at the overall ranking when it comes to the game. Of course, we've got League Play 1 of Week 3 coming to an end. That means 5 games still remain for all these teams.
Yeah. So my calculations were a bit off. Z3us Esports are sitting at 90 points.
Well, we were hoping Carnage or T2K, which team will be at the top, at the third position. It's Skylight right now, 57 points. 2 chicken dinners coming up for them.
Yeah, amazing performance. And well, it is what it is.
Well, again, I mean, you talk about Skylight, right?
Yeah, we got to do that. We got to keep
we have to keep our arms crossed, because that is the way to understand that perfect 8 ball.
But look at PN Crew as well, bringing themselves up inside the top 10 with 23 points and 3 matches played only. So they still have 5 matches to go.
Yeah, let's talk about Future Station right now and F4, right? Because Future Station, right now they are looking really good. They are starting up to get those points for themselves. That's a really good thing. Tomorrow, only job is to not go down. To stay in maximum, if you go down, go to 12th position, stay in top 16 somehow. Be at a good place, because again, if you miss out on some games, it goes bad.
3 matches to get 27 points. That's what I'll give Future Station. Because again, safety cushion is 50 points in the league play, in the 8 matches that you play. So if they can achieve that marker, they are definitely going to make it. If they can't, then it's again for a coin toss.
Exactly. But right now, Seal 9, High Voltage, Deadeyes Guys, and DRS are those 4 teams that are just, right now not in on the 16th marker. But talk about Seal Esports, right? You saw the performance that it was in the previous game. So if that goes even bad, I mean, they might miss on another Super Weekend, which they would not want to, obviously, because
no question.
If you remember the points that they accumulated previously, that was a big chunk for themselves.
Exactly.
Yep, and it is certainly going to rack up, hopefully, because they still have remaining games, and maybe, just hopefully, they will be able to convert those into those perfect games that will bring them the points and will solidify that top 16 in that top 16. Hopefully, though.
Hopefully. We can hope for the best. I mean, the team is also going to hope for the best. The players are going to try the level best to make it.
Exactly, mates. I mean, it is just a wonderful turn of wins, of course, and in that doing so, few of these teams have kind of gone down to a low-key spot, but eventually the remaining games of the final league play will bring in an all-out war, hopefully, from all of them, but bring that down towards the leaders, towards the kill leaders coming in from the game, coming in from the entirety of the games that have taken place as of now. It is going to be Z3us top in the charts.
I see if he plays same, tomorrow he goes for 100 kills.
Oh yeah.
He definitely goes for 100 kills.
True. Quite true. And then he's followed by his own teammate.
Exactly, and Assassin's not here to stop them.
Oh,
as of now, yes, he's not here to stop them. Snipe Whitey is out there on 69 kills, Joel on 74, Godless 76, and IC topping up the chart with just 12 kills shying from 100 for him. So 20,000 plus damage by this individual lad, as the it goes on from 20,000 to 14,000, like almost 15,000 as of now. So that is where IC is taking himself ahead of the competition as of now.
This team is really deadly, and there it is. There's Assassin moving down to the 5th position with 69 kills to his name. But as we move forward, we have Galton from DRS, Joker from Skylight Gaming, and then on the 8th position, it's Crypto from StalwartFlex.
Now this is where it's a close call, right? So many players in 14,000, 15,000 marker for themselves. That means any player from here, like one good day, with obviously that player's gameplay can actually get them in top 4 obviously out here. I mean, Assassin is pretty close to the damage number, so he might just be at the 4th position. So it depends on how tomorrow's stage just shapes out for all these individuals.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, to kind of bring today's day to an end, we did see a lot of utilities being utilized. We saw a lot of nade parade action happening throughout the entire lobby. With that, let's have a look at, of course, the stat, which is going to be bringing in the damage brought in from nades themselves and the leaders of this. Once again, we're looking at Zeus.
I mean, utility usage, they know how they gotta just, get the maximum out of it. But think about this, 109 grenades have been used and 9 kills coming out. So, might as well touch the double digit in that one as well tomorrow.
The only team with vehicle kills is going to be Zeus.
And they have 3 of them.
Yep.
Every single player present in the list has 1. But on the other side, I mean, 109 for 9 kills. Look at Chari, 116 grenades used, 5 kills coming in. But, I mean, grenades cannot... I mean, you don't just use them to get kills. Sometimes you use them to put pressure on the opponent, push them back a little bit, damage them out while your teammates try and go for a flank.
If you're rushing in a house, you throw some grenades, it dishes out the footsteps as well for a while, and that just also just, if you don't want to carry stuns, you go for the grenades, and it does the same job onto the ears.
We saw stuns being used today.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Oh yes, that one was perfect. I mean, that is certainly going to be required as well from the entirety of the lobby, because again, I mean, that is a utility that is so very essential for them to be able to work in their favor. With that, let's move on to, of course, the day summary. That's going to bring in another star to showcase, which is going to be phenomenal, because why? Well, Zeus.
Yeah.
Only.
Well, the god of the gods have risen, I guess.
Yep.
And it's them everywhere. I mean, alright, they're there in the damage received as well. I mean, sure, why not? They were taking a lot of fights today.
Exactly. If you're going for 10,000 damage giving out, you have like 5,400 damage taken on yourself, doesn't matter. But knockouts, just think about it. 48 knockouts, 52 kills accumulated in today's day. And
KPM of 10 right there.
Exactly. I mean, what is going to stop this team is the question. Which team is going to be able to do so is another question to bring up. But alongside all of this, of course, I do want to talk about a certain moment that I think was skipped through the open moments. The first ever thing that happened when we moved on down to the Erangel map. It was a vehicle where P and crew and
just moving around the vehicle, they're circling around the vehicle, and then one player just goes on, then they're like, alright, so I'm going to drive away as well.
Yep, that's just the perfect moment coming in from that. But yes, with that, we do reach the end of our day. Thank you guys so very much for tuning in. Again, this is Week 3's League Play Day 1 coming to an end. We've still got 5 more games remaining from the entirety of the lobby. 20 teams, of course, are going to be participating once again tomorrow to find out what teams are going to be a part of this 3rd awesome Super Weekend. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I've been your host, Brother, joined in, of course, with Ocean Sharma and I Super Johnny. Until tomorrow, take care. Sayonara.